those lips that make me scream. Two arms that hold my fate and hands that turn my nightmares into dreams. You've got those eyes that make me mean. A face that tells a story hidden somewhere in a magazine. No inhibitions, don't like restrictions. You're a part-time lover, hiding undercover. No, I don't care, but I don't like to share. And she thinks you're all hers, which makes me feel like dirt. So let's keep this professional. Trust me, I want to keep having fun, but we should keep this professional. 'Cause it's hard to play with rules in the way. So let's keep this professional. Trust me, I want to keep having fun, but we should keep this professional. Tell me how I'm supposed to feel. You took my world and turned it into something I'm not sure is real. You kiss my neck to seal the deal. Your heart is poison, but you make up for it with your sex appeal. No inhibitions, don't like restrictions. You're a part-time lover, hiding undercover. No, I don't care, but I don't like to share. And she thinks you're all hers, which makes me feel like dirt. So let's keep this professional. Trust me, I want to keep having fun, but we should keep this professional. 'Cause it's hard to play with rules in the way. So let's keep this professional. Trust me, I want to keep having fun, but we should keep this professional. You've been on a mission to take my pride away from me. You don't ever listen, and you live with your complacency. You don't scare me, but you should fear me. The sun is setting, don't trust your hearing. You made a monster, I'm your imposter. Go ahead and wander, but don't trust the waters. You've been on a mission to take my pride away from me. You don't ever listen, and you live with your complacency. You don't scare me, but you should fear me. The sun is setting, don't trust your hearing. You made a monster, I'm your imposter. Go ahead and wander, but don't trust the waters. I'm another melody. Beauty queen goddess, I remember what you taught us, and I know it's been a while, but I'm tired of being honest. I just really need you now, I just need a safe bet, I just need to cozy up, I just need to forget in time, just really one time. Hey, a million thoughts and they're running through my mind, and so, although I know how she gonna love, oh beauty coming back. Beauty, baby, I'ma go crazy, you're turning me into a fiend. I just wanna doze off lately, I wanna feel hazy. Oh, it's so, so sweet, but baby, leave. Beauty, baby, I'ma go crazy, turning me into a fiend. I just wanna doze off lately, I wanna feel hazy. Oh, it's so, so sweet, but baby, leave. Feeling when you miss so much, your stomach in a knot. You know that pinpoint and exacto when you started with it, stop. Like a cape to me, became a great to me. We always talked when everybody hated me. You say all my friends, they try to be what mom and dad spent time to see. But you and me, we never went home. I never was alone. I seen some beauty, never know. I remember back then, oh, back then when the high was free. Beauty, baby, I'm a little hazy. Please don't come to me, Miss Beauty Queen. I remember back then, oh, back then when the high was free. Beauty, baby, I'm a little hazy. Please don't come to me, Miss Beauty Queen. Beauty, baby, I'ma go crazy. You're turning me into a fiend. I just wanna doze off lately, I wanna feel hazy. Oh, it's so, so sweet, but baby, leave. Beauty, baby, I'ma go crazy. You're turning me into a fiend. I just wanna doze off
Guys,
lately, I wanna feel
hey,
hazy. Oh, it's so, so
hello everyone.
baby, leave.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. How's everyone doing? Everyone had a good week so far? Hello, Super Fudge. Welcome. You're the first one here today.
Years now and I wonder, is it over? Do you still blame all your lovers?
Before we get into anything,
Do you
I have to test something.
will you ask for
Give me a second.
do you start wars?
I have to make sure that the captions are working. Oh well. I have to make sure that the captions are working at all. Let's see. Let's see. How does it work? Is it? Oh, it's still acting really, really weird. I don't know why. YouTube just doesn't know how to accept captions. Why is it so? What? Yeah, why is it like that? It's really awful. Yeah, I don't know if you guys are seeing what I'm seeing, but I'm seeing my captions go from top left hand side of the screen to top center of the screen, and it randomly changes. I don't know why YouTube always does that with any captioning system that gets sent to it. It's always like crazy delay, and then it spams through it. Yeah, it doesn't even matter which browser I'm using. Yeah, I don't know. Why? YouTube. Why are you like this? Why does your caption system suck ass? Why does it not know how to play nice with any other captions that are delivered to you?
You sleep with your silence. You act like you like it. No one will your show when 'cause you die for the
You can technically change it in the options, but I don't know why YouTube is the only iPhone that has captions behaving like this. It's really, really strange. All the strides that YouTube is making, it still has a lot of oddities with how its system interacts with stuff. Like, how do I describe this? Like, it has systems for accepting captions, at the same time, it never accepted properly. It only behaves properly when you use YouTube's own auto-captioning software, but if you use YouTube's own captioning software, you have to have the stream at a 15-second delay, and that's not good. Right now, hang on, let me test this out. How much of a delay is there actually? Hang on a second. Let me watch my own stream and swing my hand like so. When I swing my hand like so, I'll see how many seconds pass before it shows up on stream. Okay, about 10 seconds. So the difference is about lowest latency is 6 to 7 seconds. Low latency is about 10 to 11 seconds, and then normal latency is 15 to 17 seconds. And that's not acceptable, unfortunately. Decisions. I don't know what to do about this. Whether to have shitty but partial captioning at a 10-second plus delay, or a YouTube's own most accurate captioning, but it's at a 15-second delay. Yeah, the fact that it changes from center to left side to center again, it's really, really bad, and I don't know why it does that. It's so weird. And the worst part of it all is that because it's displayed like this now, during the live stream, it's permanently encoded into the stream replay like this. It doesn't fix itself after the stream, so I don't know why. I don't know what's going on. Why it insists on doing that. It's so annoying. Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna accept it as is for now. Hello everyone. How are you guys doing? You guys have a good week so far? I'm actually a little bit tired because I've had a very, very, very busy last couple of days. You guys remember, right? I was doing the TGS, the Tokyo Game Show, and technically our coverage of the Tokyo Game Show this year was a little bit scuffed because we cut the first day short. Second and third day went the full day, but second day was good. Third day was garbage. Third day's show was honestly quite garbage. Fourth day we decided to not cover the fourth day because unfortunately the game that we wanted to cover was cancelled, and I decided I wasn't going to be bothered to cover just the last day. I mean the last closing ceremony. Although I did watch the closing ceremony. And there was something about the Tokyo Game Show I didn't cover. It was the Tokyo Game Show VR app. I feel like I should cover the Tokyo Game Show VR app if I'm going to, we have VR, sort of like a partial VR channel and have VR stuff. I should cover the VR app, and we did. Maybe next year. Next year, Jack. Next year? I'm going to section off a time during the Tokyo Game Show. I'll have a look at the schedule and I'm going to section off some time for us to cover the app. That's probably what I'm going to do, to be honest. Section off a section of time so that we can cover the app. The Tokyo Game Show, and we can see what we can see in the Tokyo Game Show. Using the Tokyo Game Show, we can't really cover it after the Tokyo Game Show because once the Tokyo Game Show ends, the app gets deactivated. You can't. I believe it gets deactivated on midnight on the day of the closing ceremony, so yeah, you can't really cover the app that well on this same day as the closing ceremony. You only have like a couple hours left, so we'll see about how we're gonna cover that next year. I'll try to set aside some time for it. And besides that, you guys aren't seeing it today, but I've been doing some edits of my avatars, and I'm going to try to do a photo shoot with the edits sometime soon. I can't do it right. Oh, your face. I did do a photo shoot today, but it was for something else, which I'll be able to set up by the end of the month. Maybe sometime next week I'll do a proper photo shoot with my new updates. Technically, I've been looking at the updates since Sunday, the day when we were supposed to cover the Tokyo Game Show closing ceremony and stuff. Instead of doing that, I decided to work on updating my avatars and stuff, and I since spent every day working on my avatars, and oh my god, that was tiring. In fact, Sunday, Monday, and even technically today Okay, no, Sunday and Monday, I just spent the entire day working on avatars. Today, I went to do a photo shoot and I found another bug which I technically had to fix. So, yeah, working on avatars never ends, but I hope to have a stable version of my avatars ready I can sit on for like a couple of weeks to, enjoy properly. Hopefully I can have it ready by next week, but yeah, after I'm done with stream today, I'm just going to be doing more fixing. Got a couple of things I need to fix before I transfer all the fixes back to my trap avatar. This is tiring for all. Everything I do is so I can look amazing for you guys. Even though I was really worn out from all the work I had to do, I actually do want to stream today because I miss you guys. Even though I've been working a lot off stream, I do miss interacting with you guys, so that's why I was streaming today. And today, we're gonna be playing a special game, a new game that I saw Ashinera playing, and yeah, I'm looking forward to playing it with you guys today. Don't worry, guys. I'm still budgeting my spending all my money because the game that we're about to play today is really cheap, super cheap. So you guys don't have to worry. Very cheap game actually, and based on what I've been seeing on Ash's stream, I'm fairly certain I'm going to enjoy it. Yeah. I managed to take... in fact, part of the photo shoot I did earlier was to take some pics to use as thumbnails. If you guys saw the thumbnail, the thumbnail on YouTube, that was what we're doing today. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna post the thumbnail for you guys. I should really... Maybe I should... Maybe I should post it on, like... No. Posting that would not be good because, that is the thumbnail with no color correction and all that. So you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to save a there we go. I'm going to export a clean version of the thumbnail. That way I can give you guys a clean version of the thumbnail. Not of course with proper color correction and all that. But it looks good. I'm going to post that on my Discord as well as my Twitter. The clean version of today's thumbnail. I wonder if I should upload the thumbnail on a different channel. Mm. And well, today I'm gonna post a Twitter link as well. Well, a link on my Twitter to the stream. Or I hear that for sodomy is and it's a good reward slash punishment in esports teams. But with me. There we go. The good reward slash punishment. Find out with me. There we go. Actually, wait, no. No. I don't want to upload this. How do I get rid of this? Fuck, hang on. Where's the thing? There we go. I want to upload this. You guys want to see the clean version of the thumbnail? Or more like a larger version of the thumbnail? Let me show you guys a larger version of the thumbnail. Let me put this here. There we go. You know when I took this picture with my good friend Sakito? This is me and this is my friend Sakito. Today I dragged him aside to take this picture and I told him, okay, sit over there and post him a certain way and face this way, and I was like, okay, stay right there while I grab something, and he was like, why are you taking that out? That was perfect. I got the exact reaction I wanted from him. Whatever, Sakito. I like doing all these silly photo shoots with Sakito. He's really adorable. And he always gives me good reactions to my silly ideas. So, chat. What do you think, chat? You think the rumors I heard are true? That forced sodomy is a good motivator for training, esports teams? What do you guys think? Yes or no? Actually, you know what? Considering that I can't wait to test out my theory about forced sodomy. So you know what, chat? Let's go into the game. Let's go, shall we? Let us get into the game and start training our esports team, shall we? Yeah, watch our team manage a team to Jesus, victory. What? What, excuse me? What? You mean? What was that? Were you saying something? Okay, hang on. Is the game not capturing properly? Hang on. Oh god, the game is so loud. Wait, hang on a second. I'm trying to. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Uh. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Ooh. Oh, wow. Ah, interesting. Okay, I need to. Okay, good. The game is capturing. Very good. I was already in capture just now. Okay, so yeah. Hello, Shimi. Welcome. So I see what you were saying there. About wait. I see that. You sure you actually do believe in me or no? Okay, here's the question though. Do we want our own music or... I don't know if the music in this game is good or not. We might switch out to our own music, but for now we'll stick with the in-game music. And here's the thing, chat. Do I want to edit all this? You see all these team names? Do I want to edit all this? I mean, look at all this. It's kind of weird that every league has its own team info. You know, I was gonna edit this. I probably should have edited this off stream because this is the first time I'm actually looking at this. How do you? Oh, interesting. You know what, chat? You know what? Chat? I'm going to edit one team because it is really important, chat, to have a how do I, what's the best way to describe this? It's really important to have sort of like a nemesis team, you know? A nemesis team that joins us to the rank. So we're gonna edit one team. Edit one team to follow us through. Now here's the thing. What do we want the team logo to be? And then how does the custom logo thing work? Let me see if I can... You see how this works if I were to use... This is a custom logo. Does it work? It does work. Oh, wow. I can edit this as a custom logo. So what should the name of our Nemesis team be? Chat. This is gonna be the Nemesis team, not our team. Our team is gonna come later. What should we name our Nemesis team? And I'm wondering if we should save that to be our team logo. Decisions, chat. I don't know. I don't know what to do. Is there any other picture I could use for this? What other picture could I use for this, if not this? Chat, help me decide, chat. Oh. Got there, chat. Oh, what to... I see the window fucking up, so give me a second. This can be easily fixed by orange transparency. Team Bussy? You want our Nemesis team to be Team Bussy? Really? Okay, if I have an idea. You gave me an idea with Team Bussy, but if our nemesis is Team Bussy, what should their icon be, you think? Do I have a... Oh, okay, I have an idea. Give me a second, chat. Let me prepare this. I think I know exactly what to do here. Not that. I think I know. Okay, let me grab this. Hang on. I need to do some quick photo editing. We're doing this live, chat. We're doing it live. The only problem is that there's no music here. Hang on. Let me bring back the music at the very least. God, the music is so loud. Hang on. Okay, wait, didn't I tell you to open with... Why isn't it opening? Okay, open, damn it. Thank you. Alright, now I need to use a fixed aspect ratio 1:1, and I the selection, there we go. Colors, exposure, increase exposure. Increase blacks a little bit. There we go. Increase exposure a little bit more. Not too much because we don't want to reduce the shading. There we go, perfect. And let us increase the saturation a little bit. There we go. Change the color balance. Use the magenta. It's a little bit too magenta. Reduce the yellows a little bit. I'll increase the greens just a tiny bit. And a little bit more red. Reduce the yellows a little bit more. Actually, you know what? It's probably better to not buff the saturation and just change the color temperature. Yeah, changing the color temperature produces the effect that I want. Much better. Export this into there we go. Okay. Now going to option. Let's see what happens if I add this as a new. How does this look? I think it serves its purpose, right, chat? So this is going to be 69 Uzi Slayer 69. There we go. That's gonna be our Nemesis team, chat. 69. Uzi Slayers 69. You're going to be joining us through all of our through all the leaks, assuming of course we can get there. Oops. And 69 Pussy Slayers 69. There we go. There we go. Now there's Bushi Slayers in all of the leaks. Alright. Just gonna save this. Nah, don't need to do that. Alright. Now that we're done with that, let's go. Chat, let's go. In 2000, XX Team Fight Arena became a worldwide sensation, getting huge popularity following its release. The game was also a sensation in pro esports. At an age of 18, I debuted as a... Oh wait, that's me? I debuted as a pro gamer of this game. During my 10 years career as a pro gamer, I haven't lost the World Championship title once. Wow, 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 really? I was a 10-year World Champion? Wow. After retiring from pro gaming, I coached professional teams for another 10 years. Still, I never lost the World Championship title. Wow. It's amazing to see the numerous trophies I've won throughout my pro gaming and coaching career. Oh my god. But am I really a genius? What if it was all just luck? Good colleagues or just favorable environment? I wanted a new challenge. I'll train the lowest ranked amateur team and help them win the world championship. Then I'll feel satisfied. And the team I'll be in charge of is. Okay. What should the name of our team be, chat? What should the name of our team be? The Pussies? I feel like our team name is going to be the Pussies, then we need to use a logo that represents that. Rather than, that. What do you think, chat? What do you say? Should we use a different logo than the armor piercing shield? Yes, you can't really see it here because of the black background, but yeah, I was originally thinking of using an armor piercing shield as our logo, but I'm not sure, chat. Shall we use a different team logo? I feel like we need a different team logo. Yeah, you know what? You know what, chat? You know what? Since our nemesis is a shot of the back, it's only we should match them, right, chat? We should match them. So give me a second, chat. Let me prepare an icon to represent the Pussies. Let me see here. Up the selection, there we go. Now exposure, increase exposure. There we go. Modify the color temperature a little bit so that. Perfect. Just increase the exposure just a little more. There we go. Okay, that works. Now I'm going to export this as wait, no, that's the wrong one. Alright, so let me go and grab the. There we go, perfect. Back in game, have a new icon. There we go. So, if we are the Pussies. No, Pussy Maids. There we go. How's that? Pussy mates? Does that work? What do you guys think? The pussy mates? Let's see. What do I want to look like? You know, there's only one hairstyle that really fits me. It's probably the closest, to be honest. Pussy mates or Decisions, chat. What do you think? The pussies, the pussy mates. Maid pussies. Can't tell, chat, can't tell. Oh man. If you guys know me, chat, you guys would probably be used to this by now, how I always get stuck on team names and character names. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it, chat. What do I do? Oh wait, I know. The milk pussies. There, perfect. Yes, yes. I think I like this, chat. I think I like this. And coach name will be Artificial. There we go. Perfect. Okay, we're committing. Let's go. Artificial, who holds the record for most wins, sent shockwaves through the world by being appointed the Amateur League the Milk Pussies team coach. Artificial made a promise to lead the team to victory in the World Championship. We look forward to seeing how he does. You can enhance the play stats through training. There are training points that can be allocated to each player. You can train players by investing the points on stats you want to improve. The more training points you allocate to certain stats, the faster the corresponding stats improve. Training takes place automatically over time based on the points you've allocated. Starting from this week, you can freely recruit players until week 2 of February. Okay. Actually, I feel okay. Listening to the music, I feel like we don't want music. Yeah, you know what? We're going to get our music. Hang on, chat. I think I have perfect music for this. Let me just go and create a playlist. Albums. Let me see.
Create a playlist.
Can I
change this playlist? Alright.
back.
I want to add more to this.
Um,
Add this.
uh-huh.
Add this.
Wait, well, we'll use this as our playlist for now.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
So we can recruit people.
Here's the thing,
we're probably gonna keep interesting. I don't know if I want to rename these guys just yet because
I don't know what we're going to do about recruitment.
local talent, facility funding required. Okay.
Let me know if the music is too loud or too soft.
So, find players in the local area of outstanding skill. They possess skills of hiring players
in the amateur league.
I guess search. Training.
Let's see.
Let's see, we have swordsman, archer.
We have a
well-rounded person.
We have a
tanker. And we have another well-rounded person.
Okay. Let's see.
Let's see, This is a healer.
This is
healer.
Attacker.
This is attacker. I think we're gonna try to expand champion pool. Damn, we can't designate a specific champion, that's annoying.
I think I'm gonna tell you to
upgrade your monk
and your defense.
You upgrade your... You don't really have a champion, I want you to upgrade, but instead
I'm going to upgrade Shrine Maiden.
Plus attack.
Um
You
Upgrade Generalist.
Okay.
Let's go. Let's see.
Once we get into our first match, then I'm going to rename the players. Recruiting is the easiest way to increase the team's compatibilities. Recruiting allows you to search for players that can immediately contribute to the team, rising stars with a bright future, etc. It's difficult to get good results without recruiting players appropriately. If you haven't tried recruiting yet, try it out to strengthen your team. First way to understand a team's capabilities after being newly appointed as coach is the player match. Choose an appropriate team before the season starts and request a team for a perfect match. So the first step you need to take towards a successful season.
Okay, let us
request
a practice match with our
nemesis.
Shall we?
And I'm not going to rename
players yet. We're going to
do this practice match.
as this.
We're only going to rename players once we actually get into
the actual league, right?
Let's go.
Oh god.
The match consists of several sets. Teams will switch between red and blue side to play each set. Each set consists of 4 steps. Pick a player, banking champions, blah 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 blah.
Finally a match itself, okay.
Have you select a players. In this step you can choose players in your team who are participating in the corresponding set.
Oh,
Only 2?
interesting. Alright,
We're going to try with a tank
here, let's
set up for now.
see what we can do with this.
View traits.
Doesn't have any traits.
Players mediocre and design to traits.
Yeah, alright.
I guess this is just 2v2.
Practice. Let's see.
After choosing the players, proceed to the ban and pick champion. This step does banning. The banning state allows you to select champion you want to ban convert. Picking state allows you to select champion you want to use blah 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 blah.
They banned monk. Fuck.
Turn to ban a champion.
Let's ban Ninja.
Going for swordsman, huh?
And forcing enemy to become this target.
He really great strength stunning them, then pursues and attacks them.
Levitates all enemies off the ground.
Reduces enemy defense.
I think we're going to need
Bruiser.
and
Priestess Creed. As a shield, I like that increases attack speed. It's an 8 that can use to covers HP.
attack defense. Speed range.
Immediately cover allies and attacks enemies that within certain range.
It's a door.
Attacks enemies. Considering that this is just a 2v2, I think Shrine Maiden would be better.
Let's go Shrine Maiden.
Champion swapping.
Top cell.
Strategy. Use ults early.
Technically, I learned this from watching Ashu.
Ashu learned that using ults early is the way to go.
Or at least,
I learned from watching Ashu that using ults early is the way to go because this game snowballs very quickly.
now the match will proceed.
The match will be played out for 1 minute with the champions that we pick, and team that gets the most kill wins.
Go! Nice.
Although,
I think.
my fighter just wasted his ult.
Fuck.
Oh god.
Ah! Fuck. Come on, get back.
Get back.
Oh god. Come on.
Come on.
Oh, come on. Oh, this is close.
Ah!
Come on. Oh, shit. Oh, that was so close.
You guys nearly earned a round of force sodomy. You can now use the equipment. Acquire them by crafting or by meeting certain conditions. And once you equip them, equipment will apply to all players in your team. You've acquired hoodie equipment. Check in the management hoodie.
What? Buddy? Buddy?
T-shirt has nothing. Hoodie has attack +1.
Oh.
Interesting.
So. Oh.
Interesting. So this can actually affect.
Of team performance. Huh. Very interesting. Equipment. Let's see.
Anti-climax. Increases all stats by 10. Decreases all stats by 1 for every
2 seconds of match. What?
If that means
I mean, this guy is a.
okay, hang on. Every 2 seconds of the match, that means there's 30.
Increases by 1.
Fuck. So this player starts really early and then dies.
By the end.
Even if we assume increase by 10, it gets up to 22.
And then.
By the end of the 60 seconds, he's at 0-0. No, that is awful.
That is fucking awful. I gotta check the recruit.
Yeah, that is an awful
Trait. I think.
How long can we recruit again?
can recruit up until...
second week of February, right? So maybe we want to
Yeah, we want to
reject him.
reject him.
We're going to try to recruit.
Someone again. Hmm.
Wonder what determines the rate at which their
Stuff is increased. Hmm.
I can't wait until we unlock category designation.
Oh, that's fine.
Right, let's go.
Proceed. Recruitment period.
You can now use the combination test function. You can simulate a relationship between certain combinations without having to play an actual match.
Uh,
New tests.
uh, Let's fix our HP in nearby allies. Let's start this test.
So, that was a huge failure on blue side. Carried out this week because he used up all possible
Oh, so we can only use...
the combination test once per week.
Interesting. Alright, that's fine.
Squad.
Hmm.
Interesting. We have to renew contracts.
Oh. To see which schedule.
This month's training.
Thank you.
Candidates for sponsorship. Please decide sponsor you want to sign contract with. Prevent the losing streak or at least 2 in regular season.
At least 2 in regular season.
Achieve a win streak of... Achieve and below
Win 2-0.
X7 in the regular. Oh, that sounds impossible.
In regular season.
2 times 4, win at least 8 wins.
In the regular season.
Prevent a losing streak of at least 2. So,
Do not lose.
does that mean prevent losing twice in a row or more than twice in a row?
Oh. Hang on a second.
Can I check the schedule?
How many matches do we have?
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
How long is a season?
End of season.
So,
End of season is week.
is there...
And we have
a total of
14 matches.
yeah, 14 matches.
In that case... how do I?
Contract a sponsor.
Sign. Oh, there we go. 14 matches. You know what? I think we can achieve this.
Kimmy's Factory. Okay, we're going to sign with Kimmy's Factory.
Fewer than 232 deaths.
I'm sure it'll be fine, right, Jack?
A recruitment.
Lee.
Increases all stats by 20 in the last set.
Oh,
Clutch hitter.
oh, that's good.
Okay, we're gonna recruit this person.
And
According to the schedule, here's the thing, can we recruit?
some more.
Sadly, we don't even have money.
Oh, yeah, we don't have enough money to get another person. So,
Okay, this will be our team.
chat. This is our team.
Let's see. He has Pyromancer,
And fighter
so he's going to be a...
offense guy. I think Lee's gonna replace Race.
Sorry, Wraith, you're getting benched.
Let us
Improve his fighter.
and his defense slightly.
Actually, no.
If he's going to be a melee guy,
I have a feeling Lee's gonna be a melee guy.
uh, uh,
Rhodes.
ordinary.
Have any traits, so having no traits makes you ordinary.
Oh, okay. So,
Wraith?
you are getting benched. So now time for us to name people. So someone needs to be tank. Let's see. Who wants to be tank?
I can't think of anyone who would be good tank actually. I'm usually the tank player.
Cass is not a tank.
You know what?
Lucky. Lucky to be tank. There we go. Meaning?
Wait, no, Wraith was mine. No, Yankos is getting benched.
Yeah, Yankos is getting bench. Luminos? And last person?
Is purely healer.
Oh, I want to be a pure healer person.
Decisions, decisions.
Chat. Hmm. Oh, you know what?
This will be Numinos.
And this would be as we tap this.
And our latest recruit will be
Oxley. There we go.
and Yankos is getting benched.
Either of you want to be Yankos?
Let's see.
How about if we try Fighter and Monk
Versus Warrior.
and High Maiden?
Interesting.
Is Monk really that bad of a character?
Champion information.
Ah,
An opponent fire quickly and repeatedly at random.
enemies.
Keep a distance from opponents.
Archer.
Negate her attacks.
Ah. Is a tank that specializes in distractor and opponent?
Side and crowd control.
Champion ability that's
Uses a difficult skill. Use fight to drastically alter the outcome of the match.
tank that specializes in taunting opponent.
Low mobility and attacking abilities.
Monk.
And with an advanced tank ability, teaming him with a champion that has ultimate which grants.
Oh. So
Monk is a tank healer. Interesting.
yeah, looking at Monk's stats. Interesting. Elbows in it.
Attacks causing bleeding. I thought Monk was a healer, but Monk is more like a support tank.
Don't have any attack skills.
Greatly heal an individual target. Plus he must achieve a powerful attack skill.
This is extremely vulnerable to assassins. Specializes in melee attacks. Marksman.
His opponent defense.
Frontline assassin.
Healer with an attack power.
Interesting.
So
Priestess is a just pure healer.
Shrine Maiden is healer and attack. Warrior is pure tank.
Monk is
Tank plus heal. I mean, the Knight is pure tank. Monk is
tank plus heal.
Fighter is tank plus DPS.
Interesting.
Alright, I'm learning a lot about this game.
Let's go.
We don't want to recruit anyone because we won't be able to.
I couldn't place until
The next recruitment period starts. Yeah, we're not gonna
order with that.
proceed with.
Actually, you know what?
Combination test. We should do a combination test while we can. What if we pair a warrior with a swordsman?
This is a monk and a fighter. Go.
I mean, a knight.
I keep calling the knight the warrior.
Okay, this is actually a well-rounded fight. Interesting. Good to know. Right.
Let's go. Time for us to get to our first real fight, chat.
Our first real fight is starting.
Chat.
Roster of players who will participate
And
in Ha.
interesting. So, I think we'll go Lucky.
Cass and Foxley.
Yeah. Let's go.
To the stadium, chat.
Let's go.
Oh my god, are we seriously riding on the back of a pickup truck? Okay.
Who is the commentator today, Sakura?
Alright.
Lucky and Foxley.
I think.
Cass and Foxley.
I think. Looking at the yes, go.
Foxley, Cass, go.
Let's see, who do we want to ban?
I'll ban the ninja.
We don't want a backlight assassin. Oh. Shrine Maiden honestly is a very, very powerful pick in
Such a small team. We'll go Shrine Maiden.
Swordsman, huh?
Fighter.
Swordsman and Archer.
Oh. You're going. You're going. All DPS.
30 instructions.
Use ults early.
Alright, go. Get him!
Get him, guys!
Oh no!
That was kind of a wasted ult, but
Ah, that's a... Okay, okay, then.
at least the bad guys respawn. Come on!
Come on!
Come on!
Oh!
Okay, that's fine.
Oh god!
Okay, okay. Cass is back. Get him! Get him! Come on!
Oh!
No!
No!
Protect the healer!
Ah! Oh,
Phew! Here,
we won.
we won, chat. First set.
Done.
Good job. Which mentality are we gonna play the next match? Be aggressive. Kill them! Kill them all!
We're gonna keep
All current setup. I think this works.
you on backup Lucky.
Let's see.
They're banning Monk again, so we ban Ninja. He took Fighter. We're gonna take Shrine Maiden.
Swordsman, so they are.
They have a really strong front line.
I hope our.
I hope this will work. Right, go.
Good luck.
Oh no.
Oh no! Oh no!
Shit.
Shit!
Oh.
Okay, phew.
Oh, fuck. Damn it.
Come on, get out there, Knight!
No.
Oh, this is close. Oh, this is close.
Oh, this is close.
Shit! Shit, come on!
Get up there, Knight.
Come on! Okay, good, good, good.
Take him out.
Good job.
Oh. Yes.
Good job. Ah, we win, chat.
Yay.
First victory.
Maybe we should have gone for the win streak.
What a win streak.
Sponsorship.
You can now check champion statistics.
Provide information which champions are being used frequently. Question that's currently taking place. Win rate of each champion.
Champion statistics.
Shrine Maiden, Monk. Really? Monk has such a high win rate. Knight Fighter. Really? Swordsman has a high win rate? But. Okay, maybe.
Oh. Interesting. I suppose Swordsman such a high win rate along with Knight.
And again, probably the main reason why these two aren't higher is because
Of us. Teehee. Let's go, chat. We're going to.
oh to the what's the schedule like?
We're going to go to our next match.
We're fighting the Clever Camels.
Let's go. Oxley, Lucky, and Casco.
Let's see, what do we have?
With healers. Lucky's mode is super low.
We'll start with Lucky.
I guess mode up by having him fight along with Cass. Go. Okay, Lucky.
Let's try to improve your mood. Alba, I don't regret this. Fighter is being banned. Due to the fact that we tend to go Shrine Maiden, I'm going to ban Ninja.
Going Swordsman. Try Maiden.
Archer.
Has a shield.
Forcing American increases defense.
They really love to go Swordsman, don't they?
We'll go Knight.
Because Lucky's Lucky specializes in night.
There's the instruction.
You saw early.
Okay, let's go.
Get him. Archer is honestly an impossible character to deal with.
Oh, well, they just used both their ults.
That's fine. Get out there. Nice. Good job, Lucky.
Come on, Lucky.
Tank.
Oh,
No! Shit, Lucky wasn't fast enough.
damn.
He took the first step. I'm sorry. Oh, come on. Have more confidence in yourself.
Ah, Lucky, you're not doing well.
Your mood is so awful.
Oxley, you're coming in.
Let us get rid of
Ninja as usual. We got rid of
Shrine Maiden. Interesting.
Let's try Monk.
Let's try Monk.
I have an idea.
Monk.
Fighter.
Let's try this lineup.
Swordsman Archer again.
We're gonna switch like so.
Right.
Off you go, guys.
Good luck.
That was the wrong time to perform your ult.
Oh,
Oh god!
shit.
Shit. Shit, we're not doing good. Oh. Cass, come on. Come on, you need to heal. Come on, Cass.
Okay, okay, we have the lead.
Fuck!
Okay,
Okay, we pulled this back. Phew! Good job, Foxley, Cass. Looks like that this will be easy match.
uh,
Let's not be overconfident.
be on your guard. Oh, we can win this.
Okay, Foxley is
Oxley is overpowered now.
because it's the last match.
You're going for Archer a lot. Maybe you should get rid of Archer, to be honest. You go
Consumes HP.
ban Archer.
Yeah, Archer.
We'll take away the
Okay.
We're going ninja, then we'll go
Fighter.
Horseman.
Fighter monk. Okay.
This will be our loadout.
Yes, I know this is an off champion for you, but
It's fine.
it's fine. We'll meet too.
As your job is to keep Foxley alive.
Support Foxley as best you can. Okay.
Okay, they used their ult on a single target.
Okay, good. The chill is giving you time to recover health. Good job, Cass. You're getting into it. Come on. Fight. Fight. Come on.
Oh, you're getting split up.
Damn. Cass, you're too late. Cass, get up there. Get up there.
Oh,
Nice, we got it. We got it, chat. Ah. Good job. Now you can check the team statistics.
Every each team used for every match outcome using
Champions.
Okay.
Team statistics.
Interesting. You know, that's probably important, but I don't think I'll be able to.
Use it all that well.
I want to open up.
Cass so that Cass can be a frontline healer.
A monk healer. It'd be great if I could open Cass up for that.
Oh,
Right.
Vigil.
Fighting. We're fighting the Boosie Slayers. Why are you guys all sad?
Why?
Why is this happening?
Huh? Why?
Ah, damn it. Fuck.
Oh, you know what? It's fine.
We'll use the current team as is.
You guys are on a hot win streak. Why are you guys all sad? Lucky.
You and Cass will start out.
Foxley will come in later. Let's go.
Oh, by the way,
Important to
stay hydrated. Chat, grab your drinks. Remember, it doesn't matter what you're drinking as long as you're here for the moment. While we're in the middle of pre-ban, it can be coffee, tea, beer, water.
anything else, Jack. I'm 3, 2, 1, be fine. Yes. Give it a ninja.
Going swordsman again.
Keep going for swordsman.
And Shrine Maiden. Archer and swordsman.
Uh,
We'll go fight the Shrine Maiden. Switch. Correct. All strategy, use them early.
okay, let's go.
Oh god.
That was a bit of a waste.
Oh wow. Okay.
That was a good ult from the Shrine Maiden.
Oh no. Ah!
Okay, good. That
All from the archer only, just
took two of us out and
didn't do anything else.
come on. Come on, go.
Nice.
Good job.
The opponent sucks.
Please don't get overconfident.
Oxley is still feeling down.
Uh,
Now you know what? Foxley will be
our trump card.
lucky cast
You guys go off. Keep fighting.
if we fail to close out the set.
Foxy will come on.
And Archer. They're banning Monk.
Try me.
Ninja.
It's gonna be a problem.
We'll go Knight. So they're going Assassin Swordsman.
Two high DPS characters.
Oh, so that's what the champion pick does.
If you
If you're using the champion that you know, it increases your stats.
interesting. So it's important to get your player on a champion that they know.
Okay, that's good. Damn.
I'm not doing well.
Damn.
Fuck! Lucky! Lucky! Cast needs help!
Oh no. Oh god.
Oh fuck!
Oh my god.
Shit, this is not going well.
Shit. Yeah, okay, Ninja is a problem if we run any form of backline.
Damn. Okay, we lost that quite badly.
It's fine.
It's fine. He's my ninja. Easy to fight against.
Okay. But we'll consider banning Ninja, depends on what we do.
But Foxley, you're coming up.
See what they ban. They're banning Knight. I have an idea.
Swordsman. Monk. Hard Cell. Okay. We're going Fighter Monk. Cass, your job is to keep Foxy alive. Oh damn. Foxy, that was a wasted ult. Okay, we managed to counter the assassin's ult. Good job, Cass. Oh, the fighter is an assassin counter. Or more like, the assassin sucks against anything that's not squishy. Even the monk can outfight him. Right. Oh, we won. Good job. Meta champions. 1 win, 7 losses. Really? Archer beats Monk? Okay, you know what? That I can understand that because Monk is too slow. And Fighter counter Swordsman. Yeah, that's expected. Synergy champions. Fighter and Monk work very well together. Monk and Swordsman as well. Oh, interesting. So that's what's going on in the other team matches. We can now work on upgrading the facility. Improve facility. Materials to craft. Increase the points available for training up to 4. Let us... Let's try... Let's try craft equipment first. Curious about this. We'll get additional training later. I want to see... Ah. Attack speed, keyboards, attack speed, warrior, I needed defense, Moorish marksman. But these aren't all exactly the same. Interesting. Okay. We do like our warriors. And our supports. How does crafting work? I don't know how crafting works.
Is it random?
I don't know what I'm doing, chat. I don't know what I'm doing, chat.
Let's craft something.
Okay.
Also mood.
Lucky's feeling a lot better. Good.
So Foxley, so
Cass.
I mean Foxley was feeling
Cass is feeling.
the same. I think that's what we're gonna do.
While you're training.
Actually, you know what?
I do this. I go.
Right?
We have
4 more matches.
Let's go! I can't wait until I can feel the full team of 4.
You can see that you're supposed to be able to field the full team of 4, but I guess maybe in the amateur league,
You can only field 2.
Foxley,
You stay back for now.
Jets. Let's go.
Lucky and Cass to start off.
Let's see, what do they want? You're getting rid of Shrine Maiden.
Okay.
If they're getting rid of Shrine Maiden, we are gonna get rid of Archer.
We're going Swordsman.
Going Monk.
And they pick Ninja again.
And they
Really haven't learned that we know their counter picks.
Go.
Kill them.
Good job.
Cass?
You fucked up the all.
Cass?
Oh shit.
That's fine.
Okay, we managed. Just
The Assassin's Call was wasted a little bit.
come on.
Come on. Come on. Come on.
Wrong target.
Come on.
Shit.
Shit. We got unlucky this match.
You know what? You know what? I don't believe in luck. It's skill.
Alright, Foxley.
They're coming out.
Other than Ninja.
Girl, hi girl.
Welcome. Hope you're doing okay.
Just empty space kick, really?
Oh,
Oh, I'm glad you're here now.
how you doing, girl?
We're going for Shrine Maiden. We do not have Foxley's preferred champion, so we have Archer. I don't know who I should pick. You know what? We'll try Monk.
Foxy, you're gonna try Monk. See how this works.
Go.
Yeah, box, I'll fix this up.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I'm glad you're here now, girl.
Welcome.
Okay, I forgot that.
Archer is a counterpick to Monk.
Oh yeah, look at that.
The Monk can't keep up with the Archer. Fuck.
Damn.
Damn. Fuck.
No.
No. No.
No! Fuck! Fuck! We lost. God damn it! Ugh. God fucking damn it! Ugh.
19 for facility.
More training points.
Time for sodomy.
Yeah. So you guys are gonna get sodomy. When can I unlock? In by category, so we need that. We're going to wait until we can get that before we
Train up new.
mastery in new champions.
Increase that.
Uh,
Increase that. Lucky. Increase that.
increase that.
Ankles.
You're technically never going to be on the field, so
There you go.
damn it!
Fuck! Fuck, we lost.
Damn it! You know what?
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
It's
Every team loses once, right? Chat, right?
also you see captains, yeah.
Yeah.
I have captions working, but they're very, very buggy captions.
Unfortunately.
YouTube captions are awful.
Okay, Lucky and Cass,
Go!
you two are going to start us out.
Okay, early band phase.
Banning Ninja.
You banned Knight.
Putting Shrine Maiden.
My swordsman.
Fighter.
Shrine Maiden Fighter.
That's a very powerful combo.
Alt uses his.
Okay. Go.
Alright. That was the wrong time to do your alt.
Lucky. Cassazol would have taken them out.
That fucking archer has. Okay, they wasted their alt.
Good job. Come on, Lucky, come on.
Uh,
Lucky, get back here. Okay, good job. Good job, good job, good job, Lucky.
Fighter is honestly the best tank. Better than Knight. Knight only really works if you have more, I think. And then you have Fighter and Monk. Actually, it's more like Fighter plus Monk would be best, or Fighter plus Knight.
Knight on its own really doesn't work at all.
If
Good job. You haven't carried the team that much.
you did very well. You're the ace, Lucky.
Good job.
We'll run with the same.
Players, Oxley.
Your trump card. Okay, they're getting rid of Shrine Maiden. If they're getting rid of Shrine Maiden, we are getting rid of
Archer.
They're going Ninja.
Go Monk.
You're taking next Swordsman. Okay, Monk Fighter.
It's a very powerful combo. Go.
What the hell am I listening to, by the way? What is this music? Lucky that was not the wrong time to use your alt.
Oh!
Okay, that's fine. If we're going. Oh shit. There's a copy of the.
Okay. Get him!
Okay, good job.
Yeah, good. Cast.
Oh, this is so close. This is really close. Nice.
Oh, Lucky with the clutch. Good job.
But yeah, sorry, Kuro. I know that you have difficulty hearing, but unfortunately, YouTube's
Captions are just awful.
well, either use glitchy as fuck captions, or I rely on YouTube's own normal captioning software. But the problem if I do that is that
It's really...
the stream delay is really large.
And I don't want stream delay to be too large.
So
Check results.
oh, so I spend
Stuff. And
then it's just a lottery roll.
then... Interesting. Ah,
Okay. Interesting equipment. I think we want to get enough stuff so that we're crafting for 2 turns.
Yeah. Alright, so wait until after next match.
Fighting against
Careful, cats.
everything is equipped.
Yes. Let's go.
We have some cooldown reduction and
Attack speed increase, that's good. Foxley Pyromancer is godly.
I've never used Foxley's Pyromancer. Lucky is feeling awful. We'll open with Lucky and...
Cassidy.
Oh wow,
Darius? We're fighting Darius?
They banned Monk. In that case, we ban Ninja.
We took Swordsman.
Alright, we're taking Shrine Maiden.
Archer.
Alright, we'll Fighter, Shrine Maiden versus Swordsman, Archer.
We should be good. Instructions remain the same. Go. Okay, good.
Very good use of all. Ah, okay.
Well,
Oh god!
okay, that's
Not good.
it's fine, it's fine. We'll come back.
We have a more stable team.
Just stabilize. Come on. Hey, come on. Come on.
Oh!
Shit, 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 shit. Shit! Shit!
Damn it!
That was so close. Fuck. You did your first. Is that true, your first, huh, Lucky? Yes.
I mean, Foxley are coming up.
Banning Ninja.
They banned Monk. Okay,
We know what we're doing.
we are picking
I made it first.
and Fighter.
Okay, we're gonna do the same build.
Same lineup, but with slightly
Stronger players.
and players who are in higher mood. Go! That was the wrong time to alt.
Cast.
Oh well. Ooh, okay.
That's fine.
That's not fine.
Shit.
Our sponsor
Staggered. You killed the archer. Good.
Oh no.
Okay, good.
Okay, we're doing well. That was a good fight.
We're going to repeat that again. Good job, Foxley, you carried us.
No, you didn't.
There were no major mistakes, you did pretty good.
Okay.
Time for you to clutch, Foxley.
Let's see. You're banning Pyromancer? I don't know what to think of that.
Ninja. Horseman.
Trying Maiden.
Archer and Fighter.
Okay, this will be our P of the last match.
Crush them.
That was a bad alt timing.
Foxley.
Yeah.
Fine. Come back.
Ah, god damn it.
Fine. Okay, good. I'm in the lead again.
You do your thing.
Cass and Foxley.
Oh, okay.
We got it. Good job. Ah. Those training results for the milk pussies.
Alright. Everyone's stats has gone up. Your champion masteries has gone up
Slightly. Very good.
Why did Foxley's Pyromancer go up when we're trying to train her?
Fighter. Oh, I sometimes don't get this. Fine. I'll do.
Who we're fighting?
We're fighting against Broken Buffalo.
Alright, last match of the first.
Half of the season. Let's go.
Start out with
Bucky and Cass will get a feel of their team.
Ban.
Gonna ban Ninja first.
See what they do. Band Knight.
Try middle.
Swordsman? Okay.
So you already know what we're gonna do.
The AI seems to be picking a lot of Swordsman Archer into us.
You're doing well, Lucky.
Oh no.
I mean,
Oh, Cash, that was the worst time to ult.
okay.
No, actually, I take that back. That was a good time to ult.
Lucky cancel.
The Archer's ult? Feels like Lucky cancelled the Archer's ult.
If the Archer doesn't ult at all, that means we know that Lucky canceled the ult.
Wow, that's actually really powerful.
And you know you could interrupt your ult like that.
It's fine though. We got this.
Good job, Lucky. Sucks so bad. However, don't lose focus.
Yeah, we're just gonna keep our current lineup.
You can chill, Foxley.
Lucky and Cass will probably have this.
The team actually does suck.
Okay, they banned Swordsman. Interesting. Let's try Archer. Banning Archer. What are they gonna do? They went with Ninja.
Alright, Monk.
Knight.
Fight.
Monk Fighter.
This is Ninja Knight.
I have no idea how this is gonna go.
Good luck.
Eventually, once we can field a full team of 4.
The monk is gonna go into Mimi rather than Cass.
Is that we need us to hold Monk right now just because of just because we can't field them any.
I guess right now. Good job.
It was a very low kill.
Match, but we're doing well.
Lucky seems to target tanks.
Oh, we got him.
That was just a huge brawl, but we got him.
The champions have been added in today's patch.
Buff Priestess and Shrine Maiden. What? You buffed Shrine Maiden? Really? Okay. Okay. Fighter was nerfed. Ninja was nerfed.
Swordsman was nerfed.
Archer was nerfed. Buffed Shrine Maiden? Are you serious?
Shrine Maiden is fucking
OP as it is already and you buffed her? The fighter nerf I understand, but Shrine Maiden, oh my god. We can recruit more. Every team.
The whole team is
532. So we need to
think about who we're keeping.
I think we can afford to
recruit.
What the hell am I listening to? This is fucking Guilty Gear music. What is this? Why does Guilty Gear have this in it? You know, I'm not gonna question it.
Craft. What's our schedule like?
Just recruitment period, huh? Alright. Yep. Weekly activity.
Gaming is stuck up.
Earn gold depending on the mission selected. You can increase player stats through training, but will change.
Champion Mastery.
Change or acquire new players' traits through mental training. Training cost is fucking 500. Oh my god, it costs so much shit. We can't afford that.
Oh, you know what?
Stream.
Let's see. Ooh, Cass is a streamer.
Chief. Accumulated damage. Go, Cass. DPS.
DPS got me down.
Yay! Good job, Cass.
Cass, the amazing streamer.
Okay, we've selected recruitment.
Team statistics, combination.
I don't think we need to see any combination tests anymore. We've done all the combination.
Yes, we need to do.
Oh. Actually, you know what?
You know what?
You know what? Yankos? Yankos? You are getting fired.
Off you go. Your stats are garbage.
And your champions are garbage.
So yeah, Yankos got fired. Likely replacing him. Cass?
Again.
Team. Do it, Cass. Do it.
What? Fail?
Are you serious? Oh, come on!
Bitch! You need fucking... You need to...
Am I gonna have to,
do some forced sodomy?
Cass? Cass?
You
You need to go for some forced sodomy, Cass? Hmm?
You're supposed to earn this money. Earn money.
You know, money. Earnest the dough.
Okay, when crafting is done,
Right, stream. Cass?
you better fucking get it. Otherwise, this thing here is. You fucking serious?
God damn it, Cass! Hey, yeah, Cass is getting this sodomy.
Great mage. Cooldown decreases by when using a mage. Love for it. All stats when playing on the red side increases. Oh my god!
Oh my god, look at his stats! Yeah, we're taking this.
I'm playing a mage character, huh?
me check something. Champion version.
Is Shrine Maiden considered a mage?
Consider support.
Mage is Ice Mage.
Alright, so.
Mages are Pyromancer and Ice Mage.
Okay, that's good to know. Ah,
Equipment.
let's see what we got.
Oh, more cooldown reduction?
I'll definitely take that.
Now here's a question. Do we want to get...
Yet another player. Hmm.
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 You know what we spent?
We spent
The money on equipment is just 10 gold.
we can end that back fairly quickly. We have more matches coming up, so
We have plenty of time to earn enough money to...
keep everyone.
But who wants to be rookie?
We have a new player,
A mage specialist.
Rookie. Hmm.
Let's see, who wants to be a major?
Mage. Hmm. Hmm. We have you know what? White Jackal.
Why Jackal?
The Armage.
And... Right? I don't think we can request a practice match, right?
Yeah, we can't. You see?
New contract? Yep.
Yeah, I know.
Working on it.
Cass.
Earn us money.
God damn it! Yeah, thank you!
Okay.
Next week?
Recruitment complete.
Let's see.
Optimistic.
The colors, change anything?
You are involved in killing an enemy. It's pretty good, to be honest.
Hmm. Did I get this person? Hmm.
Covers 10 HP every time you are involved in killing an enemy.
Aww. Hmm.
Decisions, chat. Most likely gonna have to fire someone. You know what? I think we might fire Numinos in replace.
Yeah. I end up replacing Luminos.
Okay, you know what?
You know what? I'll hire this person.
And
I'll fire.
all Numinos?
This is new Numinos.
There we go.
This works.
I think that's good. I think
Now we just fight and play.
right.
Weekly activity stream. Fast stream.
Go. You better not lose. Okay.
Thank you.
We're not gonna recruit anyone else. We'll keep.
Everyone has this. Hey, come up. Learn this week.
You cannot. Yep.
You got it.
Beam.
Cast. Go. Nice. Thank you for bringing the money, Cast.
Yes. We're the type of team who organizes our players this stream, and then we take the cut of their proceeds.
Okay, chat.
I need to go to washroom real quick.
I'll be right back.
Let me take a short washroom break. You guys get up and stretch your legs as well, alright? When we get back, we'll be continuing.
Team fight. Anisha.
Let's go, chat. Happy. Everyone, make sure to get up and stretch your legs. It's important. It's important to get up and stretch your legs.
Especially if you're
Want to be pro esports.
player like us. Yeah. Well, be right back.
I'm back, chat. Let me get back into my
Chess Highness. Well, back.
I believe how rundown and dingy our
Nina house looks.
look at it.
The paint is.
The walls are like
Oh,
run down. We only have one bathroom for 6 people. This is difficult. Oh well. Why does everyone know Pyromancer?
looking at
My team stats right now. I need to get rid of fucking Pyromancer. Especially
the Pyromancer on.
people who are supposed to play different roles. You don't need Pyromancer cast.
Not you, Foxley. Alright. Ready?
We'll worry about it later.
Let's go.
Next match.
Um, we're gonna keep this as is.
White Jackal and Numi will debut.
Next season. Yumi, White Jackal, Reina. You guys are gonna be surprised when we start fielding a team of 4.
Alright, start with Lucky and Cass.
Uh,
Are fighting against a team that is relatively weak. We should be able to
kill them relatively easily.
see what they're going for. Rogue need to use high damage within a fixed range.
Deals major damage.
Sniper might be a good champion to learn eventually, but for now we'll just
Stay as is.
Advanced Swordsman.
And Archer. Where are you gonna go?
Ninja.
Go Monk?
Ninja Sniper.
Monk Fighter.
A swap.
Uh,
Alt use will be same as before.
go.
Take him out. Using a new untested champion.
Good job, Cass.
Perfect timing on y'all. Okay.
I think that was the sniper's ult.
Fighter is still very powerful.
Even after the nerf. Wait, look how much damage Fighter is.
Oh wow.
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah, that was
That was top notch, guys. Good job.
yeah.
Yeah, you did amazing. Good job, Lucky.
Alright. I don't know if my words here can actually affect
My team.
I'm kind of curious about that.
Oxley, they're coming up.
Lucky, take a break.
We should be able to kill them. And Ninja.
What are you gonna do now? Advanced Shrine Maiden.
Okay. Oh,
You're banning Shrine Maiden.
I'll take Monk.
And Sniper. Okay, we're running Monk Fighter again.
Thank you, front line. Let's go. It should be easy. Good job.
A monk is seriously really powerful when paired with a...
Another frontliner.
Was that really necessary, Foxley? You had a single person... Oh, okay. No. It's fine.
Foxley's all uses is seriously very impetuous. Uses are all even when there's only one person to hit. Oh. We got him anyway. Hehe.
Good job, everyone.
Any results are...
Very good. You know, I feel like training stats is better than training champions.
Feels that way, doesn't it? Yeah. Trying to swap everyone's training to mostly stats.
Okay, everyone's...
Ace is 600, that's fine.
We don't have enough to...
Yeah, not enough for 2 week. Go to...
the match festival. Well,
We'll craft next time. Okay,
Lucky Curse. Okay, that's a pretty...
interesting team there.
Person can use a lot. Why does everyone know how to use Pyromancer?
What's so great about Pyromancer? Ninja? Out of here.
They banned Pyromancer. Yeah. Okay.
Fine.
We'll go Shrine Maiden.
One sniper. We'll go fighter.
Swordsman Sniper versus Fighter.
Fine minute.
It should go relatively well, I think.
Let's go.
Oh, god damn it! Why do all fighter users always...
Ult with only one enemy.
Oh, well, the...
The sniper wasted all. Good job.
Or more like, good job, sniper. You missed your ult. Ha 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 ha! You bitch!
By the way, chat.
I'm the coach, so it's okay if I'm toxic.
Noob! Noob, sniper! Noob! I believe in you, Cass. You're doing well. I smell laughter. Oxley, go. And Ice Mage.
Banning Ninja. First pick Knight.
Oh,
Don't know what to make of that.
try mid.
Knight Swordsman, huh? Let's see what happens. We've never had this matchup before. Knight Swordsman.
Let's see. Not the most efficient alt usage, but
It'll do. Okay.
Hang on, Foxley. Cass is coming.
Yeah, Shrine Maid is really powerful.
I can't believe they both Shrine Maided.
She can heal, she can attack, she can do AoE damage.
Shrine Maid is so broken. Shrine Maid,
Yeah, Shrine Maid is actually broken, chat.
you have no idea.
Coach Artificial and the Milk Bushy sweeping victory. The Milk Bushy is on a great run under Coach.
Hang on. I have an idea. Oh,
I have an idea.
I have an idea. Hang on.
Hang on, let me do this.
Real quick. Let me do this.
Uh,
I have an idea. Give me a second. Come on, come on.
give me 1 minute, chat.
Takes a while for this thing to start up.
Right.
Give me a second, chat.
You're going to lose music for a little bit while I test this out. One, two.
Let me see.
Hello. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Mix. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hello.
1, 2. Now mix. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Hello. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello. 1, 2.
Okay.
Okay, that works. Wait, why am I hearing that? Oh, it's because that is a... Okay, doesn't matter. The Milk Boosties is on a great run under Coach Artificial. Okay, hang on a second. It's better if I do it. Alright. The Milk Boosties on a great run. Under Coach Artificial's management, the Milk Boosties has recorded 5 wins and 0 losses in the last 5 matches. In the last match, Coach Artificial has utilized his band pick to form his team around Fighter as the main champion. There are concerns that other teams were able to hold Fighter in check, but experts are adamant that Artificial has a few more cards up his sleeves. Fans of the Milk Boosties have acknowledged Artificial's abilities and have high expectations for his further brilliant performance.
There we go.
Equipment.
We got more. Here we can.
Right.
Craft.
2 weeks of crafting.
Oh, that. Right before.
Oh yeah, I'll definitely have right before the end of matches.
Alright, let us go.
Next match time. Let's go.
We're fighting our nemesis, the Boosty Slayers.
Let's go. Time to fight our arch nemesis. Interesting champion selection. I don't know what your pick band is going to be like.
So let's just give it up Ninja.
See what they do. Pick band Shrine Maiden.
A bit worried.
You know what, let's try Pyromancer. We've never actually had
Pyromancer on the team.
Pyromancer.
And Knight. Let's see how this works.
I never actually used this before. Well,
Is this rather...
that was a wasted Pyromancer all. Oh god.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, Pyromancer fucking sucks.
And
Yeah, Night Pyromancer sucks.
fuck. Well,
We learned to never do that again. Knight in general is just weak.
I feel like Ace and Sniper.
That wasn't the problem.
Knight.
The Knight wasn't... Okay, technically... The Knight kind of contributed, but
Pyromancer is fucking useless.
as soon as we can, we are getting rid of...
Fucking Pyromancer, I swear. I'll try that again.
This time we'll use a different Pigman phase. We are never touching Pyromancer.
Pyromancer is fucking useless.
Oh, they're banning Knight?
We are banning.
Lucky request banning.
Alright, I'll ban Sniper.
First pick fighter, that's a problem. Okay, Shrine Maiden.
Fighter Ice Mage.
This is a problem. We're on Monk.
Shrine Maiden. This is... Yeah, this is a problem.
We might lose this.
Fine, guys, fine.
Use your double healing to survive. Was that really necessary?
Okay.
Okay, double healing seems to be doing quite well. Especially since Ice Mage is a
Control Mage rather than...
a damage mage.
Survive, survive, survive.
Yeah, you don't have enough DPS to burst down our healing.
Okay, this works. Ah,
That went surprisingly well.
that was a rather silly fight, but that went rather well.
I'm not sure you're doing well.
Hey, Tim always acquire you.
Namely, throwing out as many heals.
Heals as you can.
Right,
Foxley,
you're coming up.
you're ace in the hole.
Banning Ninja. And they ban Knight.
Okay, if they're doing that, then
Let's pick Shrine Maiden. Picking Sniper, okay,
fighter. Fighter Shrine Maiden.
no question.
This should be a win, but let's go.
Go.
That was a waste of all, but okay, fine, it's fine,
You're building momentum.
it's fine.
Oh, okay.
That's fine. But I waste a grenade on a single target. With a plus. did. We did it. We beat our nemesis. Hehe.
Good job, everyone.
Bring us lots of monies.
Meta-analysis. I can't believe Monk counterpicks Fighter.
Ah,
It kind of worked out that way in the end. Really, Fighter Ninja is a champion synergy.
interesting.
I think we are the ones who are solely responsible for this pairing though.
Monk fighter, that's flawless. Right, let's go.
Next match.
On a roll. Can we be champions this season? Let's see.
Oh, we're number 1.
Let's keep up our winning streak. Let's go.
Can be champions. Let's see.
I don't know what they're gonna do.
They have 2 ninjas. Who banned ninja?
Get out of the way.
They banned monk.
Okay, his first pick, Shrine Maiden.
Archer, huh?
Alright, fighter, Shrine Maiden.
Ah, they're going 2 marksmen. I've never fought this before.
Well, time to find out whether this works.
Good luck, Lucky.
Cast. This is a totally new lineup.
We've never fought this before.
Oh god,
Ah, they're getting destroyed. You really fucking... Okay, you know what? Maybe when...
we get to more players, they'll get also hit more people.
Oh,
Fine, it's fine. We're doing well.
good job. That was a very weird comp that they ran at us, but...
We beat them. Good job.
tricky to fight against. I don't think we need to be honest.
Our comps are perfect.
They banned Ice Mage, a banning ninja. Let's pick Swordsman.
Not getting Shrine Maiden.
Shrine Maiden
It's
is
so powerful.
Swordsman's sniper. So
Good fun.
Shrine Maiden fighter again.
This is such a powerful comp.
Nothing can fight against this. Go kill him. Oh,
That was a bad start.
you really? Oh wow,
He survived the fucking grenade.
okay, they used their ults, that's fine.
Get up there.
Oh no!
Okay, we got this.
Or... Oh, no.
We got this. one downside of Shrine is that she's slow, but it worked out.
Good job, everyone.
Let's see what we got.
The new hits at attack and attack speed.
I will take it.
Made up better. I wonder if
Oh,
I wonder if the materials we use in the crafting process determines
what we get.
I have a feeling the materials that we use in the crafting process helps determine what we get.
I'll craft it anyway.
Technically we can improve the facility, but I don't think we want to. Ultimate. Cutting allies distance. We want to get all of these, but we need to renew our contract. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to earn enough.
So, we'll save money for being a place.
We'll get improved training
Next time. We definitely want to get improved training so we can teach them to
learn new champions by category. And Meteor and Mission. Archers, huh? Alright. The band monk.
Banning Ninja.
This will most likely be first picking Shrine Maiden if they don't take it.
They didn't take it, okay.
Shrine Maiden is ours.
Same as before. Crush them. I think Lucky dodged there.
That was not necessary.
Oh.
Oh,
It's fine. Is the
oh shit!
okay, it's fine. He came back.
Oof.
Good job. Which one does he?
We're gonna be aggressive.
Actually, let's stretch your legs a little bit.
Let's see, the banning ninja. They banned fighter. Shit.
Ha!
That might be a problem.
Uh,
Okay, we'll take Shrine Maiden first. Let's see what they do.
Sniper.
Okay, Knight is just garbage tier. We'll try Monk.
Monk Shrymina versus
A more balanced DPS team.
team. Let's find out how this works out.
I'm relying on
Foxley, so 10 skills. Foxy didn't use her abilities once during that.
Oh. Oh god.
Get up there. Okay, good job.
Okay, maybe we can.
I'll sustain them.
Maybe.
Maybe. Come on.
Oh god. Ah, damn it.
We couldn't out sustain them.
Oh, never mind.
Never mind. That was a weird fight because they banned a trump card.
I'm going to ban Swordsman now.
We'll see. We'll see.
Really gonna ban. They banned Ice Mage.
I will ban Swordsman.
Pyromancer.
Getting Fighter.
And Monk.
Oh,
We're playing Rushdown.
go. There are 2 ranged characters, we'll rush them down. Good job, good job. Destroy them! Take them out.
Oh,
Stay out of it! Oh, god damn it! Okay, we got this.
we sweep them.
Monk Fighter is a very powerful combo. Good job.
We're far in lead. Oh my god.
You see our rankings? We are top of the board.
And I think it's impossible for us to not be champion anymore.
Blade training, very good. Warrior champion mastery +2.
Interesting.
Oh.
So some of these can be obtained by
Achieving certain challenges. Interesting.
Tri-Maiden and Fighter are still the
2 top picks.
distant, keeping the enemy in check. Freeze an enemy. So it seems mages in this game are more geared towards CC.
Oh, marksmen are range carry.
Yeah, interesting. Oh,
Let's go. Ah, Darius, the legend.
let's see.
No matter what, we're
Just in standard, we're banning ninja.
a banned Ice Mage.
Get Shrine Maiden away from them. Going sniper.
And fight that then.
Sniper Archer. They might be able to
Kite tested it. Lucky, I hope you got your A game today.
I like how the Shrine Maiden likes
To put down her ult just before she dies.
it's like a final fuck you.
Kinda move.
Oh shit.
Oh shit. Come on, come back.
Okay. Our team comp is more stable.
Just come back.
Oh shit.
Shit, 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 shit.
No.
Come on. Come on.
Okay, we got this.
We got this. Don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die.
No.
No!
No.
No!
No.
Oh, fuck!
You
Motherfuckers!
Okay, okay. Someone's getting the
Sword on me.
You're getting us killed, Lucky. Oxley.
Yeah.
The hell am I listening to?
Let's ban Archer.
Let's pick Swordsman, huh?
In that case, Shrine Maiden.
Swordsman Sniper. Okay. This should counter.
That calm. Oxley, Cass,
What do you think?
we fought this comp multiple times.
You guys should have this.
Come on. Come on. You guys should have this. Come on.
Oh, okay, they wasted it all. It's good.
We have 2 DPS ults, so yeah, I wasted it.
And it's burst DPS ults as well.
Sorry, sorry.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, we got this.
Oxley's going to.
Start clutching now.
You You're pretty confident?
Okay, I'll get you Shrine Maiden.
Assuming that the enemy team doesn't ban or pick it away.
I'm banning Ninja because that counts as Shrine Maiden.
Okay. We got you your Shrine Maiden.
Okay then. We've got this. Doesn't matter that they're Ice Mage.
We got him. They interrupted the fighter's ult.
Hey, don't worry about it, Foxlight. Cass will keep you alive. Oh my god.
Oh my god, we destroyed them! 18-0!
Oh my fucking god.
That was a slaughter.
Let's see what we got.
Hey!
Exactly what we wanted.
Since we ran a lot of support champs.
Perfect.
A nice spread of
Stats. Perfect.
Alright, let's go guys.
Last match of the season. Ain't that everyone? Yes. Falcon Buffalo.
Team Goon. You have good stats.
I'm a bit worried about this.
Your stats are as high as ours. Although technically it's impossible for us to not be first anymore.
We're so far ahead of everyone else.
And Ninja. Let's pick Swordsman.
Bring it in.
Swordsman Sniper. Okay, yep.
You already know what we're going for.
Go.
Good ball, Cass.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, the Shrine Maiden can't do anything once she's alone.
Well, technically most supports are like that, kinda.
This is even worse, but
The Shrine Maiden at least has some damage.
oh, oh. Good job. You survived. Good job.
Play with next game.
Go. Be aggressive.
We have them on the ropes.
Nice. Lucky's damage increase. Oh.
Okay, good. You're a ninja. Sniper band. Let's pick Shrine Maiden. Alright.
I think we got this.
Swordsman Monk.
We haven't fought this before.
This might be a problem.
Good luck, Lucky. Yes.
This is a new comp. You're fighting a comp that has AoE heal.
Try to out sustain them. Oh, that was perfect.
But be ready of their ults. Oh wow! Lucky dodged the Samurai's ult! Oh my god! That's amazing, chat! Oh my god. Go Lucky, go! You got this! You got this! Even though you died, you already did amazing. Lucky by dodging that ult! Yeah, good job.
Good fucking job.
Amazing performance.
Dodging the ult.
Oh, the male pussies is actually doing quite well. Actually, no, they're not. They're in 5th. Ha ha! Our rivals are garbage, garbage! Ha ha! Yeah, League's top 5 teams. You can now advance to the playoffs.
There's a fight tournament.
Someone win a playoff.
Hey,
League's 5th ranked team versus League win the playoff round 1 versus League's 3rd ranked team.
so we go straight to the finals.
Receive 1,200.
Oh.
Okay, we have money.
We have money?
We can buy this equipment right now.
Let's see.
Let's see. This.
I need training category. Go.
Enjoy that.
Hang on a second.
Champion information. Monk is counted as a
Is Monk?
Monk is considered a support.
Oh. Makia. Hi Makia. Welcome. I miss you, Makia. How you doing?
You know, we're also going to advance Kit Dance.
Oh, okay. Training.
Improve as is.
Yes. Add a warrior.
A new champion. Why Jackal?
Add a new champion.
Mage.
Yeah, major.
Expert. Numi.
And a new champion.
Support.
Lucky is gonna stay as is for now.
Cass. Cass. Ordinary.
Cass is eventually going to be shifting the roles.
You know what? We should have a marksman.
Someone who can play marksman, so
Actually, wait, no. If our group ends up being... I might want you to become a
tank Cass. Let's see what you can get if you
get a warrior. I'm doing okay.
I'm a little bit sleepy because I've just spent a lot of time working on avatars, but yeah, I'm doing okay.
How about you?
I miss you.
I've been really busy the past
The entire weekend actually,
into now.
because
A lot of
covering the TGS and then
looking at avatars, and now I am here.
relaxing, streaming for you guys.
Yes, streaming is relaxing for me.
Because of schedule.
So we have time because we advanced straight to the
Round one, so
special training. No, there's nothing we want to change.
so yeah, because if we spend this money,
You'll just change to the only other warrior available, which is
knight.
we don't want to change to knight. Wait, swordsman is a warrior. I never knew that.
It's not what I want.
Yeah, we're not gonna spend money for now.
For now, we're going to
The activities. Yeah, that still costs way too much.
full stream. Cass have a ton of fans.
I wonder what the fans mean.
Do they fight?
Yeah, they do fight.
Eventually.
Right now,
We are currently
on a break because we finished top of the
we finished top of the
rankings. In the regular season rankings, we were
top of the rankings.
the Milk Pussies.
Pussy Slayers are
kind of a team I inserted as our nemesis.
And yeah, because of the fact that we finished top of the rankings,
How we proceed directly to the finals, and we're letting the other teams fight amongst themselves.
so yeah.
I want to test something.
Does
Crafting using only fabrics
cause you to...
get something in fabrics,
Let's test this out.
because we have sound chips, switch,
Nails?
which applies to chair, fabrics, which in theory should apply to uniform. So I'm going to craft only fabrics and see if it gives us guaranteed clothes. People are training just fine.
Weekly activity.
Streaming.
Cast. Go. Stream for your fans.
Success. Yay! I still don't know what the amount of fans does.
Nothing for us to do except wait for...
The ranking list we updated. Our nemesis lost.
Oh! Our poor nemesis lost.
Well, acquire new champion.
Alright.
Good, Numi has Shrine Maiden and
Monk. That's very good.
SSS has Knight. I do not want that for you.
Oxley has Iron Swordsman. Equipment has...
Alright, let's see. Does it only give us... I could see it going between other stuff, so probably not. Wait, chef's headgear. Oh yeah. Okay, so we just found out that fabric piece doesn't necessarily correspond to this.
That's fine.
Sacrifice, drive back. Out of your way.
Let's see. Aiming.
Technically,
Now that I think about it, Swordsman,
fighter is not a bad combination for Foxley.
because Foxley loves to go in.
Foxley stats are really, really high as well.
Sacrifice right there. Away.
Our four-man team might end up being Lucky, Foxley, White Jackal, and Yumi. Switching up teams is difficult. White Jackal is most likely definitely going to be in Mage.
Yumi's gonna be a support. This will be our flex picker.
I think, yeah.
And Lucky,
Dedicated tank.
Foxley, tank, diver.
Yeah, I think that works.
Fine.
Aiming.
Haskell in this 1 minute.
Sorry, it took me a while to figure out what I wanted to do with my teams.
Check. Favorite schedule.
It's crafting.
Yes.
Wow, Broken Buffaloes made it. Serious problems have been detected in the following champion. Monk cannot be used. What? Are you serious? You went and banned one of my core champions of the fucking championship match? Are you serious? Shit, there's motherfuckers. Oh my god. How can you ban one of my core champions during the championship match? I call BS. Fucking BS. Yeah. God fucking damn it. Oh, it's fine. We'll fight. That means we need to get Shrine Maiden.
No matter what, we have to get Shrine Maiden.
That means we are getting rid of Ninja.
Ninja can't counter Shrine Maiden.
Okay, get Shrine Maiden.
Okay,
You're running
turning.
Sniper as usual. We'll run our standard comp.
Shrine Maiden fighter.
Okay, they're running. We should win this.
We should win this.
Go.
Get him, Lucky. Get a cast. Perfect timing on your ult, cast.
Too early on your ult, but it's fine.
Fine. It worked out.
Okay, we're wiping them.
Good job, guys.
Oh, okay. I can't tell if she missed or...
Lucky dodged.
Oh,
Go back.
oh no.
Cast spawn on the wrong side.
Fine.
It's fine. Come back. It's fine, we got him.
Easy.
Outstanding work, Lucky. Hi.
Foxley.
Yeah. You did well, Lucky.
Yes. Now it's Foxley's turn. They're banning swordsman.
Hmm.
I'm a bit worried, ban ninja.
Taking sniper.
Good try, maiden. Sniper knight.
I think we can
out tank,
and sustain this.
especially since.
Foxley is
Yeah, I think we got this.
we got this. Get him, Foxley. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we're destroying them. Yeah.
Knight remains a garbage tier pick.
Oh! Oh! And
We done? Wait, no.
it's not done yet.
Oh, it's a best of 3?
Really? Yeah, outstanding work as well, Foxy.
Wait, why is mine?
I gotta click on this.
Click. Oh, apparently this is best of 3.
Oh,
Yeah, no, I mean best of 5.
sorry. Oh, that's fine.
We'll just do the exact same thing again.
You can't stop us. Uh-huh.
And sniper. I have a feeling they're gonna go archer.
So, just pick our go-to.
Oh yeah. Swordsman archer.
As expected. Yep. Kill them. Alt usage wasn't that great.
Alright, that's fine. They spanned their ults. I'm a bit worried about the swordsman ult.
He hasn't used it yet.
Oh! Well,
There it was. Good job, Cass. I think we got this.
yeah, we got this. Oh,
Okay, we got this.
it was a little closer than
Every other match, but good job.
we're the champions
Of the amateur.
league, but
It's fine, it's fine. I'll take it.
5 new champions.
Oh, let's got sniper. Alright.
Let's see what we got. Really?
Underwear?
That's awful. Yeah, you know, we'll just craft something else.
Some training for Cass.
Right. Let's level up.
Cass's sniper.
That'll be good for her. Keep
Oxley as is.
leveling up Swordsman.
Lucky, keep working on your stuff.
Actually, no, work more on Fighter than.
Like, because
Yeah, Knight is a garbage tier pick.
alright, that's good.
Can I recruit?
Alright, that's fine.
Yeah, we're not going to do.
Be training until after they reveal new champions. Cass, go stream.
If I'm a big winning team,
Cass. Good job.
vacation for the whole team.
Oh. Attend the award ceremony.
Let's go, guys.
Let's go.
Can't believe we traveled in a fucking pickup truck. Okay. Now, let us begin the award ceremony of Amateur League Season 2021. First, we have the Champion Team Award. The Amateur League Champion Team is the Milk Boosies. Congratulations! Prize money worth 400 gold and Amateur Golden Mouse will be awarded to the winning team. Yay! Next, we have the Runner-Up Team Award. The Amateur League runner-up is Broken Buffaloes. Congratulations! Prize money worth 200 gold and Amateur Silver Mouse will be awarded to the runner. Next we have Most Kills Award. The player who got the most kills is Angry Anchors Team Player Meteor. Prize money of 100 gold will be awarded. Next we have the Most Assists Award. The player who has recorded the most assists is the Milk Boosies Team's Player Cast Detectives. Prize money worth 100 gold will be awarded. Next up is an introduction to the newly promoted and relegated teams. The teams that have been promoted to the Semi-Pro League are Milk Boosies and Broken Buffaloes. Congratulations! We look forward to seeing your great performances on a bigger stage. We will now end the award ceremony of Amateur League Season 2021. See you next season! Okay. Enough of that. Apparently it's possible for my Nemesis sim to level up and then we end up having 2 copies of them, but you know what, that's better.
Pussies law.
If acquired, 400 gold is prize money for winning the championship of the amateur league competition. Player casting status has been given the most success award. Blah blah blah. We already know this. Good job, everyone. Hi, Errol. Welcome. Oh my god, yeah, Ree. What do you mean? What? What's wrong? Something wrong? Golden what? Only +1 attack and defense? Fuck that shit! We have cooldown reduction 2% decrease, so yeah. This is fucking fuck that shit. That's worthless. The golden multiple award is worthless. Worthless! Let's see, what's the schedule like? We have one more week together. Huh. Oh, hope you're doing okay. Player equipment attempt and deposit by 100. Strategy linked. Upgraded is increase max team size to 8. How do I expand the number of players we can field in a match? Hang on a second. Look like we can do it here. Maybe we expand the amount of players per match next season? Question mark. I'm going to assume it's the next season thing. In that case, what do I want to do? We can have field, even though it says squad 1, squad 2, technically we only ever field 1 squad in a match, as we can't be like, well, team 1 and team 2 up. Thinking. Do I want to? Do I really want to change my? Hold on, do I want to recruit someone? Highly ranked players in the semi-pro league. You know, we'll get this. This is a basic upgrade. We'll get it. Get basic upgrades first. Let us stream some more. I'll stream Cass. Cass appears to have to be the most popular player on our team. Yeah, how are you guys doing? Hope everyone's having a good week so far. Let's see here. And let's go. There's nothing else for us to do unless wait. Oh wait, no. It's still crafting. So yeah, nothing else to get. Vacation! Event matches are back. During this period, 5 matches. Winner takes all. Special rules will be carried out. Experience points and reward for weights of winners of this year's event match. As follows: select a match with cannot use champions in marksman. Team with fewer kills wins. Attack speed of all champions decreases by 50%. No, fight with a marksman band. What's this? So we'll fight in the marksman band event. Ish. You know what? We're going to bring my Chekhov. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna debut White Jackal for this special event. Let's see what kind of equipment we get. Cass have the assist. Yes, Cass has technically, Cass isn't supposed to be our assist player. Cass is supposed to be DPS, but Cass ended up being our main assist player because of the way that the league works in the amateur league. Hopefully we'll be able to go into BB3 or 4v4 soon and bring up more players. That way we can actually have a dedicated healer in Numi, and Cass will go over to DPS role. We only have 1 week of break, alright, that's fine. Carsco stream. Yay, good job, Cass. Alright, I think everything is good. Let's go. Time for special events. Even level 1 champions take forever to train up. That's annoying. Oh. Even level 1 champions take so much to level up. But we do want them to level up their champions, so especially the ones with their only mastery of 1. We need them to increase. Yeah, we have no choice, we have to keep on this. Alright, let's go. To the stadium. You're participating in the marksman band category, so no marksman. Alright, we're going to be debuting. Let's increase in playing by like, yep, we're debuting White Jackal. Congrats, White Jackal. Your first premier match is an exhibition match, but it's fine. The band.
Adding Pyromancer.
We'll take
Monk.
and
Fighter.
okay, we are going to use this as a rundown comp.
Foxley.
White Jackal. Be here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think we'll be fine. Narrow the distance between allies. You guys are using a
You guys are
using champions that need to be close together.
so stay close together. Go.
Oh god damn it!
He fucking countered our Monk's ult.
That's fine.
I think we got this.
Okay, this is a close fight, but I think we got this.
Yeah, we got this. Good job, Foxley.
Yep.
Good job, Foxley, and especially White Jackal.
Your first match. $300
Gold for winning the match. Let's see what we got. Garbage.
Let's try to craft one more time. Yeah, I've seen it.
It's garbage. Not worth anything.
Let us. I wonder if, honestly, we going to reducing recruitment costs.
You know what we're going to upgrade to?
Gaming house level 2.
Yay, we have a nicer house.
Now what happens if I look at the improvement facility? Do I need this to... So I need to double back and get those first.
Okay, that's good to know. Oh, that's fine.
Now we have a nicest house, chat.
Let's go. Oh!
Blue team, huh?
Cass and Foxley.
What do I want to ban?
Yeah, Ninja.
I banned Knight. Interesting, alright.
Let's pick. 5 minutes as usual.
And Fighter, yep.
This is going to...
Yeah, this is likely going to be a cakewalk. Alright.
Use salts early.
Go.
Oh god. Oh! It's fine. We still got him.
You know, match for.
Cass and Foxley.
Wait, is this Law?
It's
It's Team Fight Manager.
it's not law.
Who plays LOL?
Only monsters play law. That's who. Nobody plays law.
Ah. Right.
We want
Nice.
more rewards.
This is LOL. No, it's not. Like I say, only monsters play LOL. Wonder why these people are fast track there.
Oh,
Fine.
fine. Because I'm still crafting.
Let's go.
Next match.
This is LOL. Nah, it's not LOL.
Not law. Like, we don't play LOL around here.
LOL is trash.
It's trash. That is trash.
Why Jackal?
No. We are gonna ban Ninja.
Band Mage.
At least Shrine Maiden.
Okay, we know what we're taking. Swordsman and Monk. I think keep our strategy as is.
Go.
We're gonna have to try to out-sustain them.
Okay, this is going quite well. Oh, nice timing on your off Foxley.
Oh!
It always does a ton of damage. Get back in there, guys. No contest. Easy.
Equipment crafting.
Let's see, anything good?
Report champion mastery +4. Ooh, oh, that's very good.
Damn. Only if I got something. Okay, we're gonna keep as is for now.
Maybe we'll be able to have something else. For now, I want to keep more generalist.
Equipment equipped in the head slot because I already have a sport champion thing here. Cass.
Yeah, she's gonna be a flex pick.
Hi.
Anything else I want to buy?
Um,
Yeah, I'll get these first.
I'm not going to.
We're going to at least get
Yeah.
a little upgrades before we get recruitment scout, because I don't think I'm gonna be recruiting anyone anytime soon.
Lopez is gonna win again. Really? Really?
You think the number 7 ranked team has a chance against?
The number 1 ranked team? Really? You guys are in for a rude awakening.
Give him ninja. Shrine Maiden ban.
Alright, in that case.
We are taking monk.
And fighter.
We're running a heavy front line.
Alright, go. Rush down, come, go. Good job on your cast.
Oh! I can't wait until we get into bigger team fights so that
Fighter's ult is more likely to hit multiple people. Come on! Backstab it, yes.
oh, oh, sponsor.
Staggered, okay, good. Hang up on the mage. Come on.
Oh,
Oh, easy.
training results for the milk pussies. Right.
Good job, everyone.
I really wish it was easier to train up champion masteries, but champion masteries look like they take ages to train up.
Oh well, I think we can do about it.
Alright, now we're fighting against...
Be careful, cats.
Anything I want to buy?
Yes, we will.
Improve the recruitment cost.
There we go. Proceed to the next match.
Let's go. AP Nasus.
Fuck AP Nasus.
That build is garbage.
Every time I see AP Nasus,
It was always stupid. Oh, White Jackal.
that's why it's like good.
Oh. Let's see. Shrine Maiden ban.
And Swordsman.
Shit.
There's a problem.
Big Pyro.
And Monk.
Okay.
Fuck. Sweet is gonna be a weird champion for you,
But you're going to play a healer. Strategy instructions.
no, it isn't.
Stay close together. And let's hope that White Jackal can
And use his spells well.
fighting an assassin and a warrior. The assassin's gonna be jumping on White Jackal.
Fairly frequently so. Okay, we're doing
Okay-ish.
okay, we're doing quite well. Come on, White Jackal, come on.
Oh. I don't know whose ult that was.
Oh,
Oh, that was someone else's ult. Oh, god damn it.
White Jackal, they're all sacked.
I think we're winning.
Oh, really? Good job.
That's how White can EDC.
Not the streamer.
Don't worry, White Jackal, he carry.
White is a mage specialist.
Exactly like his
D&D character.
the best wizard
Mm,
in our D&D game, even though he's technically a warlock.
Chee. Any materials?
It's fine. We keep things.
As is for now.
Let us see, we still need more money.
I need so much money.
Interesting.
Oh. So,
Audience number determines how much.
gold they generate. Interesting.
Oh, well, Cass is still our
Highest performing streamer, so Cass, go and that's money. Yay! Good job, Cass.
We're still waiting for the
For the game to
release new teams. I mean, new characters.
increase the number of players per match.
Attend the award ceremony.
Yes, please.
Right, stand by, chat. Now let us begin the award ceremony of World Championship Season 2021. Didn't we already do this? First, we have the Champion Team Award. The World Championship champion team is Wild Warriors. Congratulations! Prize money worth 15,000 gold and Ultimate Mouse will be awarded to the winning team.
This isn't us because we're
So the Amateur League, not the Championship League.
but hopefully we'll be up there.
Next, we have the Run-Up Team Award. World Championship Run-Up Team is Soft Ships. Congratulations! Prize money worth 8,000 gold and Ultimate Mouse will be awarded to the runner-up. Next, we have the Most Skills Award. The player who got the most skills is Soft Ships team player Palm Blood. Palm Blood? Palm Blood. Prize money of 2,000 gold will be awarded.
Next we have the Most Assists Award. The player who has recorded the most assists is Wild Walrus's Teams Player Grabs. Prize money worth 2,000 gold has been awarded. Congratulations, good man. Always friendly to your supports. We will now end the award ceremony of World Championship Season 2021. See you next season!
There we go.
So where? Vacation for a team.
This match.
When can I? Still on the amateur league.
When can I feel more people?
I want to have more players in a team. God damn it! Is it a facility thing?
Nothing costs.
Renewal fee? No, it's not.
I don't know. I don't know how to get more people in a match.
Because I know you can have up to 4, but so far we can only have up to 3. Hang on, let me look this up.
Let me look this up. Yeah, let me see. Uh, 4 players.
Hey guy.
Previously.
Only 2 players.
How do I get? How do I get more players?
Maybe the guides were
Something. Gameplay basics. Game comps.
following
Game comps.
data analysis for dummies, drafting hints.
Uh,
Yeah, I can't really.
fine. Okay, players again. Oh, dispatch. Uh,
Alright.
Alright, does it tell me anything about what I need?
So for now, I'm just going to proceed.
as normal. As keep streaming, minus a little bit more money. Hey, good job, guys.
Nothing for us to do.
Right? Vacation.
And then go into recruitment period for next year.
Enjoy vacation, guys.
Good job, everyone. We're champions of the Amateur League. Teamfight League announced changes the game will start, but there'll be 3v3 matches instead of 2v2. Okay.
Good.
The order of the band pick of champion will change.
Ironing stage 1.
Band 1 champion. Pick each stage. Each side picks champion. Picks 2. Blue side picks 2.
Make sure I understand game rules changes.
Okay, finally.
Finally, we got two characters.
New champions have been added in today's patch.
Use the champions below starting the next match.
Berserker and Magic Knight. Priestess and Shrine Maiden. They buffed Shrine Maiden again? Shrine Maiden is still the most OP support and they buffed her even more? Oh my god. Sniper has been nerfed, Archer has been nerfed, Swordman has been nerfed, good.
Ninja has been nerfed.
Wow, Ninja got mega nerfed. Okay. Menu.
We're definitely renewing these guys.
Question is, do we renew Cass?
Oh, lucky. Oh. Renew. Lucky.
Do we renew Cass?
Yeah. Let's renew Cass.
Alright, we got new.
We need new champions.
Lucky.
We're going to
Learn a new.
active. Foxy, you're gonna learn a new character.
Facility.
Scout. No.
You know what? I think we want this.
Get more training points. Yeah.
Try to get more training points.
Um, let's see.
Mental training still requires a lot.
Oh, yeah, more money. Let's go streaming.
Ah! Cass!
Cass, you fail.
Time for Sword of Room.
Cass.
Oh!
Oh, Magic Knight.
Lucky got Swordsman. It's not what we wanted. Wait, I need to check something. Champion information. Magic Knight is a warrior.
Quite heal both short and long distance.
Very offensive. So with a tank champion that possesses good defense.
I get another warrior.
A Foxley.
Upgrade like so.
Iron Maiden, Monk, Pyromancer.
I think they'll do. Foxley, you gotta turn to stream. Good, Foxley.
Wow!
Foxley's sending us so much more money.
Wasn't there a practice match?
I thought that was a practice match.
Lucky God. Magic Knight. That's not what I want.
Range mastery.
Nice.
Alright, that's what we wanted.
Wow! Oh my god!
Mastery 4?
Okay, that was
So worth it.
What happened to the practice match?
Isn't there supposed to be a practice match?
It's not.
Alright. Oh, Foxy's a rising star. Oh, Foxley, stream. I bet Foxley's getting extra clicks because of what she does whenever she wins.
That's how you get people to cheer for you, you know?
You promise them that you give them some special show after you win. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Foxley's doing very well.
Oh, I'm not recruiting anyone.
We're just aiming up.
Let's see here.
Good, good.
Very good.
Oh,
Okay,
sponsorship time.
let's see. 100, 508 kills.
No, that's too difficult.
Losing streak of at least 3 in a regular season.
The chief.
In below.
Oh, that should be easily achievable.
Let's see. At least a total of no.
I'm not gonna take that.
At least no. 2.
Two. No. Everybody's rank 4. Nearly 14 wins.
Please.
Hot dog therapy.
Regular season. Previous season, 13 wins. I think that's gonna be a bit hard for us to achieve, so we'll go for
A sponsorship deal with Weekend Circus.
die fewer times.
There we go. You now have a sponsor. Enjoy stream with Foxley. Refresh my cheese stream with Foxley. Hehe.
Alright, I think we're good.
Let's go.
Fire recruitment period end. Yep.
That's fine. You don't need to recruit players.
Yep, we're good.
We are good. Foxley. The Kiss of Death as a lookout. Music? I don't know, this is just a random playlist of
Guilty Gear music because this game's music is not the best, so
yeah,
try to just run with.
Guilty Gear music.
See, we schedule.
Right,
Time for us to select our team. We have a roster of 4. I think we're going to run White Jackal, Numi, Lucky.
and Foxley.
Cass will be benched. Sorry, Cass, you're getting benched.
Yep.
Once there everything comes through. I've heard
I would bring you along, Cass,
Yes, if I could, but sadly the game doesn't allow me to, so
Yeah. The banger so is cool.
yeah.
Hey, Mass, welcome.
How's it going? We are currently
Progressing our way up the league. The Milk Bussies,
we're currently fighting against our nemesis,
the Bussy Slayers.
69.
Alright, so
no worries, there's only one road, so I can't get lost.
Okay, I think this works.
This one works.
Why Jackal Foxley?
There we go.
The fuck are these names?
What? I wanted to.
Well, the
Chat help me decide on.
team names. I was like, what should our
Arch Nemesis busy.
be? And the chat was like Bussies, and I was like,
Okay, Bussy Slayer.
and I was like, what should be our name? And the chat says Bussy again. And I was like,
Fine.
so yeah, that's how we ended up with this team name.
That's
What we're stuck with.
Teehee.
Let's see. Who do we want to ban? I'm scared of Berserker actually. Berserker is a very powerful character. He took Magic Knights.
So,
In that case, we'll take.
Fighter and Monk.
He took Pyromancer.
And Swordsman.
We'll round up with Ice Mage.
Alright,
This is all.
Team Comp. There we go.
We have a whole bunch of.
Very powerful players.
Eventually, I'm going to get rid of the Pyromancer in Foxley's
Champion pool.
and replace it with another warrior. But for now,
Foxley has that weird champion that
I don't really want to be there. Let's see. Narrow the distance.
yeah, stay close because
Monk requires to be close.
go! Get him! Get him, guys! Oh, this is close.
Nice! Oh!
Ah! Fuck!
Damn.
That was it all this wasted, but it's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine. Come on, get him.
Fuck.
Fuck. Fuck. Fuck. Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Ah!
Come on, this is so close.
Fuck. No. Okay, Ice Mage is.
Weak sauce.
Ice Mage is weak sauce.
We got unlucky in this match.
There's no such thing as luck.
Why? Noni?
You guys are new. You guys need to start pulling your weight.
Get the fuck out there!
Or else you get the sodomy.
You hear me?
Let's see.
Banning.
Berserker. Ban Swordsman. Ah.
Okay, Shrine Maiden.
Went for Monk.
And Magic Knight.
We'll go for Fighter.
And Pyromancer.
They went for a all melee team.
I don't worry about that.
Let's see.
Switch. There we go.
Okay, you guys better win. You hear me? You hear me? You hear me?
Don't.
Don't you dare fucking lose this.
Okay, we're doing better. Okay, very good. We're doing a lot better.
Nice, the ender burn field. Ah! Oh, well, we all died.
Oh! Okay, I think we got round 2.
I think. Maybe.
I think. Oh! Get back there! Come on! Come on! Fight!
Okay.
Phew! Okay, round 2 is ours.
Alright. Much better.
Nice, my better. Yeah, that was a really smart play.
We're going to
Stay as is.
Who are they banning? Fighter.
Okay, they finally got enough of fighter.
um.
Hmm. Hmm. A burning,
Magic Knight. Magic Knight is quite powerful.
to be honest.
We went for Swordsman first.
Right, that's fine. In that case, we're taking
Berserker.
and Trimeter
You're getting Knight.
and Archer.
Alright, then.
And this. Unfortunately, Foxy doesn't have training in Berserker right now as an off Japan power.
But it's fine.
Foxy's. Hopefully, Foxy's natural stats will carry the day.
Go. Ah!
That was an awful ult.
Oh god! Ugh.
Get back up there! Come on! Foxy's ulting! Come on! Okay,
Okay, our team is is very stable.
good. Get him, Foxy!
Okay,
Oh, good job, we won.
that was a little close, but we got him.
Oh,
We need to replace Foxley's.
champion.
Probably should have done that before.
Before the season, to be honest.
Oh, nothing we can do about it now.
Uh, Avoid this
Increase our training.
capacity.
Ice Mage honestly seems quite weak.
Uh,
I want Foxy to get Berserker.
oh, we can't get Foxley a Berserker until next season.
I can't breathe.
Pyromancer.
Nice mage. Train up your monk,
Lucky, train up.
your fighter. Let's train up your Iron Maiden.
There we go.
Right,
Next match.
let's go.
Get out of the shower! We have a mess to fight!
Hey, everyone.
Let's go.
Little pussies.
Alright.
Oh,
So, yep, alright.
everyone's good. Let's go. You're banning priestess.
We'll ban.
Berserker.
We went for Monk.
First pick. In that case, we'll go fighter and Shrine Maiden.
Horseman Magic Knight. Alright, they're running a very. They're running an all melee comp.
So we need to.
Yeah, stay close.
Nice. Stay close.
Make sure that.
The back line can support you, Foxley.
Go. It is a really close match.
Oh. Okay, very good all.
Okay, that all from you.
Foxley was not great. Get up there, come on. Oh. Okay, we got this.
Yeah, we got this.
Ah, good job. This will be an easy match.
It's easier than I expected.
Oh my god, yeah,
But the mood is rock bottom right now.
okay. Struck by the eye, and it's hot.
Go get him.
Let's see here.
We'll ban.
Berserker.
We can't use Berserker, so we'll ban it.
Make sure they don't use it.
First pick.
Try Maiden.
Monk Fighter.
Shit.
This is a problem.
How do I want to do this?
I could put.
Foxley on a squishier tank,
Might have to do it.
to be honest.
Yeah, I have no choice.
Foxley,
You're using a squishier tank.
and
Fight with Ice Mage.
a CC character.
You're running.
Running all melee again.
Okay, hopefully.
Hopefully, we have enough CC and tank to deal with this.
Okay, stay close.
Stay close, guys.
Oh god. Okay, at least they.
I dealt the wrong way. That's fine. Okay. Okay, this works.
Is working.
The front line's a bit squishy, but Oxley's doing a lot of damage before she goes down.
Oh,
This is a clusterfuck. Good job. Good job, guys. Very well done.
and we're in top again.
Okay. You're doing very well.
We have enough to start.
Crafting. We do.
Let's craft.
Also schedule looking.
Got a whole bunch of matches to go.
Alright. Let's go. Time to learn our pay.
Oops.
I guess no shower for me.
Took a 12-hour flight just to see this.
Please win the milk pussies. Don't worry, I'll win.
Oh, this is going to be a...
Yeah, this is going to
yeah, slaughter.
you don't even Sand ninja, why not?
It went berserker, alright.
If you're going berserker,
I'll go
fighter,
monk.
and round up with pyromancer.
Right,
Stay close, guys.
you're gonna try to CC you?
Oh god. Oh my god, my Jackal is still alive somehow.
You CC him?
Come on, CC.
Oh god!
Shit! Get back in here. Come on.
Oh,
This is a fucking
scary.
okay, I think we got this.
Okay, that was a little closer than
I thought.
it was gonna be. The fucking berserker is insane.
Maybe we should ban Berserker.
Actually, actually doing quite well.
my Jekyll. The life was so long. Right, let's go. Round 2.
Yeah, give it a fucking Berserker.
He's too powerful.
They banned Pyromancer.
Let's go with Saita and
See what they get. Ice Mage and Monk. Shit.
this is a problem.
It's counterpicked us. Alright,
Going to run Magic Knight, Fighter, Shrine Maiden.
this is how this is gonna work.
My Jekyll, you're gonna be
Magic Knight for now. Try to
stick close to Foxley and Yumi. Go.
Okay, things are going okay.
Good job. Very good job drawing them out. White.
Okay, we managed to draw the samurai's ult in a weird direction.
So it hit very few people.
Okay, very good.
Very good. You guys are doing marvelously. Excellent. Good job, everyone.
Wait, the Pussy Slayers versus the Pussy Slayer?
Eh?
Wait, did 2 copies of the Pussy Slayer make it up?
Whoops.
White Taekwondo uniform.
Uh,
Hang on a second.
Hang on a second, son.
That's not right. You're saved already.
Pussy Slayer didn't make it out of the amateur league.
But yet they're still here. I'm not gonna have 4 copies of the Pussy Slayers.
Because of what I did.
That's
going to,
that might cause some slight issues.
Taekwondo uniform.
Fighter Champion Mastery. Ah, why am I getting...
Blue rarity equipment in slots where I already have some.
Ugh.
God damn it.
Ah, well.
Next match. Take out the House of Conquest.
I swear, we end up having 4 copies of the Bussy Slayers then. It's gonna be very confusing.
Well,
It's fine. We'll just pretend that
the other team is using hacks.
let's see. They banned Monk. We will ban Swordsman.
He took Berserker.
Shit.
I made it and fighter.
Ice Mage, Magic Knight.
Fine. Hopefully, Oxley will be able to.
Tank, all that.
Let's go. Keep kiting, White. Keep kiting.
Oh,
Okay, yeah, right.
good alt use.
Good, all use.
But
To try me to die anyway, but
fine.
it's fine. Kite, survive. Kite.
Uh,
Getting too far, Oxley.
okay. Yeah, we really need to get Berserker.
On Foxley. Berserker is so strong. Oh.
Either I'll ban it.
I just ban it, to be honest.
You carry the team.
Hmm. Okay, yes. Keep doing what you're doing, Yumi.
Your support is amazing. You're doing good work.
Hey, next match?
Let's see. Yeah, we'll just get rid of Berserker.
Berserker's too strong.
They banned Fighter.
That's gonna be a problem.
I don't know what you're doing.
I'll pick Monk.
Picked Magic Knight.
And Swordsman.
Holy hell! Take all the tanks, why don't you? Fuck.
That's a problem. How do I wanna do this?
Alright, we will try to out-sustain them.
This is going to be a very messy fight.
Oxley, you're on a weird champion, but don't worry, just play it like
You usually do. White Jekyll and Numi will support you.
yourself as necessary.
Go Foxy!
Oh god.
Yeah, Foxy isn't used to playing Monk.
going on.
Okay. Either way, we're winning. Damn it, Foxy, use your heals.
Okay.
You still won. Good job. That was messy, but we won.
Let's see. Pyromancer counters Magic Knight, really? Knight counters Pyromancer, really? What? How? Knight doesn't do anything to counter Pyromancer. What the fuck? And look! Knight counters Pyromancer, but Pyromancer. Wait, whoa, okay, what the fuck? Huh? What is this?
What? That doesn't make any sense.
I'm not gonna question it. The analysts are
Losing their minds or some shit.
XP 2%.
Nothing good.
Left.
Yeah.
Shit.
Let's see.
Alright, let's go.
We have more matches on schedule.
Yeah. Let's go.
Now the elephants. Let's see what we have.
Ordinaries, but a bunch of high stats. Very high champion stats as well.
Right. You guys are gonna have to
Bring an A game here. We will
get Berserker for the match. Too strong.
abandon Magic Knight.
Take Shrine Man.
Look, Monk.
And Knight.
Right.
You know, we're going for Fighter and Pyromancer.
The AI seems to be building a lot of melee.
Heavy teams. Look at this is all melee. Easy pickings for White Jackal.
Okay.
That was an early use of the all.
And a very early use of the Monk's Ult as well.
Good job on that all, right? Good job, guys. That was bright on the numbers. Good job, boy. You're good.
Alright.
Let's go.
What are you banning?
Sniper.
Kumandu and GJ.
I feel like these two are references.
I feel like I've seen those names before. I went Pyromancer.
I'll go Monk and Magic Knight.
And round it up with
Ice Mage. Alright.
this is
There we go.
that's our
Lineup.
they have a tank with
Massive damage behind it, so be careful of the damage. Nice.
I really wish Monk would use his heal more often. Oh god.
Oh, this is not going well. Okay, this is a close fight. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Come on, you can.
You can win this, come on.
God damn it, why are you stunning the tank? Fuck. Stop fucking CCing the tank, god damn it.
You like the flame magic?
Now in the next match, you failed in that one. Mm.
Banning Berserker regardless.
I want to give Foxley Magic Knight.
Yeah, we'll try to get Foxley Magic Knight. I trust you, Foxley.
Okay, I especially trust you now because
We need your damage. Monk and Pyro. You are going to be carrying us, Foxley. Hi, Kaku. Okay.
go,
Foxley. Hi, Jacko. Yumi.
go. I really wish Doobie would heal himself earlier than that.
Yumi
He's waiting too long.
to heal himself.
That was an awful ult.
White.
Oh,
Oh, this is messy. Oh, come on, come on,
can we win this?
come on. Fuck.
Oh god.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Survive!
Survive!
Survive! Come on! Ah, yes! Ah, barely. Phew.
That was dangerous. That was way too close.
The only reason I want is player skill.
Ugh.
Oh,
Can perform up to 2 weekly activities. How are you doing, Kagu?
good morning. You just wake up?
Let's just add training point.
Look at this.
So that we can perform more activities, we can retrain while streaming.
That's a really good thing to do.
Next match.
Go. Just woke up. Hope you slept well.
We're fighting
Creative Crocodiles.
9th ranked team.
This should be relatively easy.
My Jackal is feeling a little bit low, but
Still be okay.
let's see. The band Magic Knight.
And Berserker. This game's pricing difficulty later into PDS.
Well,
We'll find out together, won't we?
alright, we'll go standard comp.
Fight the Paramesa Shrine Maiden.
Swap.
There we go. Good luck. Oh, I can't wait. Foxy, you went too far. And the press alt right, but it'll do.
We need to do something about an archer. That
Archer is destroying us.
oh, we don't have a diver.
We're built for taking out front lines.
Oh,
We won. That was a close fight, but we won.
you're a living nightmare!
Shrine Maiden, Living Nightmare.
Oh, well, you didn't like that. Alright. Smell of blood.
Increase an attack every time.
A player kills the enemy.
Ah, interesting.
Let's see. Ban.
Berserker.
Ban Swordsman.
I'll take Shrine Maiden.
Shrine Maiden is still the most broken healer.
They took Fighter and Monk. I want to see how Foxley does with Knight. I know this is your off champion Foxley, but
We'll see.
how you handle a Knight.
Even though I keep saying Knight is a
trash tier pick. Let's try this. Let's try this.
and they're running all melee again.
Just activate your skill and survive box fight. That's all you need to do.
Seems to be working rather well actually.
Assuming we have Shrine Maiden and AoE damage from Jackal. Yep, that way.
Oh no.
I heal.
No.
No, I'll sponsor Saga.
Shit talking to players is.
Really funny. I generally don't shit talk the enemy, I shit talk my own players.
That went better than expected.
Acquire Shrine Maiden.
Suit equipment. That's training results. Master's training is
Basically stopped.
at the end. Can Cass no longer train anymore?
Damn.
Oh,
Coach Artificial and the Milk Boosties sweeping victory. The Milk Boosties is on a great run under Coach Artificial's management. The Milk Boosties have recorded 5 wins and 0 losses in the last 5 matches. In the last match, Coach Artificial has utilized his fan pick to form his team around Shrine Maiden as the main champion. There are concerns that our team will be able to hold Shrine Maiden in check, but experts are adamant that Artificial has a few more cards up his sleeve. Fans of the Milk Boosties have acknowledged Artificial's ability to and have high expectations for his further brilliant performance.
Yes, we're doing very well.
Shrine Maiden as the main champion.
It's somehow I feel like most people don't consider support champions to be like the main champion, but you know what?
Shrine Maiden is just too OP.
Okay.
Toilet? Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Shrine Maiden, champion mastery +6. I don't want to equip the.
I think that only affects a single person.
I mean, support champion mastery +2 is.
Team Y?
And that's okay. Cooldowns is team wide.
Yeah, no. Keep it as is. Okay, craft equipment.
How long until I have training period?
3 more matches and I'll be able to retrain Foxlight.
Yep. Oh,
12-hour flight? Really?
well, okay, now we're fighting the
Other Bussy Slayers?
Oh god! That is really, really high stats. I
Believe in you, Foxfrey. Hi, Jekyll, really?
And swordsman.
And priestess, okay.
We'll take berserker.
We took monk and
99. Okay, we'll take.
pyromancer and shrine maiden.
Hopefully Foxley will be able to.
Do well with that character untrained. Go. Good luck. Okay, we want the initial
Scrum.
uh,
Shit, our
spawns are delayed.
target spawns are not good. Shit, our spawns are staggered. Oh,
Okay, we're coming back.
oh my god, look at how.
How much sustain the Berserker has?
Okay, I definitely want to get Foxley trained in berserker.
It's an easy match.
That wasn't easy.
Don't lose focus now. Means
Oh my god,
what's wrong with what do White Jackal?
lose so much.
No. I think I'll keep it as is for now.
Yeah, let's go. Okay, I was going to ban berserker, but he took it out.
For me. Take out swordsman.
Shit, he took Shrine Maiden.
In that case,
We'll go.
Pyromancer and monk.
He took Fighter. And that's another. Oh my god.
Okay, well, we need a tank and there's only one tank left. Knight it is.
Right.
Here we go.
This will be all load up.
Good luck, Foxley.
All you have to do is survive.
Foxley, you survive. Hopefully Numi doesn't
Slouch on healing you.
go.
Shit. Shit. This is not going well.
And monk tends to take way too long to heal.
Feels like Monk is the weakest.
Pick here. Yeah, that was awful.
Okay.
Pull yourself together. Stay calm, pull yourself together.
Oh man, Fortson.
Watson is here. Fuck.
Okay. Go.
Decide a match.
I don't know what's up with White Jackal. White Jackal's.
Out of it right now, but and Swordsman.
And Sniper, okay.
They're taking Berserker.
Shit, they took Shrine Maiden. And Monk. Fuck! Okay, we're gonna try something different.
We're going to try
Berserker, Pyromancer, Ice Mage.
and hope to God that Berserker's sustain will carry it. Foxfade through.
Go!
Good luck. Win this.
Oh shit!
Oh shit. Oh shit. Shit.
Shit!
This is not going well.
Oh god,
This is going awful.
No!
Oh my god. Come on, come back.
Come back.
Oh my god, there's so much sustain.
Shit!
Shit, we lost.
God damn it!
It's fine, we're still number one, but
That wasn't good.
shield bearer.
Oh, give advice on White Jackals fans.
Still support him.
Slasher.
Check the kid finisher.
Oh!
Wow.
White Jackal, your fans gave you a stump. A tree stump. Okay.
Interesting. You know what?
In the event that we're unable to pick our
Supports.
Numi,
Your hand touching me. What do you want to know?
I want you to build a marksman.
enough a marksman.
Your eyes reflecting me. What do you wish for? 'Cause I want to know you.
This is because
We need someone who builds DPS.
when we are not able to get supports,
Single target DPS. Numi will be single target DPS.
right.
Your arms holding
The last match was an upset, but
We'll be okay.
I'm sure
Oh god.
we're fighting against the number 2 team.
Oh god.
We should be fine, right?
I'm sure.
I'm sure we'll be fine, right?
Technically, it's not my eyes on the line, but
But yeah, I should be fine. Let's see.
and Swordsman. The band Shrine Maiden.
Fuck!
Grab Monk.
We took Magic Knight and Fighter.
Okay.
Choices made first.
For Berserker.
And Pyromancer. Good luck, guys.
Oh my god.
The fucking monk didn't even heal once, and he died.
Oh, now he's healing. We seem to be doing better. Oh, well, that was... Oh, kill this. Oh, ah! Oh my god! Why? What? What was that all? What the fuck was that ball call? Newbie? There was nobody on the field! Newbie! What the fuck are you doing? Are you inting, Newbie? You wanna be benched? God damn it! That was too close. Numi, what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that all? Our performance wasn't good either, motherfuckers! Jackal, your ult was shit. Numi, your ult was worse! Are they banning? Monk.
They are banning Berserker.
Get it out of the field. You're taking fighter.
Fuck.
In that case...
I'll take Knight and I mid him.
Again, you're going for a hyper melee team.
Okay. Oxy, all you gotta do is survive.
Numi and Jackal will support you.
Go.
Oh!
Yeah, I like the Shrine Midas ult. Can keep fighting even after dying. Alright, good job.
Even though that... Oh, that stupid out happened.
Numi?
Alright, Numi got...
And Archer.
Alright. I'm probably going to retrain Numi because I don't want this marksman, I want the sniper.
Sniper, marksman will probably be better. Alright. Let's see, what did we get?
Oh, god damn it.
We're getting trash. Craft.
Alright, we can...
Perform another upgrade.
A veteran...
Rising Star.
out. is recruitment time.
Out this branch.
And have high growth potential.
Low growth potential.
Mid-rank players in Pro League divisions have incredible growth potential. Probably better to try to save until we have rising stars, to be honest.
Probably what we're gonna do. And we'll save money until we can start recruiting rising stars.
We'll try to prepare rising stars, maybe not for the Summer Pro League, but for the
Next league over. You know?
Acha.
Let me take another washroom break.
Everyone, hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far.
Let's take a short washroom break.
I'll be right back in 3 minutes, okay?
Love y'all. Hope everyone's enjoying the stream so far.
I'll be RB.
Pop, 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 pop. I'm back, chat.
I wonder what my team is gonna end up looking like
In the long run.
after we fully unlock the 4th player slot.
I feel like things are going to get very hectic.
Once I get that 4th player slot.
Alright. Let me come back here. There we go. Hi.
Let's see.
What's the schedule like?
Oh, last
Last match before
we get to...
we train Foxley.
Let's go. So we were training Foxley.
And Numi.
Okay, we're fighting against the number 3 team.
Evil Elks.
Alright, everyone's mood is good?
Let's go.
Let's see, we have...
First pick. Yeah, banning Swordsman.
a band fighter.
Right? And you know what we're taking?
Berserker. We took Magic Knight.
And Monk
Our pick is...
settled.
In fact,
Yeah, everyone's on the character they're supposed to be on. Let's see.
Alright, everyone stick close together.
I'll grind them down. Good job. Foxy's getting CC a little bit, but it's fine.
That ult might have been...
A little bit wasted, but
Ah, damn.
not early enough to save the Berserker.
Oh,
Go, Foxy! Use it out!
okay, they're fighting back, but...
We built up enough a lead that I fairly certainly got them. Good job.
Easy win.
You guys did very well. Yeah,
Your Shrine Meter is the best, Numi.
keep at it.
Because reduces cooldown
Interesting.
until the first kill.
Ah. Until the first kill.
Vanguard, that seems like a shitty skill. Alright, who are you taking off the field?
Fighter.
If they're taking Fighter off the field...
No,
Berserker's too strong.
the Berserker.
Went for Magic Knight.
Okay. In that case, we're going for... Yeah, Magic Knight.
We'll go for Shrine Maiden.
And Knight.
Shit, they took Pyromancer.
And Swordsman.
Fuck.
That's not good.
Do we grind them down with...
Massive tank.
or do we CC them?
Let's see.
Magic Knight, Pyromancer, and Swordsman. No, we need to space out because the Pyromancer and Magic Knight are going to AoE us down if we...
Bunch up, so...
Actually, wait, no.
Numi has one rank of Archer.
Okay, you know what?
You know what? We'll try this. We'll swap out.
We'll swap out our comp a little bit.
White Jackal, your support?
Numi, you're an archer.
Okay, good.
I hope this works.
Go. Oh. And off. Oh,
Okay,
good job, Numi. Good job.
you're doing well.
Okay, you know what?
Maybe Numi's...
Archer is good.
they all did.
Oh. Okay, that was a close fight, but we got him. Good job.
Yeah, maybe Numi's archer is worth keeping.
Let's see what we have.
Ghost and Shield Bearer. Buff Sniper has been buffed.
Aestus got buffed.
Fighter got nerfed. Swordsman. Oh my god, Swordsman! Oh, his attack is garbage.
No.
Berserker defense got nerfed.
Okay, Berserker got nerfed.
Magic Knight got nerfed. Oh my god, all of the warriors got nerfed. Okay. I don't. All of the fighters were nerfed.
Oh.
I don't believe in any miracles. I risk a lot every day.
Either way,
You are.
getting an Pyromancer.
Fine.
Shield Bearer.
Let me look at Shield Bearer.
Because I have a feeling Shield Bearer is a weak sauce champion.
For damage received by surrounding a
While the full offensive unit gets knocked down. Attack intensively.
Yeah, no, I don't want this. For training. Good job, swordsman.
Oh, another warrior. Knight was not what I wanted. I wanted fucking Berserker.
Damn.
Damn.
Oh, no choice. We have to proceed with this.
Maybe next week I'll get rid of
Shield bearer.
because Shield Bearer I feel like is a very weak character.
Seven crafting. Give me something good.
Eye patch.
God damn it. Fast.
Let's try to.
We train Foxley again.
Yeah, not Shield Bearer. Shield Bearer is.
Awful.
Right.
Berserker. Really low mastery, but
We'll take it.
alright. Now that we spent a whole bunch of money.
We'll do.
Streaming. Foxley, get us monies. Monies.
You spend so much money on your training,
Time to sell it back.
bitch. Get out there and
Work that ass.
We're definitely saving up for that. Plus 2,000, huh?
Not worth it. I'm streaming. Oh, Foxley. Cheek your booty. Good job.
And again. Again! Oh. Rewards nerfed.
Ah,
So,
if Foxley streams too often, then the amount she earns goes down.
or the streaming have diminishing returns.
Maybe it has diminishing returns.
Did I do anything here then? Nah.
I don't think we need to do anything.
Yeah, we'll just do streaming.
Numi, your turn to stream.
Get 47 kills, Nubi.
As a support! I'm sure you can do it.
Wow, Nubi actually.
Got 47 kills as a support. Wow. Give me something good.
Straw hat. Damn it. Maybe we need to start saving up.
After improvement cost back, we still need to get.
We don't have enough money.
God damn! Foxley! Shake that booty, go! Numi, your turn. Go seduce some people in chat. Good job, Numi.
Bring in the money.
Bring in the money.
How much longer do we have in recruitment period?
2 more weeks.
Alright.
Streaming. Foxley, time for your midnight show on RedTube. Yes, followed by Numi. Also forced to stream on RedTube for the team.
Good, Numi.
Taking one for the team.
Wow, wow,
Massive success. Wow, people love Numi on RedTube. Alright.
Yeah, doing quite okay for now.
Player recruitment period end. Yep.
Yep, as expected. We're not doing any player recruitment.
We are just
Streaming?
forcing Numi and Foxley to get out there and earn some cash by shaking their ass on RedTube.
Wow, Numi keeps earning a ton of
Cash on RedTube. They love that Numi pussy. Good job, Numi.
What is that?
Fucking
Arrival of the Legend? What? That I saw a fucking. I saw a fucking bikini.
as achievement. You guys didn't see it, but there was a fucking bikini as achievement.
A gift has arrived from Numinos fans with a message saying they will always support him. Check gift out. Wow! Oh my god! Wow, Newbie! Newbie, your fans! Your fans love you, oh my god. Newbie! Oh my god! Numi's fans gifted gifted the team a legendary slime chair. Wow! Wow! Oh my god, Numi! What did you do? Did you must have given them an amazing show on RedTube. Well, whatever you did, Numi, keep doing it because your fans love you. Hello, Kaiju. Welcome. How's it going? Cass, take care of the house first. It's kind of sad Cass became the janitor. Oh well. Let's go. We're fighting against our arch nemesis again, who crushed us the last time. How's it going, Kaiju? If you're here to see me lead our glorious team to victory, what do they have? A banning fighter. They banned Priestess. Good. We're taking Berserker. Ghosts. Move to enemy or lowest HP. We've never fought ghosts before, so I don't know what's gonna happen. We'll try. Oh my god, all melee again? I'll try to fight right now and we'll see what happens. Go. Okay, I managed to sustain them. There's my Jackal. Good. Oh no, Numi! Numi, on the wrong side! Numi! No! Numi! Go, Foxy! Ha ha ha! Stupid ghost. Okay, yeah, ghost is weak sauce. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh, this fuck. You're coming back and all. Spawns are staggered. Oh. Oh, okay, good. Oh my god! The ghost is eating us! Well, that was surprising. Didn't really expect the ghost to start eating us. You did very well. It is. Good job, Foxley. Alright. Let's go. Wish us luck, Lucky. We banned the monk. We are banning the sucker. He took fighter. Okay, in that case we will take knight and shrine it. Alright, I think. Yep, this will do. swap here.
Night Pyromancer Shrine.
Let's go. Strategy is narrow the distance. Yep. Stay close.
Cover each other's back.
We have a lot of AoE in the form of
Shrine Maiden and Pyromancer.
Wow, White Chakra actually covered Numi. Oh god, why? What are you doing? You're standing in the middle of the enemy team? Oh shit,
Numi, that was a waste at all.
you're already dead.
Oh. Good job, Foxley. Nice taunt.
Yeah, we're doing very, very, very well.
This team is amazing.
Easy win.
Good job. Very, very good.
Over time, most things fade away. Isn't that right?
Okay.
Let's see.
Memories dissolve it all. The sunshine, the breeze song. Go by.
We might be able to get enough prize money to
Start recruiting rising stars. And we will actually, you know what, I'm gonna look up
a guide on.
crafting because crafting seems weird.
I want to see what
What you should do about crafting.
uh,
Crafting explained.
um
Whenever you craft an item, there's a 25% chance to get any of the 4 item types. You cannot increase the chance of any particular item type with what we use 0 or 20.
materials do not increase the odds of any item type, but
You increase the chance of getting better quality item of the corresponding type.
if at least a material have a chance of purple.
Or golden of the matching item. Otherwise, a chance of blue, purple.
This anything as can be seen.
Oh wow, there's a chart.
Interesting.
There's only one key point to keep in mind. Because of the chance of good quality items increases linearly, it's rarely worth it to add so many items that increases the craft time, because 2 weeks instead of 1,
What else to say?
at least double. Because for 2 weeks instead of 1, all your desired item would have to be at least double.
Options to grow. Yeah.
So
Apparently the meta for crafting is just
craft. It's just craft.
one of
Add 1 of every piece of equipment.
is it? Or
Hang on.
getting better quality.
At least 1 material have a chance of purple or golden of the matching item.
So
When crafting, it's better to just put 1.
of yeah, it's better to just put one of every item. Well,
That's what we're gonna do then.
one of every item. At least as far as I can parse this graph. Let's go. I like our little minivan. Such an improvement over the fucking pickup truck we had to ride. Just match everyone green pie. Take our combat trucks before the match. Here's everyone.
Dangerous dogs.
You good stats? Are we matching them in stats?
And we have good.
Skills, so let's go. Hmm. Hmm. Let us
Ban.
Ghost.
They banned Ice Mage.
Right. We're taking Berserker.
All of the warriors except the tanks were nerfed, including Berserkers. Berserker was also technically nerfed,
But Berserker is so strong that he can survive even with the nerf, so
go. Okay, oh my god.
they're running. They are running.
Tank and massive sustain.
Let's see if this works out for them.
I'm not sure if it's a good idea thing that
Oxy keeps kiting.
oh wow,
So that's the healing heal of the priestess.
yeah, the priestess doesn't have any attacks at all. They have massive sustain but no damage.
So I don't think they're gonna even kill us once. Yeah,
That was a stupid match.
they couldn't do shit. Stay humble now.
They had a really, really awful.
Team comp, so that was the biggest reason why we won.
Who are you banning? You're banning Shield Bearer.
In that case, we ban Berserker.
You're going Fighter.
Right.
Oh, let us go.
Knight and Shrine Maiden.
Your move. Ice Mage.
And Ghost.
Ice Mage and Ghost.
We'll go
Paramancer.
Fling a belly and a wheel. Get up in the region.
How the hell did your Huh. You know what?
it's the army because
Yeah, that's your
strongest
most of your buffs are on.
mage, so yeah.
Even though your Shrine Maiden is crazy strong, how the hell did your Shrine Maiden get so strong?
What the fuck?
good. Oh,
Very good ult. Perfectly timed ult.
okay.
Unfortunately, Foxy is likely gonna die, but it's fine.
No! What are you doing? Numi! No, don't run to fucking Numi! Stay back!
Nice. My Jackal's looking up on you.
Good job.
You guys did very well.
Ghost is garbage.
At least relative to how I'm playing this matchup.
Like, we're clearly in the lead now.
3-win lead. Alright.
An interview has been requested by a reporter from Bamazon Nature. That's Jesus, reporter from Bamazon Nature here. The Military is on a winning streak these days. Do you think you are advanced to the finals?
There is only one outcome for the best team. Yes,
That's who we are.
best team. Ah,
What?
why? Lekker?
Why Jackal? Looks.
Like a face, I think so too.
What? Lucky Cass?
Oh, come on, Cat.
Lucky Cass? You guys are such downers.
This defeatist talk. You need to
You need to get
get amped up, you know. Hi, Lucky. Welcome.
How goes the team?
We're doing very well.
We are.
Top of the rankings.
Well, I've accidentally doubled our nemesis, but it's fine.
We're in the
Finals. And currently
our main fighters are
Numi, White Jackal,
and Foxley.
Cass is janitor, relegated to janitor, got bench, and you are
Back up.
also kind of benched. Why do you even bother this? What? It's important to, amp the fans up,
You gotta be confident. You gotta exude confidence.
Numi and White Jackal agree.
They said, yeah, like,
Yeah, that's the way.
you and Cass are the ones
Who are downers.
Oh, had to go. Alright, let's go.
Oh, you see?
Nemi's really, really amped.
Numi is optimistic. It's kind of like the exact opposite of what Numi is like. But you know what?
It's fine. It's fine. It works.
Let's kill them. This is a very weak team.
We're gonna destroy them. We are banning.
Ghost.
I want to.
Listen to this song again. want to play that again.
Why isn't it playing? Eh?
That was strange.
Hang on. There we go.
Alright, who did they ban? Shrine Maiden. Fuck! That's a major part of our comp. In that case,
I'll take Berserker either way.
the fighter.
And Ice Mage.
Alright, alright, we're going to run our backup comp.
Berserker, Pyromancer, Archer.
Yeah, they have CC, but
The damage is quite low.
Warrior is good, but
Yeah, CC really low.
I mean damage rather low. Warrior deals the good damage, but
On his own.
not gonna do damage to good damage.
Alright, let's go. Oh, you're a stripper? You're the janitor. You were the stripper, but
Apparently
Numi's stripping is...
far outstripping everyone else's because
Numi,
I forced Numi to go stream on VidTube to,
earn us money.
and then Numi managed to convince his fans to give us a legendary slime chair.
Somehow. So, yeah, Numi is,
Currently pulling in, doing a lot of work
as stripper.
in addition to support.
Although,
Numi is a flex pick marksman because,
sometimes they
steal our
fucking supports and...
or they, oh god,
Oh god, this is fucking...
this
that was...
that was messy, but either way we won.
Yeah.
We are taking care of the,
In the house, while Lucky is here to offer more support.
yeah.
Let's maintain this. We've vastly outclassed them.
Maintain this and crush them.
Let's go.
Hope you have fun.
In 7 days,
You're streaming 7 days, right?
also looking for a bit.
Alright, let's go. Okay, we want to take
Berserker out of the...
out of play. He's too strong.
Alright, so
He went for first pick Ghost.
we're going to go Knight and Shrine Maiden.
Going Monk.
Ice Mage.
Your Ghost is your primary damage dealer, but Ghost is not a tank.
The Monk can tank, but his healing is not...
Good enough to keep Ghost alive. Alright.
Let's go. Da, 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 da. We're still getting
We're slowly getting things to work. We're getting our asses kicked.
in 7 days. I see I mean 7 days. Yeah, the ghost
Can't actually kill Numi.
the ghost just jumps on Numi and Numi is
Numi together with
White Jackal.
throwing fireballs behind him. It's
Just like
yeah, the Ghost dies.
Oh, it's fine.
Yeah, there was no contest. At day 14, Blood Moon next time.
14 blood moon? Oh wow.
I mean, the fact that you guys are surviving up that far into the Blood Moons is considering something, right?
Better than the social mod, less spiky, but
Same time, a lot slower and more complicated. Does the mod that you're using right now reduce or at least alleviate the need for
how do I call it?
builds that exploit the AI? Because that's the one thing I never liked about 7 Days to Die.
You are encouraged to build.
Really, really weird contraptions that technically don't make sense IRL, but you build it because it exploits the AI.
You know? How does the
How do the mods solve that at all?
allow you to build like a proper
Like base defense? Months of training.
very good?
I don't know how Numi and why Jackal got level 20 on those characters.
Of all things.
I didn't tell them to train them, and yet
Got to hear those characters. Somehow,
we got a massive buff to some of our characters, and I don't know how that happened. Oh,
Coach Artificial and the Milk Pussy sweeping victory. The Milk Pussies are a great run under Coach Artificial's management. The Milk Pussies recorded 5 wins and 0 losses in the last 5 matches. In the last match, Coach Artificial utilized his band pick to form his team around the Pyromancer as the main champion. There are concerns that other team will have the whole Pyromancer in check, but experts are adamant that Artificial has a few more cards up his or her sleeve. Fans of the Milk Pussies have acknowledged Artificial's abilities and have high expectations for his further brilliant performance.
I think Master spent 8 days just staring zombie with bone knives.
only getting a point where we got the mod.
And try not to explain it well.
Mod doesn't change much about the AI. Oh, that's unfortunate.
I hope eventually there's a way to.
There's a mod that makes things so that you don't have to,
Exploit a broken AI. You get what I mean?
Technically, we can
Improve the facility now.
What the hell am I hearing?
Is this part of the fucking
This is apparently
part of the fucking song?
Yes, we know fees. Upgrade costs 800. Now we want this.
Equipment type Rising Star.
We're gonna upgrade that right now. We have no money.
I'll be fine. I'm sure I'll be fine. I'm sure we won.
Suddenly enter a losing streak and lose all my money, right?
Jack, I'm sure I'll be fine, right?
I'm sure I'll be fine. Fine.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
I'm gonna hit the side.
Alright. And right now, thanks for being here.
Your dreams.
Alright.
Affecting the digital dolphins.
Time to mind break some digital dolphins.
Actually, they're quite strong, fairly well balanced.
Stats wise, so.
And let's not take any chances.
Let's see.
This band goes. Band sniper.
Right. Let's pick Berserker. Get Berserker out of the way.
They took Shrine Maiden.
And Knight.
Okay, in that case, we need.
In that case, we're going
Or backup comp.
Pyromancer and Archer.
We're gonna rely on
Berserker's innate regen to tank.
Anumi. We'll try to burst them down before they can out-sustain us. Actually, their comp is
Pretty shit. There's no damage here.
tank, and
Heal plus a tiny amount of damage.
I'm sure we'll win.
Should be relatively easy.
Oh god,
Why, Jekyll, why do you go there?
uh,
Eh.
oh god damn it, why Jekyll did all this shit?
Okay, keep fighting. Keep fighting.
Oh god, this is.
This is a tough one.
Oh god.
Oh, that was a close one.
Kitty got play more low.
You know, teams like he.
Yes.
We'll keep playing team fight until we're the champions.
And we've sodomized everyone.
Yes. And keep automizing my players anytime
They fail, which is technically right now,
Don't let your small mistakes get to you. Be confident.
you're doing fine.
You're doing fine, by Jekyll.
The comp that they.
This was meat grinder.
Let's see.
And
They banned Knight. We're taking Berserker out of the.
picture.
Okay, Fighter has been massively nerfed, but
It'll still take fighter. And Shrine Maiden.
all melee.
They're playing a dive comp with a shield.
Switch.
Good luck, guys.
Oxley, you're playing a nerfed character, but
You should still be okay-ish.
okay. We're feeling the effects of the nerf.
But we're winning out slowly but surely. Yeah.
Yeah, we're doing better. Oh my god, why? Stop casting your all when there's nobody there! That's probably the wrong time to use your ult, but
Then again, it tops up everyone, so
kinda.
sorry. Good job, Foxley.
Did very well.
Let's see here.
Okay, this is weird. How is this a counter champion to that? And
That's counter champion to this.
I don't
Fucking get it. What? What?
How does this make any sense?
What the fuck?
The stats in this game are weird.
I don't know what's going on with the stats calculator, but they're fucking weird.
Schedule
God. 1, 2, 3.
for five more matches.
Fine. Let's go. Enjoy Showercast.
Now the elephants. The last time we fought these guys, they gave us some trouble.
Even though they're ranked 8th.
They have a very well-rounded stat line.
I wonder why they're ranked so low.
Who are you banning?
Shield bearer.
Take Berserker off the field.
You're going first pick fighter?
Right.
You know exactly what we're going for.
Fighter, Monk, Ghost.
Again, crazy frontliner or melee.
Our comp is a lot more well-rounded, so we'll probably
Kill them. No problem.
That also was big from
A fighter, but Oxley is tanky as fuck. Good job, everyone. Oh,
White Jackal.
Trouble. Get back. Good.
Okay, that was a massacre.
Only one death? Oh my god.
I believe this team gave us trouble last time.
Yeah, you're doing amazing, White Jackal. You know.
Oxley's mood is a little low, but it's fine.
Oxley's aim is so good that I'm sure she'll be fine, even though her mood is a bit low.
Let's see.
First pick, first ban.
Ban Ghost.
I don't want to deal with ghosts.
Monk. If they banned Monk, that means they might snipe Shrine Maidens.
So, grab Berserker first.
They did not snipe Shrine Maiden.
Okay, in that case, let's just go standard.
They're using they're using Swordsman. Swordsman got massively nerfed.
The deck is garbage now.
Still relying on his attack, which is nothing.
Yeah, I feel like Shield Bearer has higher attack than Swordsman at this stage.
Oh, his ult is still strong though.
Right away, Divi!
No!
Go! Kill them!
Okay, the Pyromancer has a lot of good normals, but his ult is
Fairly weak. Oh, look at her, the sustain. Zuka's really strong.
is a sustain thing. Gonna go to bank?
That's alright, good night. Thanks for stopping by. Your dreams, girls.
Toilet. Ah.
Left. Huh?
Let's improve your night.
My checker. Stay as this.
Numi.
Let's put 1 point into improving our archer. That's unlucky.
Sadly, you guys are seat warmers.
Got benched.
Sorry, you guys got benched.
But unfortunately,
I can only field 3 people.
and Yumi Foxley and White Jackal are currently my strongest players.
Based on the way this game is,
Structured, right?
apparently eventually
The players you get early on,
get rotated out.
sadly, so yeah.
Eventually,
Foxley, White Jackal, and Yumi might get rotated out as well. Let's see.
Think how strong Knight is. We'll get rid of Knight.
Got rid of Ghost.
Okay, let's go Berserker. Shrine Maiden Shield Bearer.
Let's try. I go for a Monk Pyromancer.
We'll try Monk Pyromancer.
That's why.
Okay, yeah, you're going for
Rolling front line.
with support at the back.
So that's all we're gonna do as well.
Rolling front line with DPS.
Oh my god, it's just a slog fest.
Oh, quadra kill? What? How did I get a quadra kill from that? There are only 3 players on the
fucking field.
I got a quadra kill achievement.
How?
Wait, what? How? There are only 3 players. How did I get a quadra kill? When there's only 3 players.
We killed him so hard that we we killed him so hard that we
Ended up like,
doubling over.
oh.
Yeah. Outstanding work, everyone.
I just you, White Pickle.
Everyone's fighting very well.
And your mood is garbage.
I don't know what happened to Reckless, but he's
Crying his eyes out right now. Shit, they took away our DPS.
bad idea.
Amazing. Give it up, Berserker. We're going for Monk.
Right, in our case,
We're going
to use
our backup.
comp,
A modified version of our backup comp.
trying Maiden Archer Knight.
Okay, White Jackal, you're gonna be in support.
Yumi, flex your Archer skills. Go. Yep. You're doing very well.
Good job, everyone.
Nice.
That ult by Foxy was a little bit.
Unnecessary though. Oh. Good job. Easy.
Good night, Lucky and Cass, in case I missed you.
Love you guys.
We only got one loss this season.
Vertical mouse.
You know, I've heard some people say that this is actually really good for gaming.
Can't you see I'm blazing? Still my heart is blazing. If the words kill me, I don't need a new.
Surprising. Let's go.
Another match.
We've won so much that it's likely that nobody will be able to catch up with us. Okay.
Oh, one of our nemesis.
Coming. Time to smash the pussy slayers.
Oh.
Your stats are really, really high.
Are they dipping into?
Veterans already.
It's not good.
What are you planning?
Swordsman.
Take the circle away from them.
Ice Mage, huh?
Right. Knight and Iron Man.
Ghost. Ice Mage, Magic Knight, and Ghost. That's a very squishy comp.
Yeah, we can out-sustain them easily.
Go.
Take them out. Oh. Oh.
Oh, they're quite strong.
Quite strong. That's fine.
Our comp is just more stable.
Oh, any idea?
Ugh.
Oh shit, the ghost is eating us!
Ah! Get away from the ghost! Don't let the ghost eat you! Okay. Okay, we're beating them. This ghost has enough alpha damage that is able to take out Numi in the back line. How the hell is this team rated 6 if their stats are so high? Should be a lot higher in the standings. That was pretty solid. Good work. Solid play, Whitechapel. Let's go. Let's see. And Knight. Abandoned Ninja. We'll take Berserker. Going for Ghost. And Shield Bearer. Alright, we'll go standard. Yeah, we're going for another melee dive comp. Let's take him out. Easy. Oh, here he comes. Somehow Foxley keeps kiting, even with a melee champion like Berserker. That almost a little bit wasted, Foxley. Shit. Shit. Oh, his spawns are staggered. Get back up there. Okay, good. Oh no! Nami! Nami got void! No! Alright. Oh. I lured Nami multiple times, but it's fine. I managed to fish Nami out of the ghost stomp before Nami got mind broken. Don't worry, Chet. We always rescue our own. Hey, touchpad. Useless. Actually, wait, attack speed? No, cooldown reduction is better for everyone. Right now, due to our comp. Let's go. One more money turn. Fighting against the second ranked team. This would probably be difficult. Oh yeah, their stats are insanely high. Well, I hope you guys bring your A game because it's gonna be a challenge. Okay. What are you banning? Monk. And Ghost. What are you taking? Shrine Maiden. In that case, put on Berserker and Pyromancer. And an Archer to round up. Most people don't have
pocket archer pick, so
Why not worry about someone else taking that archer?
right. Go.
Shit, their front line might be too strong.
Shit, your front line is too strong.
Oh!
Yeah, the front line is too strong. Come on, come on,
Come on!
come on, come on!
Come on! Ah!
We clutched that! We clutched that yet!
Good job!
Oh, that was so close. That was a really close fight.
Playing knight.
The next match?
Alright.
We'll give you a knight if we can. Just and Berserker
We're gonna take knight.
away from the enemy. Give it to Foxley.
Super angles. Okay.
Pyromancer and Shrine Maiden.
Almost balanced.
Comp. We should be able to handle this.
And your comp is a lot more squishy than before, so
Hopefully, the fact that our comp is more balanced and the comp is more squishy should help us.
yeah.
Yeah, we're doing very well.
Oh wow.
Foxley taunted the ghost before it got off his charge.
Ah,
I
wonder whose heart wins out.
in such a scenario.
Ah well.
I guess the fire Pyromancer's all wins out in the long run.
I think Wajako managed to get it off then. Ah!
And we got clipped by the Magic Knight's vault.
I
That was a lot better. Good job.
managed to bring it back.
Straw Hat.
Again. Ugh.
What?
We can improve the facilities. We're going to buy the upgrade to reduce.
Equipment time. Fine, that should do it.
We'll save the money to pay our.
Our players.
Alright, last
Uh,
round of the group stages.
let's go. We're doing very well.
There's no way we can. We're not gonna finish first.
Even if we lose this, we'll still be first.
Evox again.
Oh, look at all those fans on the other team.
You're going to be sorely disappointed. Shield Bearer ban. Ban Berserker.
The AI seems to love taking goals.
Oh, in that case, we'll run.
Balance and kill them.
Yeah, running double heal with Ghost.
There's no way in hell the ghost is gonna survive long enough to benefit from the heal still.
Oh,
The poor ghost is gonna die.
yep.
The ghost just exploded. Oh god.
Oh, this is a slaughter.
I don't know if they're gonna even be able to kill one of us.
To be honest.
I can see why Jackal panicking sometimes when the ghost dies to me.
Doesn't know who to target. Oh my god, yeah, we slaughtered them.
Easy. Not bad.
I mean, Foxy says she thinks,
He turned the game around, but
to be honest, they didn't.
stand a chance at all. They're just too good.
Let's see,
Let's ban Berserker.
they banned Pyromancer. That might cause a problem.
We'll see what happens. I'll take Knight. Knight's too strong.
You taking Ghost?
And Ice Mage.
Okay.
Looks like the choice has been made for us. We need Shrine Maiden and Archer.
Okay, they're running tank CC and a diver.
Hopefully, Nami will be able to survive the dive.
The help of White Jackal Shrine Maiden.
Go.
I think I want to retrain Numi's Pyromancer
Into.
a sniper.
We'll do it next. Next break.
Oh! Ah, they got
Kills. Oh, I was wondering whether or not we could beat them without getting any deaths, but oh well.
Wait, White Jackal, why are you on the front line? Why you taunt the fucking tank? Oh well, we won anyway.
And yeah,
We are well and away.
ahead of everyone else. We've got the Flame Chair.
We rank top 5 teams and can advance to the playoffs.
It's a 5 tournament.
And since we're first rank, we advance straight to the finals.
Heck yeah! That means we can
Earn money and
do whatever we want to do.
Alright, we're going to place and not be registered unless I cannot participate.
Yeah. Oh well.
Stick with our current roster.
Equipment.
Horse head.
Okay.
Lame chair.
That'll be good if they learn by the fact that you already have this flying chair.
Horse head attack plus in there. Having attack plus attack speed is better. Still trying to find a replacement for our arcade controller.
The kiss of death.
Obtain amateur league runner-up. Wait, we don't get the silver mouse?
Oh, that's bullshit.
Really? We don't get that just because of... Ah, god.
Okay, damn it.
That's annoying. The fact that we
We failed to get the silver mouse
because we were too good. Like,
seriously?
ugh.
That's annoying.
I have a lot of money.
We'll try to...
And execute 2 strategies per game.
Now it's your turn. Could get your turn.
We want to try to get to add a second sponsor slot.
so we can get a lot more money.
Um,
And then... yeah, we want to get a second
I want to try to get a second.
sponsor slot, so
Yeah, can get more money. So we'll save up for that and then. Or should we upgrade with strategy now?
because
Improve strategy would
help us in the long run, to be honest.
it'll help us immediately with our current matches. And you know what? We'll get this first.
I will save the rest of our money.
Let's see, special training for Numi
You are chopping Pyromancer.
to learn another marksman.
Nya 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 nya.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Okay,
Okay, there you go.
sniper. Foxley. Stream first. Nice, good job, Foxley.
Alright. Now I need to mess with training.
Yummy.
You need to increase your sniper.
Sniper is in general better than
Archer as a...
marksman. The pocket marksman pick.
Although the Archer is...
The archer is safer.
The marksman just generally does more damage.
Mm. Right. That's being made.
Yep. You see?
Stream. Foxley. Full stream. Check your ass. Nice, good job, Foxley.
Followed by Numi.
You're going to shake your ass as well. If the chat that knew me pussy. Hehe. Massage chair.
We already have like the best chair around, so
No point.
Happiness is your plenty, it will come out alright. There is a commission, my life. Is this so? I walk this path every day, but somehow there is a world out there yet to be discovered. That's right, no problem.
Okay, stop training.
Ice Mage, get back onto Pyromancer.
Because the Ice Mage honestly is quite weak.
I don't think we're going to bother too much with Ice Mage. Oh,
Oh, that's good.
but that only applies to marksman.
Damn, we're not a primary marksman team, we're a primary.
Warrior and support team.
Then we already have support. We can get a warrior or
Something. Equipment, and that'll be good.
unless that applies to everyone.
I can't tell.
Does it apply to everyone? It does apply to everyone.
Decisions.
Attack speed is good though.
Having more attack speed. Dash. Yeah, we'll just stream. Oxley, gaming time. Go shake your ass for monies. Hehe. Nice.
Plenty of monies.
And now
Yumi's turn to shake.
his ass first for monies. Good job, Yumi.
See the schedule.
Right.
So we're fighting horrible horses.
Okay,
Here we go, chat.
time for grand final.
Okay, what kind of equipment did we get?
Go.
Useless.
Let's go. Time to chill, everyone. Warrior number one.
The number 2 team made it to us, huh?
Alright, everyone's feeling in high spirits.
Their stats are really, really high, but
We beat them before. I'll definitely beat them again. Let's go.
let's see.
Let's get Berserker off the table.
It took off Ice Mage. In that case, we are taking Shrine Maiden.
Shrine Maiden is just too broken.
Magic Knight and Ghost.
Okay. Apotheosis Lair.
Knight.
Almancer.
Yeah, you're going for a dive comp.
Good.
Dive.
Melee DPS and support.
You should be able to.
Kill them fairly easy. Let's go. we're doing very well. Keep fighting, guys.
Oh,
Oh no! My Jackal got more!
that was an awful timing on the.
Oh, Foxy! Oh.
Oh god.
Oh! You nearly got more.
Oh god.
Oh, fuck. I just realized we haven't been using the new strategy.
We need to do that. Alright, game 1 goes to us.
Good job.
Yep.
You're doing very well, my Jackal.
Let's keep up our good spirits.
Cheer up a little bit, Foxy.
Let's see. Who are you banning? You're banning Pyromancer.
If you're banning Pyromancer,
We will ban Ghost. You're taking Knight.
we'll take Fighter and Shrine Maiden.
Fighter has been nerfed, but
I think we'll still be okay.
okay, they're going for heavy frontline brawler.
All the front line. Okay, so,
Yep. I'm gonna flex around.
Yumi, time to show your marksman
Got the instructions. Use all your ults.
early.
Stay close and use ult early.
Let's go. Okay. Okay.
You're doing good. Shit, they're trying to out-sustain us.
Come on, this is close fight. This is a very close fight. Come on. Okay,
Okay, we're pulling ahead.
we're pulling ahead.
Nice.
Tough fight, but you guys pulled it together. Very good.
Ah,
You guys try to stay hydrated during this.
crazy match.
You did really bad at it?
No, you didn't. Actually, nah.
I'll keep him.
I can guess himself.
I need to say more. You should stay hydrated, Jack.
Alright.
Let's see.
Let's get Ghost.
Off the field.
He took Ninja. Shrine Maiden. Knight.
And Monk.
In this case, we'll go.
Berserker. Pyromancer.
What you gonna give? Oh my god!
They're going for all the front line.
This, I think we'll be okay. We have AoE in this comp.
And lots of sustain. Nice, Oxley. Let me keep you alive. Just keep attacking.
Up your skills.
I can't stop you from returning.
Ah!
Oh, oh my god. There's a fucking slug. Numi, Numi, watch out! Watch out! Numi! Numi, you're going the wrong way! Numi! Numi, no! Well, Numi got gangbanged by 3 people.
They smashed this pussy.
But it's fine, Jack. In the end, we won. But even though we got covered in this sticky white stuff, that's fine.
We
We appreciate Numi's grand sacrifice.
aye.
Ah. Good job, everyone.
We're the champions again.
Well,
Attack speed.
there's a chair, huh? Coat.
When did we get that?
I didn't notice that. Ah, no streaming, Foxley. Nice, thank you. No, Foxley.
Numi?
You stream as well? Give them the pussy that they saw being ground pounded and gangbanged in the match.
Alright. Time for us to attend the award ceremony.
Right.
Let me...
Boss and
Welcome back. Now let us begin the award ceremony of Semi-Pro League Season 2022. First, we have the Champion Team Award. The Semi-Pro League Champion Team is the Milk Pussies. Congratulations! Prize money worth 1,200 gold and the Semi-Pro Golden Mouse will be awarded to the winning team. Good job. You really destroyed all your competition there. Except for that one match. Next we have the Runner-Up Team Award. The Semi-Pro League runner-up is Horrible Horses. Congratulations. Prize money worth 600 gold and Semi-Pro Silver Mouse will be awarded to the runner-up. Next we have the Most Kills Award. The player who got the most kills is the Milk Pussies team player White Jackal. Prize money of 200 gold will be awarded. Congratulations, White Jackal. You really blew your load all over those enemies there. We saw it. Although your outs were awful. Next we have the Most Assists Award. The player who has recorded the most assists is the Milk Pussies team player Numinos. Prize money worth 200 gold will be awarded to the team. Congratulations.
good job, Numi. Best of luck.
That's why Numi is
Pro esports award.
Next up is an introduction to the newly promoted and relegated teams. The teams that have been promoted to Pro League Division 2 are the Milk Pussies and Horrible Horses. Really, congratulations. We look forward to seeing your great performances on a bigger stage. The teams that have been relegated to Amateur League are Creative Crocodiles and Elder Elephants. God, they were awful. They suck. What noobs is unfortunate, but we hope you'll not be such shitty players and perform better next season. We will now end the award ceremony of the Semi-Pro League season 2022. See you next season, everyone. Bye-bye, all.
My god, those crocodiles and elephants, they were garbage.
That's definitely what the announcer said.
Event matches are back. Meditates all the special rules.
All the way.
This year, the event matches are as follows: speed game, respawn,
1 second.
all attacks, and attack speed doubled. Can I use enchantments?
You know what? Let's try Jab Jab.
Or participate in the Jab Jab category.
Nice, nice, nice.
Given the most kill award
Hehe.
and Numina's most assist award.
Perfect.
Okay, these will be
This will be our roster.
Let's go. Will be participating in exhibition matches while the Champions League goes on.
Another call. Fuck you. Okay, hopefully we'll have enough money to get winner takes all.
I mean, add sponsor slot and then
Get a team as well.
it should be okay, I think. Attack, defense, and attack speed +1.
I feel like cooldown reduction is still good.
At least I feel like I want to have it since we already have attack speed increase.
Yeah, I think I'll keep it as is for now.
Specifically fighter, not
Yeah, fighter is this guy specifically.
nah. I'm not going to use a equipment that's specific to one character. That's
Feels a little bit too. Just tunnel visioning a little bit too much.
I'm gonna do that.
Shake your booty, Foxy. Nice, good job.
Streaming Numi.
You too. Trying for some mini Brucey.
Fail!
You failed? Numi?
Numi?
Someone needs a trip to the sodomy room. Numi?
You were supposed to earn us money, Numi.
Okay, enough sodomy for me.
Time to go back into.
Matches.
We have our exhibition event matches going on. We already have the more powerful version of this, unfortunately.
Oh, let's go. Next match time. Dangerous dogs.
not really looking for. Aww.
Why is it because you know we'll kick their asses?
Who are you banning?
Oh, we're fighting Jojo.
Your attack is massively decreased.
Hmm. Oh, and Berserker.
Going for Swordsman.
Oh, I haven't seen that for a while. We'll go on Knight and try Maiden.
Monk goes Swordsman.
This will be easy.
He's out early.
Okay, let's go.
Oh my god!
Oh, wow. Wow. Attack speed is so high.
Oh my god.
Oh, wow. This, I feel like this throws the balance of the game way out of whack. This is almost silly.
Ah!
Nom 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 nom. That's kind of cute actually. So he goes nom 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 nom.
Well,
That was a slaughter. Easy victory.
go.
Okay, perfect. You know, we'll buy the upgrade now.
Underwear.
We do have clean underwear.
We don't need more underwear, goddammit. Let's improve our facility and add a sponsor slot.
Yeah, we'll definitely get enough money to retain our players.
Gonna win again today, really?
You think the 9th place team is gonna beat the 1st place team?
Really?
You guys are in for a rude awakening.
Alright.
Let's take the Berserker off the field.
They took Magic Knight.
Okay, we'll take Shrine Man
Fighter?
and Monk.
Alright.
Standard as always.
Still going for melee comps.
Crazy melee comps. Well, you're all gonna die. Oh, I've never seen a knight attack so fast before.
Or at least the game has the ability to
percent attack speed that's that fast. Oh shit, the ghost is not near me. Why? Come near me. Oh. Oh. Ah.
Zero deaths. Zero deaths! Perfect victory! Oh my god, they got humiliated. Noobs! Noobs! Noobs uninstall the game! Ha 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 ha! You guys suck! Never play this again.
Attack ball again.
Ah, fucking.
Yeah, we got 2 more event matches.
So let's put on a nice show for the Champions League, shall we?
If I want to make sure before the main event starts.
Go chat. And for exhibition match.
Let's see.
They banned Sniper.
Interesting.
Or ban Ghost.
We took Fighter. You know what? We'll try Berserker and try Man.
In this match, I have no idea how this is gonna go.
Trying to find out. Doing a
You're doing a brawler.
comp. I said brawler comp.
How does Berserker handle when
E.
oh my god.
Fucking hell! That's that looks so silly.
Oh my god.
Oh. They like this.
You see how much Foxley was kiting that?
My hands must be on fire.
Oh,
Good job, everyone.
rock. Really? A rock?
No, thank you.
Alright.
Let's go.
Why not exhibition match before main event of the World Championship?
Give them a good show.
Let's go, Foxley, Numi.
Bye, Jacko.
Oh god, we're fighting Elder Elephants? I'm fairly certain we're gonna slaughter them.
Let's see what happens during the pick and ban.
You took away Shrine Maiden.
Okay. Alright.
You're taking away Shrine Maiden.
I'll take away Shield Bearer. Go Berserker and Monk.
And to round out, we'll
Go with Pyromancer.
This is going to be a very strange match.
Well, good luck.
Numi, you're not the tank.
You're a support tank.
Oh god.
Eh. Oh god, this isn't going well.
Shit.
Shit, 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 shit,
Shit.
shit!
No.
No!
No,
Fight back! Fight back, come on!
Okay, we are never picking fucking Monk again!
Oh my god!
Fuck Monk!
Monk sucks!
Ah! Ah! No! Monk is garbage, dear! Fuck Monk! Monk is shit! Ah! I know this is an exhibition match, but you guys are gonna get this. Time for some force side of me. You guys. Fucking damn it. You know what? I think we're going to
remove Monk from Numi's champion list.
wait, another exhibition match?
I thought we were done already.
You cost us money.
Here it goes.
Well, this is actually pretty broken in this.
Shrine Maiden.
When Warrior Knight. That is a very strong front line. Let's go.
It's like a Pyromancer.
Make up for your loss.
Ah!
Ah!
Oh, that looks so fucking silly.
Oh,
Numi! Numi, no! No, Numi! Why'd you go forward, Numi? Get back up there! Okay. At least you guys made up for your earlier loss. Ah. Let's see what the schedule is.
Can't believe we lost that.
Got that.
Recruitment Rising Star.
You get scout for that.
Add training points. What other recruitments we can get here? Good stars.
I don't know what the cost is gonna be to recruit Rising Star, so we're gonna wait.
To see. No, we can't afford that.
Most likely.
Right.
Um, Eastus.
She's a healer, can greatly heal an evil target plus.
He says
Really vulnerable to assassins.
cast a shield.
Yeah, I know. I want to give Numi another support, but Monk is garbage tier. Shrine Maiden is broken. There's no other supports though. Priestess, I feel like it's too.
It's too specialized.
I think we'll wait to retrain. We'll wait until we can find another support to retrain Numi.
And to stream, Oxley. 4 consecutive wins a random pick. Can you win?
Fail.
Okay, maybe don't. Numi. 8 consecutive wins. Go, Numi, go.
What? 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 Both of you failed? Really? Going to the award ceremony now, but don't think just because you have to go to the award ceremony that you get all the punishment, okay?
You guys are getting the sort of achievement later.
I need music for this.
Background music. Because I don't want to.
If anyone's still awake, do you know the name of the song that goes da 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 da. That song.
I'm really looking. I really want that song, but
I don't know what it's called.
is it this?
I've always been looking for that song for a long while. No. I keep hearing this
song and cartoons, but
da 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 da.
uh, uh,
Life is a carnival.
no,
Carnival?
no,
Damn.
and I can't find it.
You know what? Okay.
There we go, perfect. There we go, perfect.
Now let's begin the award ceremony for the World Championship Season 22. First, we have the Champion Team Award. The World Championship Champion Team is Soft Ships. Again, congratulations, defending the World Championship title. Prize money was 50,000 gold and ultimate prize will be awarded to the winning team. Next we have the runner-up team award. The World Championship runner-up team is the Strong Shrimps. Congratulations! Prize money was 8,000 gold and ultimate prize will be awarded to the runners. Next we have the Most Skills award. Player who got the most skills in the championship league is Soft Ships team player Loyal. Prize money of 2,000 gold will be awarded. Next we have the Most Assists award. The player who recorded the most assists is what? Soft Ships team player Loyal? What? Wait, is this right? How did he get most assists and most kills at the same time? This doesn't make any sense. Here's your prize money. We will now end the award ceremony for the World Championship Season 2022. See you in the next season! Who the hell hired this fucking recorder player? He's making my ears bleed!
I had a song for this. Okay, I know exactly what we're going to be playing next.
Alright.
Chat, no, I'm not laughing at myself because
Well, I'm glad it.
good job, Foxy.
And next up,
Naomi?
stream as well.
Nice. Thank you for giving us monies.
Horse again.
Alright,
Let's check the schedule.
we're going for vacation.
and then immediately into equipment period. For the next league. With advanced, right? So they don't show us the next. Oh no, yeah, it's because the year doesn't flip over. The year only flips over once we get to the next year. Alright. Vacation, everyone. Enjoy your holiday. Team Fight Arena League Committee announced changes in the game rules. Starting from next season, there will be 4v4 matches instead of 3v3. As a result, order of ban and pick champions will be as follows. Banning stage, ban one champion each in order of blue side, red side, blue side, red side. Each side bans a total of 2 champions. Picking stage, each side picks champions in the following order. Blue side picks 1, red side picks 2, blue side picks 1, red side picks 1, blue side picks 2, red side picks 1. I think that makes sense. I guess that makes sense, right? This is a fucking prompter, I don't care. Please make sure to understand the changes in the game rules so games can run smoothly.
Oh, Shadowmancer and Clown. Oh, see, buff Ninja and Sniper got buffed. Okay. Holy hell, Berserker got nerfed bad. Yeah, Berserker got nerfed into the fucking ground. Jeez. Oh. Mourinho, why check on me? Lucky. I will renew everyone for now. We might have to release Cass eventually though. We'll see what happens once we go through equipment. Actually, let me take one last washing break. Everyone, you should get up and stretch, alright? Not good to stay seated for too long. Although I assume you guys are sleeping. I'll be right back. Love you all. Hope you guys are having happy sleep. Even though this music and my screaming probably isn't that conducive to sleeps, but oh well. Yeah, dude. Hi, chat. I'm back. I didn't intend to actually play this game for that long, but I feel this game is addicting. I'm getting hooked. I think we'll do one more season. How about that? One more season. We'll see. I've been wanting to do 4v4 since I started, so let's do 4v4. Shall we, chat? Time for 4v4.
Champ Champ.
Alright. As marksman.
Champion Mastery. Well, our
Clothes are just straight up better.
Alright. It's time for us to do recruitment.
And players with promising future.
I want these.
Other players with strong career background.
Mm.
Veteran, super rookie.
Have low growth potential.
I try to go for veterans actually.
But we'll decide on it later. For now, we're currently doing recruitment.
Let's go. Stream Foxy. That is somebody, please. Thank you.
Actually, hang on, I just realized something. Let's look up champion information.
What this? Edelman says a mage.
Resurrection sports. Charges are different from the enemies for allies with no mobility. Resurrects all allies that have turned into
Shadows.
uses a shadow at a place where an ally has died. If they die, they are resurrected.
At the shadow spots.
A support mage?
Oh,
Don't know how to feel about this character. Making resurrection spots. Place where ally has fallen.
yeah, resurrected at the shadow spots. So,
When allies die, they resurrect in place as opposed to
coming from spawn,
I don't think this will be good for us because we tend to play
frontline grinding.
style and the major stats are fairly low. It doesn't appear to do good.
Wow.
Powerful dashing. Marks an enemy.
And the mark enemy receives damage touches to its.
Enemy and stuns.
Oh,
An assassin that brawls.
interesting.
Very true. Battlemancer is very interesting, although I don't think we'll be using it.
Oh, a very interesting character, so.
Actually, hang on. My Jaggle.
I want him to learn the Shadow Lancer.
I could, to be honest.
You know what? My Jackal.
Pick up the Shadowmancer.
Yeah, mage guy, so yeah.
The hell am I hearing?
Jimmy, shake that pussy.
Oh, god damn it, Dewey!
Shadowmancer.
Alright, Shadowmancer.
1.
Very, very low. Let's try to increase your...
Your proficiency with a champion. Backbone moves.
I don't know if that's...
It's actually good or bad as a controller.
Let's see, recruitment.
More turns, right?
It's...
And get back money, Foxley.
What?
Oh god damn it, Foxley!
Numi?
Your turn. Foxley failed. Get us money. Good job, Numi. UFO mouse. What even is this? How's this supposed to work?
How do you use that?
It looks cute, but
Yeah, I don't... I'm wondering how...
how the fuck are you supposed to use that?
No, don't stream.
I want you to go to a special training.
Increase mastery. I'm curious how much that actually increases mastery. What? That's it? That was not worth it! Oh my god! Ah! Fuck that shit! That's worth nothing! Oh my fucking god! That was such a waste of money! Ah! God fucking damn it! What kind of shitty special training is that? Ah!
The fuck is that?
Dorion mouse?
That looks painful to use.
Let's run it, I guess. Let's see, what you got?
Snapper.
Increases every time a player kills the enemy.
That's good.
Piercing Spear, competitive. Paralyzes enemy that survived the longest time. He's a tank hunter. But his champions...
Is there any good champion? Okay, recruiter.
Now, here's the question. Do we have enough?
Time to recruit one more person.
Yes, we do. Alright, we'll send out the recruitment agent again. Plus 900.
So,
There's nothing we can buy.
yeah. there's nothing we can buy that would,
Allow us to still recruit the person, so
um,
alright, my nuts.
smell of blood, huh?
Why Shrine Maiden?
Seriously. Why fucking Shrine Maiden?
Okay, I think this person is going to need a warrior.
As or an assassin because
They're going to be.
you can see there.
Prioritize the enemy that survived the longest, which means he's going to go after backline.
Uh, no. Yeah, we're
We're going to give this person.
a whole bunch of
Tanky
warriors.
training.
Minutes.
You're going to get warriors. And maybe one assassin.
We'll see what we can do for you. I wonder who this should be.
Someone who always goes for
The kill.
and penetration and smell blood.
You know, I think
I know who this is gonna be.
Kagurask. Welcome Kagurask to the team. Foxley's still the best streamer.
So Foxley,
Oh, there's some money.
fail. Ah, god damn it!
Yumi, Foxley failed. Your turn to shake ass. Thank you. Good job, Yumi.
Once there everything comes through. I've heard of such a dreamy place.
Let's go.
Do you think my broken wings will heal? Hope so.
Kago God.
Warrior. Okay, good.
Fly well. I wonder if this rain will stop one day. Someone's been crying all along. No worries, there's only one road, so I can't get lost. All I have
Yeah, the warrior.
is one.
Actually, I might give Kagu a marksman.
That might be a good idea.
Because Kagu does like.
Range in Monster Hunter.
I might give Kagu marksman.
And an assassin.
Concrete. Yeah, that sounds awful.
Alright.
I wonder how far
Uh,
I have come, and what have I ever done?
Foxley, stream.
Alright, well, I'm sure I'll be there.
Yay, good job, Foxley.
Yummy.
Stream. Nice. Good job, everyone.
Right.
Let's go.
Kagu learned Knight. That's not good for him.
I haven't talked to my heart for a long time. When did I stop flying? Is it a
Oh!
We have sponsors.
Viserion 17 wins.
When? Oh,
Release. No, we can't get kills.
win streak of 8.
Dance piano. Achieve 8 that's up below. Give at least rank 1 for final.
Ranking.
9 yoga.
Oh, that's what's a war.
If using shield bearer, archer, and monk at least. Nah, fuck that shit. Win streak of at least 6.
Decisions.
It's just straight up better.
Uncommon eggs.
And I do love eggs.
Yeah, you know what?
It's very easy to achieve.
It's technically safer.
Now we'll sign.
Uncommon eggs and yoga.
Alright,
I made the decision.
Manager made the executive decision.
Assigning with yoga and
Eggs.
yes, those are delicious.
Let's see.
How many assassins do we have?
Sniper.
Archer.
Marks an enemy with the lowest HP.
No, heavy.
Resurrects all allies. You know what? I'm going to give
Kaku.
another.
Another warrior.
Yep, Kagu.
Another warrior.
We might replace Knight eventually, but for now, just learn another warrior.
Equipment. I can get.
Twilight.
Keep crafting. Oxley stream, please. Nice, good go. Bring in the monies. Your turn to me. Bring in more monies.
Good job, Numi. Berserker, okay, that's good.
That's one. That's one we want to give to Kaku.
Let's see, recruitment. Bado. Mediocre and doesn't have any traits. Fuck.
Only thing about him is good growth.
Very ordinary otherwise.
Sorry, no.
Rejected.
I want you to train up your
Berserker. Yeah, we want you to treat your fighter and Berserker. We want to keep the Knight.
Actually, no, we'll cycle away the night.
Prison uniform.
How does that improve assassinations?
You know what? I think I probably shouldn't ask.
Kaku,
You are going to retrain your Knight.
a different warrior. Oh,
Swordsman. And it's a major success. Damn, that this is a problem.
because
Swordsman.
got nerfed into the fucking ground. Doesn't do damage anymore. Retrain it.
Retrain it.
You know, one swordsman.
Shield bearer, damn.
Wrong one.
I shouldn't have retrained. Shield bearer was worthless.
Oh,
We'll try to give Kagu.
swordsman or
I mean, Berserker or Warrior then.
right, proceed with schedule.
Wait, hang on. What's the rankings?
Milk pussies.
It's here and only one instead of Bussy Slayer.
Oh, okay.
This time no doubled up.
Pussy slayer.
Alright. Six-player can reach us.
Oh, we can take everyone with us.
Alright, let's take everyone with us.
Everyone, let's go. Lucky will provide support.
And
Cass will suck everyone off underneath the table.
yes.
That's how we do things here. At the milk pussies. This is fine, chat. I swear we're brand friendly.
Totally band friendly. Alright.
Let's see.
Oh god.
Oh my god.
Why are they
Why is the stat so high? Fuck.
Okay, I guess this is where the game gets difficult.
Well,
Time for us to...
hopefully not get our asses kicked.
We got rid of Shield Bearer.
Bye. And Ghost.
You got real Pyromancer shit.
Ninja off the table.
You got Monk.
Alright,
Berserker got fucking nerfed.
into the fucking road.
Defense 1?
How's he still a warrior if he's
Defense 1. Shrine Maiden?
um
Knight. We need a knight. They went Shadowmancer. Numi.
Crab. Fighter.
They went Berserker.
Okay, Magic Knight. Sniper.
Alright.
Oxley.
Knight.
White Jackal on support.
Numi Marksman.
Kagu.
You're gonna debut today.
Kagu. Good luck.
Don't die.
You hear me, Kagu? Don't fucking die.
I have a lot riding on you.
Kagu. Use all separately.
Go. Oh god! Why is the monk diving a backlight? What kind of fuck is that?
Oh my god.
What's going on?
Everyone's fighting everywhere.
So that's what.
Fucking.
Oh my god!
So that's what fucking.
Shadow Mage does.
The Shadow Mage is.
Immediately reviving everyone.
Shit.
Shit. Oh, that's difficult.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
This is so close. This is so fucking close.
Oh my god.
Okay,
We're gonna need to
rethink our strategy a little bit.
I think we're doing okay.
He's playing more nice, like, it's tricky to fight against.
I don't think Monk was the problem. I think it was the Shadow Mage. The Shadow Mage made them immediately reappear on top of us and it turned into a massive clusterfuck.
We're getting rid of Shadow Mage.
And if you insist, we will ban Monk.
Right, Shrine Maiden. Yoko.
He took the Knight. And Shield Bearer. Fuck. Let's see.
Fighter.
I mean Berserker.
Yeah, I think Berserker.
Shit.
Should have took fighter.
That is a problem.
Um, hmm.
We do not want swordsmen.
Swordsman got knocked into the ground.
I'm going to hope to God
That we'll be able to keep Oxley alive. Right.
ah,
Good luck, Oxley.
you are on a
Squishy as fuck berserker.
oh god damn it.
Oh shit. Oh, getting our asses kicked. Oxley, go.
Oxley go. Ah.
Fuck. Fuck.
Oh my god, this
This
is
is actually really hard.
okay. We're gonna have to.
What if I'll pick Baron face?
Damn.
Fucking hell.
Shit, we lost. So this is what Kagu meant by it gets difficult. Oh, gee.
Not that I care.
Right.
Yumi, Kaku.
I think we can do except try again.
Let's go. The game is finally opened up and it's actually difficult.
We're no longer destroying.
In 18.
My Checkles.
Not doing too hard.
Right, it's fine.
We'll be okay. We'll be okay. Let's go.
Magic Neck is gone, huh?
He took out Pyromancer.
Shit.
Yeah, of course.
Ice Mage is gone as well.
Air Ninja.
Swordsman.
Fine. Try me and then go.
We got Shadowmancer.
That may or may not be a problem.
Fighter.
Monk.
Berserker.
Archer.
I'm gonna need Archer for this.
Backline needs to be secure.
Okay, Numi on Archer.
Oxley. Kaku.
Alright,
Everyone, good luck.
they are not as tough as the previous team, so
Hopefully it'll be good. Go! Oh no!
oh no.
Oh no! Come to me! Come to me!
No wait, no, it's White Jackal.
It's why Jekyll is the healer.
Oh my god.
Oh!
Oh,
Kaku's going ham! White Jekyll, you're on the wrong side! Get back out there!
okay.
Oh, that was chaotic, but we got him.
We got him, chat.
Good job, everyone. Numi. Good job. Good job. Good job, everyone.
White Jackal is still feeling really down.
Let's see, Ban.
Let's get rid of Ghost. They banned Shrine Maiden.
I have an idea.
Let's give it a Ninja.
We'll start with Shadowmancer
Going Berserker.
and Monk.
Fuck, we have no healer. Unless we run an off healer.
We'll see what happens. Night first.
They went fighter. Shit.
Okay, they're going all out on.
Okay, no. Is that? This is the.
Hold on, I wanna do this. I'll try Priestess and
Archer.
going Swordsman. Alright. No alts.
Stay close together.
This is going to be fucking hell. Kaku is off.
Is on an off character. Good luck, Kagu. Actually, wait, no, Kagu.
is that?
Increase cargo's
Skill. Why?
Why does
Eh? I don't understand. How?
how does cargo get so much skill?
Skill from Priestess. There's nothing he.
You know what?
I don't care. I don't care. I'll take it.
Okay, go.
Okay, good job, White Jackal. Okay, I think this is working.
I think this is working.
We're out sustaining them.
Okay, Shadow Mage is actually pretty darn powerful.
Oh, is this?
Shadow Mage.
Instantaneous revives.
Okay, yeah, Shadow Mage.
Shadow Mage might be a thing.
I just want to feel like that every day.
There's an idea.
Training.
White Jackal.
This might be good for you.
White Jackal support mage.
Numi flex between Shrine Maiden and
DPS. Jackal.
flex between Shrine Maiden and DPS. If I can, I would try to get rid of the
At.
maybe it'd be a good idea to get rid of
Monk Forehead.
or Shrine Maiden.
I'll think about it.
I just want to feel like that every day.
Facility.
Meaning,
Equipment costs.
crafting speed. Meaning,
Money is.
yeah, we should try to go for this.
Get a veteran.
Yeah, right.
Let's we'll upgrade that and then we'll get veteran. Wait, not only veteran,
We'll get veteran and
we also need to.
equipment slot expansion.
We'll get this first and then we'll get equipment slot expansion.
Very good. Let's go.
Oh my god, we're fighting Void Boy?
I just saw someone said Void Boy.
Shit, we're fighting Void Boy.
That's
This is gonna be a problem.
Void Boy is a League player.
A really good one. am I listening to? Took off Pyromancer.
Okay. Take out Ninja.
Took off Sugar. Alright.
Get Shadowmancer.
I have a feeling Shadowmancer is going to become...
A staple pick first. Right. Shrine Maiden.
And... not Swordsman.
Swordsman's garbage tier. No.
Go Magic Knight.
Good luck. Okay,
This is our...
this is our team.
Good luck!
I hope you guys survive.
Actually, no. No.
You get Magic Knight.
Because Kagu might die.
Oh.
Okay.
Good. Good showing through the front line. Good, good.
Instant revivals.
Good. Okay, Foxley's taking a lot of damage, that's fine. That's what she's there for.
Oh no!
Kago! Kago! Kago's diving!
Get him back up!
Good job!
Okay, yeah, I really like Shadow Knight. I went from being unsure with Shadow Knight to being like, oh my god, Shadow Knight is strong. Yeah.
Yeah, this works. Champion.
You play next match.
Shrine Maiden. Pick on your Shrine Maiden.
Yes sir, if you pick Shrine Maiden, I'll do my best.
Yes, sir.
If you pick Shrine Maiden, I'll do my best.
Good job, Numi.
That's how Numi sounds. Wow. Yes, you guys, there's so much pressure on me.
Fair enough.
Sniper Ghost. Okay,
There goes our...
Pyromancer build.
Fine, that's fine.
We have Ninja.
Steel Bearer.
I will go for
Shrine Maiden. And Pyromancer.
Magic Knight. Alright.
Knight.
Monk.
Berserker.
And
Fighter. Okay. We have a very, very tanky team this time around.
okay, good luck guys.
This is kind of like our
Theoretically our best
comp. Nice, keep them bunched up.
It's fine.
But then
Get some.
kills. Respawn, regroup. Get up there. Kaku. Okay, we're doing very well.
Good job.
Okay, after that disastrous first game, we're doing a lot better now.
Climbing the ranks again. Actually, Powerful Pelicans might be the.
Ranked #1 team. What's the schedule like?
Mid-season recruitment period. I don't think we can get. We could try to get veterans, but it'll be really, really tight.
Let's see. We'll see what we can do. Right, go.
Let's see. I think Shadowmance is quickly becoming one of our.
Musket, X,
Rid of Ghosts.
Recovery Priestess,
Right.
Grand Ninja,
Ice Mage. Okay.
Grab Shadowmancer,
Where are you going?
Magic Knight, and
Knight. Okay.
in that case,
Try Maiden.
okay, Shield Bearer and Fighter.
Right. Shield Bearer on
Kago, because
he got trained to do Shield Bearer.
for some silly reason. What's on Fighter?
What?
There we go.
Okay.
Good luck, guys. Are you gonna get it back up?
Get it back up.
Oh my god, Shadow? Shadow Mage is insane.
Kagu, you're diving! Kagu! Maintain formation! God fucking damn it!
Ah, Kagu!
Kagu, you nearly threw that!
Bloody hell. Oh, that was way too close.
No, you did okay, Foxley. It was
Fucking Kagu.
Oh, well, minimize mistakes regardless.
Kagu,
You need to stop
fucking diving the back line.
Okay, putting a shield barrel on Kagu is.
It's dangerous.
Ah, you're banning fighter.
There it goes.
Shrine Maiden is gone.
Ninja.
Shield Bearer.
Alright. We'll go with
Shadowmancer.
and Knight. Is this? Alright. Excellent. Exactly what I wanted.
Alright.
Oxley.
Everything's good. I wonder how Numi gets bonuses from Priestess.
Sometimes. Feels random.
Oh well. Strategy.
You fought early and narrowed the distance.
Right.
Off you go.
Stay close together.
And fight.
We literally have a
Uh,
meat grinder comp.
why, Jackal, you're crazy.
Good job. Wait, did we lose? I thought we won.
I'm counting on you.
Wait, I thought we won.
Can you hear it? The pulses of the
I guess they caught up on kills at the end.
rhythm is a grand orchestra. It's never the same tone. Who
And Ghost
there can be
Sorry of clown.
and Ninja.
No Shadowmancer.
Alright. In that case, try Maiden. Right.
Alright.
Biomancer and Fighter.
Alright.
There we go. Alright.
I don't know how we lost that last one.
I thought we won that, but apparently we didn't.
Alright.
Good luck, guys.
Nice.
Nice, 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 nice. Very good.
Doing a lot of damage to him.
Oh, there's shield.
Oh,
Get back, get back, get back.
get back on the field.
Hurry. Okay, good. Oh, that was closer than I thought it was gonna be.
Yeah, Berserker is one of those characters where honestly they've been nerfed into the ground.
I shouldn't use Berserker. Berserker is garbage too. No,
Archer count as monk.
expected.
Priestess count as knight, really?
Archie calls us Shadow Wrestler.
Huh?
How?
What? How?
What? How does that make sense? Let's go.
This is a rank 17.
Should be easier.
Cargo is...
Healing amped up.
Big Band.
There of Ghosts.
Oh, Shield Bearer.
Interesting. Rare Ninja.
Oh man, this might be a very low...
Low tank fight. Monk Ice Mage. Rain Maiden.
Went for Priestess.
Okay, we'll go for Magic Knight and Fighter.
Yeah, our tank in this fight is really, really low.
Yumi, I hope your Tri-Minion is up to snuff because
You're gonna be healing a lot.
Adamance is also going to be pulling her weight. Okay, we're doing quite well.
I really like the Shadow Knight effect.
So cool. Okay, good.
Kagu is
Suppressing the healer. If the healer is healing herself, she's not healing us.
DPS on front line. Oh shit.
Oh shit. Staggered respawn.
Staggered response.
Come on, come on, overtime.
Come on.
Oh my god, oh, that was so close. We fought.
He barely won that.
And to play Berserker.
Berserker is
Trashed here though
I'll consider getting it.
for you, but I don't think it's gonna happen, to be honest. We'll see what happens.
And goes. Well, Berserker's gone.
So, sorry Foxley, no Berserker. And Clown.
We got Priestess, huh?
I'll take Shadowmancer and Tri-Minion.
Knight.
Fighter.
Sniper. It's been a while since I've seen a marksman.
I have an idea. Let's try this.
Numi.
I know you're Archer,
Kagu, you're on support.
and
I know what's gonna happen.
good luck, guys.
We only have one tank and he's a squishy one.
You're very good.
We're doing well.
Good. Keep up the damage. Oxley's created havoc in the back line. Keep it up.
Oh my god, they immediately revived Foxley. Oh shit.
We got hit by a grenade. Oh shit. Shit.
Okay.
We lost that. That's fine.
Ah, the grenade turned the tide.
Roma can be more proactive. I'll take that into account.
Alright.
Coming down to the wire. And goes.
And shield bearer.
And Ninja.
Take Shadowmancer.
I took Shrine Maiden.
And Knight.
In that case, we take Priestess.
Berserker's
Trashed here, but that's what we got.
Alright.
Good luck, guys.
We're fighting a Pyromancer. Wrong time to ult,
Newbie! That was a wasted ult. Oh man, Kagu is going apeshit on the back line. Get back up there.
Ooh.
Oh my god! That came down to the fucking wire again.
Oh, that's so fucking close.
We definitely need to retrain some people. Throwing equipment.
Can we just get a...
X thing.
An interview has been requested by the reporter of Party News, Brand Bank. From the Party News, the Milk Bluesies is on a winning streak these days. Do you think you'll advance to the finals?
There's only one outcome for the best team.
Coach Artificial and the Milk Bluesies sweeping victory. The Milk Bluesies on a great run under Coach Artificial's management. The Milk Bluesies have recorded 4 wins and 1 loss in the last 5 matches. In the last match, Coach Artificial utilized his bad pick to form his team around Shrine Maiden as the main champion. There are concerns that the teams were able to hold Trying Maiden in check, but the experts are adamant that Artificial has few more cards up his sleeve. Fans of the Melbusies have acknowledged Artificial's abilities and have high expectations for his further brilliant performance. Okay, this is weird. There's only one outcome. The coaches are doing... What? All of you? What? What? You...
God damn it! What? 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 Really? Come on! Why? You guys need to... You guys need to be more amped up, you know? Ooh. Reduce cooldown. Fuck, that's cooldown. That's on the chair. And the chair. I need that for chair. Swing. Oh, how nice. We got the swing. The sex swing, right? When we got the match, which is basically the version of the sex swing. How's our schedule looking? I've got a few more matches. Let's try to see how much it costs to recruit a veteran. Not too expensive. We might try a veteran next. Let's go. We're fighting against the second ranked team. This is going to be... Oh yeah, this is really difficult. Stats are so high. Alright, it's alright. Let's do your best, guys. Wei Xiao. Oh shit, Wei Xiao's here. Yes, guys, do your best. Otherwise, it's the sodomy room for all of you. Let us burn sniper. Going Shrine Maiden. Alright. In that case, Beastess and Shadowmancer. When Magic Knight. Knight. That's okay, fighter. I don't understand why everyone gets buff when using Priestess. Is this a thing that's just inherent in Priestess? Priestess just has a passive? It's a Priestess thing, isn't it? I'm gonna have to look at the Priestess stats later. Right, go. Shit, we're getting our asses kicked. Fuck! Oh my god, we're getting a strike. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh my god. Oh my god. Well. Okay, our team comp needs a little bit of work. Minor damage. Okay, way too tanky. Team players are priority. Oh my god, Foxley is Not feeling it at all. Close.
Swordsman.
Ninja.
No knight.
Hmm. Shrine Maiden.
Okay.
If they have a sniper, we're gonna need a diver. Fighter.
And Pyromancer.
Right. Shadowmancer and
Magic Knight.
God, I hope this goes well. Surprise party. Right back, out the way. Sacrifice. Out of your way.
Let's go! Fight and win! Go!
Okay.
Things are even. Oh god.
Okay, there's the one bad thing about
Having revive directly on top of them.
we get revived directly back into the
Wizards all.
come on, come on, come on, come on,
Come on.
come on. Come on. Fight, 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 fight,
Fight!
fight, fight.
Come on!
Come on.
Burst them down! Come on! Come on!
Come on.
Oh god!
Oh, that was close. Okay. Good job. That was hectic, but we got it.
This is not. Our performance wasn't good either.
We need
We need to
keep our.
mood up.
Why is Foxley so sad?
Beginning the Berserker.
Michaels. No clown. And a ninja.
First pick.
Shield Bearer, right.
We're taking Shrine Maiden.
And Shadowmancer.
Went for Knight.
I need Fighter.
Alright.
This is going to be another.
Crazy dive comp.
Cargo is eventually going to run directly at the sniper.
Hey,
Foxley,
you wanted to.
to the fly off. You're DPS champion, go.
It was a battle.
Oh, this is really close.
Oh my god,
This is so close.
Okay.
Cargo is on the sniper, good.
Good job.
Fine. Good job, Kagu. Get the sniper, Kagu. You got it. Good job. Okay. Good job.
This is a hard fought victory.
Ah. This man's training.
I don't want you to level up your fucking shield bearer. That's garbage.
Hand mouse.
Can anybody actually fight with that?
That, put that there.
Numi.
That's fine.
God, this dissonant tune is
Throwing me off.
yes, sniper.
Lucky, okay. Let's see, what's our upcoming schedule like?
Fighting 3 more times.
Let's go. Moody?
I think Smoothie is a real person, isn't he? Okay, our stats are only slightly below them.
Let's see what we can do.
Going first.
Ice Mage? Okay. There it goes.
No Priestess. I hope they don't pick Shrine Maiden.
It did not pick Shrine Maiden.
In that case,
Shrine Maiden and Shadow Monster.
Clown.
Magic Knight?
They built a crazy front line.
They're all frontliners. And you know what?
Kagushia Bearer.
I think this will work out.
Okay, I know you're gonna act really weirdly with a shield bearer, but
I think this will all work out. This is a brawling fight.
okay.
Okay. Okay, I think we'll win a long run.
Good job.
Yes, at one gun. That was a brawl, but we outdamaged them and sustained them.
You did very well.
Keep doing what you're doing, Wojciech.
You're doing very, very, very well.
Let's see. Here it goes.
No Shadowmancer.
Okay. Ninja gone.
No Magic Knight either.
Okay, we might go back to standard.
They got Knight.
Get us Pyromancer.
If they have AoEs, we're gonna want AoEs as well. I mean, if they have
This much tankier, we want AoEs.
Pyromancer's good.
Now. Fighter and Berserker.
Switch.
Okay. That works.
You're still going for a massive front line with
CC is. I'm not sure how that CC is going to affect us.
either way we're going to AoE them down.
Yeah, sure, Wojciech.
That was an awful ult fight. Kagu's on the Ice Mage.
Good. Kaku's eliminated Ice Mage.
Ah,
Okay, we're still doing okay. Yeah, we got this.
easy victory.
Good job.
So there's only powerful pelicans above us.
The team that destroyed us last time.
We meet?
Yes, we got Alexei.
Oh, okay. We might not meet the shine.
Yoga. Oh man, that's unfortunate.
But
Warrior Champion Mastery.
oh, we have a lot of warriors.
Yeah. Yeah, that might be good actually. If not that then it's just attack plus attack speed.
That's actually, yeah, we'll take that.
Uh, we'll keep this. Right.
How's our money?
Facility.
How much?
Time do we have to recruit?
Not much.
Recruitment takes 3 turns. So you know what?
We'll add another recruitment slot.
Okay, let's go. I can't wait until I can retrain Lily and
Oh shit.
we're fighting our nemesis.
Oh god.
Oh my god, your stats are so high. Love for it.
Smell blood.
That's, you know, that suffice. Ah,
That's actually a pretty shitty.
that's a pretty shitty skill.
Vessel of Fives only happened in the
In the finals.
well, in the lead up to the finals.
Ah. Hmm.
Okay, this is gonna be difficult.
I'm gonna have to bring out A game. Ghost.
Monk is gone.
And Ninja. Sniper's gone. Right.
I think Shrine Maiden is
Still the core of our team, so we need that.
heavy Diacom.
Hmm. Let's go for Pyromancer. Yeah,
Right.
this is a
This is a brawling comp.
alright. Right, did she do it?
I really need to get rid of that.
Fucking shield bearer. But he's trained up so high.
You know what? We'll get rid of the
Shrine Maiden.
because we have so many people with Shrine Maiden.
Not good to have that many people.
But at least we have AoE against their Mei.
Entirely melee comp. Okay. Oh,
Oh shit.
oh shit. Hang on guys, hang on.
Okay,
The ults are over. Get back on in the fight.
nice.
Good job. Good job. Good job.
He survived the.
Spam of ults.
He tried to wombo combos.
He's just actually gonna
Please ban fighter. No, I don't think so. I think we can either deal with him or
counter pick him.
oh, the enemy banned.
Fighter, huh? Okay. If you're gonna ban fighter, go right ahead.
Get rid of the ninja. Epic Shrine Maiden. Shrine Maiden is going to be a pain to deal with.
try Pyromancer and Priestess.
Going Knight.
Alright, in that case, Magic Knight.
Monk. You're going massive frontline again.
Alright, in that case, you know what we're doing?
The only difference is that they have a Shrine Maiden now in the back line.
Which Cargo might start chasing, which is
Bad. But I don't think there's anything we can do about it.
alright, go. And you're also very good. Oh. Tank it! Tank it!
Okay.
Good.
My god, when the enemy uses Berserker.
It's so powerful when you use it, it does so little damage.
Ah shit! Kagu is going after the fucking
Healer! Oh,
I swear, every time I see Kagu with the shield bearer going after a
backline healer, I get heart attacks. Seriously. Last match and then entering recruitment period.
That is bullshit.
And
Nah,
oh wait,
I don't think we need to rush recruitment.
go. We're fighting against horrible horses.
Oh hey!
They came up with us from the previous league.
Did they improve their players?
They did.
Oh wait, no.
Oh, they did, yes.
That's
They improved them pretty significantly.
but not enough.
That is bullshit.
Banned Berserker
Here it goes.
and Monk.
Ninjas out.
Took Shrine Maiden.
Right,
In that case, we need
damage. Priestess, Pyromancer. Fighter. It took Knight.
this might come back to bite us in the ass.
But let's see what we can do about this.
Yeah, but damage isn't very high.
Ice mages are low damage.
The Shrine Maiden would do damage.
No Pyromancer can make up for that.
Go.
Oh,
Oh, we're all the way on their side.
It's a tough fight. Barely staying alive. Get back up there. Oh, damn it, Kagu! I didn't come back to fight us, idiots.
Ah, Kagu nearly threw that.
Can't you see I'm blazing? Still my heart is blazing. If the words kill me, I don't need a new.
Pull yourself together, guys.
Are we too impetuous?
Especially you, Kagu. You are bloodthirsty.
Here it goes.
Oh, Shadowmancer, right? It is Shrine Man.
We took Pyromancer.
And Knight. Which means
Right.
I might pull out Numi's Archer this time.
Yeah.
Magic Knight, Fighter.
I knew Mace Archer is coming up. Well, technically Sniper, but
Yeah, same difference.
yeah, Yumi needs to be on sniper duty.
For this. There we go.
Right.
Off we go, guys. Get them. Get back out there.
That grenade was wasted.
But oh well. Nice. It is trying them.
Oh,
Shit. Shit. Okay. Go back. We're stabilized. Very good. Perfect.
that went exactly as planned. So we're now tied with
Alpha Pelicans, the only team to kill us.
ooh, more
More stuff.
Illusionist and Barrier Mage.
Okay, let's see.
Ghosts have been buffed, Ninja has been buffed.
Swordsman got buff.
Such a weird buff.
Okay,
Monk got nerfed, Knight got nerfed. Ah, that's nothing.
Archer got nerfed.
Okay, that was a pretty sizable nerf for Archer.
Alright, Hammy,
Let me go to wash him.
chat. One last wash and break.
And then we'll cap off the season.
Once we get back. Love you all. Mwah. Happy. Okay.
Back.
Come on, John. Ah,
Let me get back into my BDSM chess harness.
and there we go. Okay.
We need to do some retraining.
And also checking out the new champions.
Here we are.
Oh, let's see. This thing says equipment. Bench.
Nope, it's shit.
Sponsors.
Need to do this 12 times.
We might not be able to make this.
It really depends on how we do in the second half of the season.
Wait. Slightly falling short. Okay, recruitment.
We are going to recruit.
A rising star and a veteran. Need to search for stronger players.
And what is going on?
We are going to need to do some retraining.
Wait, hang on, before we do that,
Champion information. Barrier mage.
Barry from Long Range Protector.
Combat abilities are poor.
A champion that can lead the fight, create a barrier, ally that can protect the shield.
It's decreased attack speed.
A support mage. Barrier and nearby with a wide range eliminates.
Creates a barrier.
Nearby with a wide range which eliminates all energy projectiles.
That's an
Anti. That is an anti.
range factor.
Second cooldown and skill.
At least she has some attack.
It's illusionist.
Illusionist mage.
Absorbs enemy attacks by creating apparitions, brings advantage to allies while battling using force. Of all allied champions.
Interesting.
Uses an apparition of chosen enemy. The apparition shares part of its damage with.
The original body.
I don't get that.
I really don't get this. We're battling using force.
Yeah, I don't understand what this means. Probably not going to retrain into,
The illusionist then.
but we are going to.
Retrain. Kago.
The Shrine Maiden.
No. You're going to retrain into a warrior.
Magic Knight.
That works. There's no other warriors you could have gotten.
That would have been better. Except maybe Swordsman, but Swordsman is
Garbage tier right now, so yeah.
Magic Knight works.
And Shadow with Fox later.
Special training.
Numi.
Monk is
Garbage tier, so get rid of Monk. You train that to another support.
I got a priestess under me.
Good. Now, Numi is a priestess as well.
Let's go.
Fuck.
I might retrain White Jackals.
Ice Mage, just because
Ice Mage is honestly,
not great.
it's a CC mage, which is not that useful.
Attack speed. Special training. My Checo.
Ice Mage is not worth using.
Get a different mage. Yep. Illusionist.
Right? Let me check on
Training.
primaries.
Magic Knight and Knight. My Checo.
The primaries are going to be
This. We're gonna be spread out.
Yumi has a really powerful
Shrine Maiden and Art.
and priestess.
And pieces are going to be.
Kind of like a backup pick,
And this one is still gonna be Shrine Maiden.
and then
Backup Sniper.
Kagu. Zerka honestly is such a weak pick because of
How much has been nerfed to the ground, so
no. I'll give you Magic Knight.
between other we should be able to give you a character to use. Yeah.
That's not fucking.
Shield Bearer.
It's honestly the worst character for you.
Oh my god.
Stream.
Shall we?
Your arms holding me,
154.
you lost.
Foxley's still the best streamer. Go Foxley! Get 3 consecutive wins! I believe in you! Nice! Perfect.
Voice comes to me like crystal clear water. I never want to forget you.
I think the next upgrade we're gonna get is
Reduce cost of
maintaining people.
that's a mouse? I saw a single champion now.
My turn.
We're not gonna get anything to be honest.
I want to see how much.
Special training does to improve cargo.
If it's also shit, then
I'm gonna be pissed. It's supposed to have massive growth.
okay, that's
Still not really worth it, but it's at least
better than
garbage. Good job, Foxy.
you know technically based on what's about to happen, we may be getting rid of
Some people very soon. Let's see. Accent cap. Oh, that's cute.
Alright, recruitment. Let's see.
News of victory.
Garbage.
Ordinary.
Fuck.
He has very high stats, but he's ordinary. Fuck.
We didn't get good rolls on this.
Fuck.
Except Hafu. Hafu is not bad, but he has...
Shit skills and no.
And he has Monk. Monk is like the worst.
Uh, I think we might replace Foxley with this guy.
Yeah.
Foxley, I'm sorry.
But you're getting benched.
Visual training. Monkus Garbo.
Get rid of it.
Will do. Next. All right. I'm actually going to replace Archer.
Yeah, I think we need to...
Bench. Start benching people now.
Specifically Foxley.
Bye, Foxley. I love you, but you're falling off.
It's not a big deal. We can handle it. I don't have to think about it. What we need to do is clear. Don't you think?
Do I want to bring this guy in?
Got your time for
News of victory. No, the fact that his champion is garbage and
His skill isn't that great either.
no, delete that.
the kiss of death.
Alright, equipment. Check.
I'm sorry about this.
That's new.
You thought it through. I don't have to think about it. Out there those who believe. What about you?
Mental training.
Right, mental training is really, really expensive. I can't...
I can give Quicks mental training until likely
Now it's your
next
could got your time.
time. Okay.
replace that.
Nice.
Quicks is literally Foxley 2.0.
Aye.
Oh,
Yeah.
who should I name this person after?
Need another tank.
The kiss of death.
Markia! There you go, Markia has joined us.
as a new tank.
I'm sorry to say.
As and Lucky, you guys are getting fired.
I'm sorry.
Can't afford to keep you around anymore.
I'm sorry.
Oh no,
Foxley! No! No, Foxley! Just because I'm changing your place, it doesn't mean
you're allowed to slack off.
you're not allowed to slack off.
Just because I'm changing your replacement.
Foxley,
You keep working.
Barrett. Twilight.
Get off your lazy ass and
fucking fight.
oh my god,
No, so that's what they meant
by low growth. More like no growth.
oh my god.
Uh,
Okay,
so needing to change a veterans champion pool.
it's very detrimental.
I'll keep that in mind.
Ah. Let me go stream. Good job, Remy.
Okay, let's go.
Schedule time. Time to get back into it. Alright.
This is gonna be our
Loader,
team roster.
go.
Only 5 members. We kind of fired.
Come on, people, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it, chat.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Only when it comes time for people to leave, you have to leave, you know?
Let's go.
We're going to debut
A veteran player.
that we poached from somewhere.
I have no idea where.
Somewhere. Maki is going to be the bulwark to lead the party to victory.
Progress is already developing very well. The next time we want to
Fire. Rising stars. Next equipment, we're going to look for rising stars.
right.
Big plan.
Bit of ghost. Monk is gone.
Fine. That's fine.
Barrier mage is gone.
Are they intending to use range? I'm not sure.
Right. Go for all faithful.
Shrine Maiden. Matching Knight and Ice Mage.
Okay, some AoE, but not too much. I'm very curious about this.
Let's try this. Shadowmancer.
Okay, that's.
We're gonna find
We're gonna see how this deals with
Shadowmancer as well.
Knight.
And Fighter, right.
Double lift.
Isn't that a...
That's a law player, isn't he?
I could have sworn that's a low player.
Alright.
Let's go. I don't
I don't know what the illusions do.
What just happened?
What's going on?
Oh fuck, what's going on?
Oh shit.
Oh shit, yeah.
Oh, okay, so it creates decoys.
Noted. That's why illusion rate does, creates decoys. Shit!
Shit, we're losing.
Shit, we're losing.
Damn it.
Alpha Pelicans is the ranked 1 team.
God damn it.
Now you can be more proactive. I'll consider. I'll think about this.
Technically, you are in a champion proactive.
You're amazing with your Shrine Maiden.
Yes, that's also why.
Close.
Like this guy.
The Revolutionist.
I have a feeling that this
Particular team goes for Shadowmancer builds.
let's go Shrine Maiden.
And Knight.
Shit, they took Magic Knight.
What's your pick so far?
Alright,
Berserker.
and Pyromancer.
Fuck.
And Swordsman.
Okay,
They have a very weak front line. Maybe we can...
maybe we can kite them. Okay, we're going to play a kiting comp.
I think sustain comp. With Numis.
Marksman. And White Jekyll switching to support. Good luck, guys. What just happened?
Oh god damn it, my
My Berserker got cancelled.
Okay, we're doing better.
A lot better. Oh not. Fuck.
Come on.
Get back, get back. Come on. Come on. Shit.
Shit,
Come on. Come on.
come on.
Overtime, come on.
No! Ah,
God damn it. Pelicans are still number 1. Fuck.
okay, we're gonna definitely need...
Some more plays.
Excruciating loss for the Milk Pussies. In the end, the Milk Pussies were defeated but in a ranking match that everybody was talking about. Boy, was it a slaughter. The Milk Pussies fell to 2nd place. To 2nd place? After losing the match against powerful Pelicans, it has recorded 8 wins, 2 losses, and plus 9 points. On the other hand, with this victory, powerful Pelicans moved up to first place and recorded 9 wins, 1 losses, and plus 15 points. Having won an important match, powerful Pelicans is likely to keep showing good results. The Maple Leafs will have to make up for this defeat by improving their performance and fighting till the very end.
Yeah, that was so close.
It's okay.
They're ranked second. We'll come back.
Reduce increment time.
Crafting in your feed.
We'll probably get that next.
Let's go. At least we
The first time we fought them, they.
destroyed us. It was no contest,
But this time, we actually put up a fight.
so that's good for us. Let's go.
Right.
Close. What's wrong?
You're a ninja?
No fighter. Pick up Shrine Maiden.
See what they do. They're going for the Shadowmancer build.
Okay. That means we'll go Pyromancer.
And lastly,
Knight and Magic Knight. I think this will work better. There we go.
your job is to
Take them out. Bye, Jackal.
do your DPS. Okay,
Kago is chasing down the Shadowmancer. Good.
get a kill on the Shadowmancer.
Nice. It is trying them.
Oh, why is the fucking monk diving us?
Uh, Get out there. Fuck.
Things are getting hectic.
Yeah, it's spawning on top of us. Shit. Come on, come on, come on.
Hold on.
Hold on. Nice, good job.
Yeah, the Shadowmancer build is crazy.
They eventually just start spawning on top of you non-stop. Don't lose focus now.
Yeah, they're running a build that can snowball.
Very easily. Oh, don't be overconfident.
Monk.
Here it goes.
Illusionist.
Interesting.
No ninjas. Meant for clown.
Shrine Maiden and Shadowmancer.
We're taking it away from them. Took Swordsman, the guy that's been nerfed into the fucking ground.
Fighter. And Magic Knight.
But we have plenty of DPS in our frontliners.
Now the question is,
Who do I give the fighter to?
Makia or Kaku?
Might be better to give the fighter to Makia because Makia is overall
More effective on the fighter, and Kaku seems to be doing okay chasing out.
back aligned with the warrior, the Magic Knight. And again, these are
All frontliners, so start rolling!
okay.
Get him! Come on! Okay, good job.
Start staggering their
Yeah, device. Come on, come on. Give me a revive, go. Come on,
Okay, we got this.
we got this. Good job.
Reading Sifa, best employee.
I mean, different people. I mean, if you perform, then you get a reward.
If you fail, then you get
Punished. It's-
Oh, I've been going for 10 hours now.
yeah,
I've-
I might have become addicted to this game. This game is actually pretty fun.
Someone managed to beat the powerful Pelicans.
I wonder who did that.
It wasn't me.
I was like, oh, either way. Well, I mean, yeah, fancy, yeah.
Coach Artificial and the Milk Boosie sweeping victory. The Milk Boosies is on a great run. Under Coach Artificial's management, the Milk Boosies has recorded 4 wins and 1 loss in the last 5 matches. In the last match, Coach Artificial has utilized his band pick to form his team around the Shrine Maiden as the main champion. There are concerns that other teams will be able to hold Shrine Maiden in check, but experts are adamant that Artificial has a few more cards up his sleeve. Fans of the Milk Boosies have acknowledged Artificial's abilities and have high expectations for his further brilliant performance.
I feel like it'd be nicer if there are more.
Magazine.
Write-ups because
That write-up is the same every time. I got double again.
keep crafting. Yeah, I leave it up to you guys to decide whether sodomy is a punishment or reward.
Either way.
Either way, sodomy happens.
Let's see now.
Pickle schedule.
Also sponsor.
6 times.
We need to.
I don't know if we can.
Build at sponsors.
Go
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
6, 7.
We have to double.
Kills. Your death.
6 times in the next 7 matches.
Hopefully. Hopefully I'll be able to do it. We are getting stronger though, so. Welcome, Hacker, welcome to Team Fight Manager.
Where I lead our glorious team to victory.
We haven't lost a single.
Match, though ignore the fact that our record currently says 2 losses.
Dude, that didn't happen. Definitely didn't happen.
Swordsman. Really? They banned the guy that's nerfed into the ground?
Uh, Hero Ninja.
They're going for the Shadowmancer build.
Alright, in that case,
We need to out DPS them.
let's go. Primate Pyromancer. Magic Knight.
Shit.
Hmm.
I could run this, but this is really risky. Kagu might go apeshit.
Partway through the match.
Kagu, try to stay in formation, please.
What am I doing? What?
I'm doing okay.
I technically a little bit tired because I
Been working a lot. I mean, there was the whole
TGS coverage and then after that
I was working on Avatar every day, but
I'm feeling okay, chat. I miss streaming with you guys, that's why I need to stream a lot now.
oh god,
Oh god, oh god.
hold.
Hold. Okay,
Berserker Altis.
and out.
Oh god. Fuck.
Oh my god.
Matches with Shadowmancer is always
Crazy chaotic. It swings very wildly.
sometimes you think you're winning and then suddenly you lose.
And sometimes you think you're losing and then suddenly you win.
Team mentality.
Be aggressive. We're going to go on the offensive.
Okay, good.
My Jekyll is on the opposite. Or do you take some rest?
I am resting.
This is rest. I'm here to rest and have fun with you guys.
Alright, let's go.
This plan goes.
And Berserker, okay.
And Ninja.
And Monk.
Let's pick Shrine Maiden first.
Try minutes of flex pick so she can go in your way. Shadowmancer and Fighter.
Let's grab.
Magic Knight.
Alright, good.
We're going to run a backup.
Comp. So, normally, Numi is,
Normally Numini is our healer, but
for this particular comp,
we are going to run Numi as a
as an archer. Numi has some training in archer.
and White Jackal has some training in fact Shrine Maiden is White Jackal's most powerful.
Chabby,
Even though White Jackals has buffs for mages. But don't ask why, this is
confusing.
and Kagu can go apeshit with
The Magic Knight. to a good
to an early lead. The samurai took himself out.
of the fight to kill someone. It's fine.
Oh, shit.
The
The Shadowmancer team is
starting to snowball. Come on, come on.
Get up.
Get up. Yeah, alive, come on. Come on, fight back.
Okay.
Shadowmancer down.
Kagu
Sniper.
Okay.
Yeah, you should sleep.
Oh, you're going to bed?
Alright. Appreciate you for visiting. I hope you have complete sleeps.
I'm here watching your stream for a little bit.
Oh, that's fine.
If you have to go to bed, then feel free to go to bed.
It's
It's
important to get enough sleep, chat.
make sure you guys get enough sleep, okay? Mage headset.
Back down a minute.
Kagu is leveling up.
Very good. Right. Here we go.
Yeah, you don't have to stay up for me if you don't want to.
Yeah. Make sure you go to bed if you feel tired, okay?
I'm good to stay up too late after all. Mage Champion Mastery. We have more champions than
Major, so this is worth more. At least right now. Right. Let's go. Sacrifice some sleep. Aww.
oh, okay. If you think you're okay.
Right.
Whenever you start to feel like you're nodding off,
Make sure you hop off the bed.
if you really want to watch the stream, you can
You know, watch on your phone
put your phone next to your
next to your pillow,
put the volume on low and
and you'll be able to enjoy the stream that way.
Priestess. Give it a ghost. A ninja band?
And give it a Shadowmancer.
I don't know what they're trying to pull. Ice Mage. In that case, let's go.
Go. Try Maiden. And Knight.
Magic Knight, huh?
Fighter. Monk.
Berserker. This is a...
This is a frontline party.
So we need AoEs.
Paramancer. Paramancer AoE.
Alright, swap here, swap.
Swap here, swap here. There we go.
Kaguras is feeling a little bit down,
But it's fine. Progress will come back. I'm sure.
Kagu died.
Really, but it's fine. Kaga is crazy. Kaga can't see rush in ahead of the tank. But sometimes he dies, but
Yeah, now we're...
having to come back.
Oh god.
Back up, back up, back up, back up, back up.
Okay, the...
Ice Mage wasted his off. Nice. Good job. You got twice the kills.
Not 12 a.m. yet. Oh well.
Oh,
You have to get up early tomorrow?
well, this sucks so bad. It was easier than I expected, to be honest.
Considering the strange band base.
Let's go. And Ghost
Ghost is a very, very swingy
character.
barrier mage.
And Ninja.
Priestess.
Let's see, Shadowmancer.
Monk Berserker.
Okay. Iron Maiden.
Alright.
Going to run a
Shadowmancer dive comp.
Here we go. There we go. Alright. Shadowmancer dive comp.
This is going to be
Super chaotic. Yeah, a lot of tanky ballers, but that's fine.
every time we die.
My Chuckle is going to immediately bring someone back because
Our front line is
quite tough as well.
and our healer is
It's amazing. Insta revival. Go. Come back. Alright. We got them.
You spent your ults.
There's nothing you can do to.
Yep.
We got him.
It seems you're doing yes, you have to get up early, but
Last 2 days, yeah, trash sleep.
oh, are you sure that staying up late is a good idea?
Yeah, trash sleep.
This game seems interesting. It's
A fairly simple game.
as far as managing your team goes, but it's quite fun.
I'm having a lot of fun with this.
Try maiden counter picks.
Magic Knight. This does counter picks Shadowmancer, yeah.
Although we didn't run this
This was a
all counter pick we used to use against
Shadowmancer.
unless we could.
Get Shrine Maiden.
Magic Knight counters Knight.
Really? Oh,
Magic Knight synergizes with Berserker? Really?
I wonder what the other teams were doing.
Because Berserker was nerfed into the ground.
Oh,
Wow, so many people pick Warriors.
I have a feeling the reason a lot is because of me. At least partially because of me.
Ah,
Copy.
contract renewal team for whole team is $3,000! Oh fuck!
Shit. What the hell costs so much?
Oh, it's Makia.
Makia costs that much. Fuck.
Okay, so that's the downside of having a veteran.
It costs a bomb. Oh my god, Makia.
Makia, you alone drove our contract fee up by an insane amount.
God damn. Fuck.
Okay, we're gonna have to be careful about that. That means we can only have one veteran on the team and the rest.
Rising Stars. Rice Jellyfish. I believe they were from the lower league before it was up here.
Let's see if they've improved.
They have improved slightly, but not as much as this. Here.
Shield Bearer ban.
Interesting. Ice Mage ban.
Interesting.
Warrior first break,
See what you can do. Alright, you're going for a Shadowmancer build.
which means Iron Maiden and Knight.
Fighter.
Hmm. Magic Knight.
Swordsman.
Ah, Berserker Swordsman.
This is a heavy dive comp.
So,
We need the Pyromancer for AoE.
or Archer for Sustain.
We'll go Archer.
For Sustain. Oh, off comp. There we go. Luminos, bring up a backup Archer,
Or Jackal will take over as
healer, and
instructions.
get close. Let's go. Alright,
Very good.
we're using their quick respawn against them.
We're getting a whole bunch of kills quickly.
Argo's trying to
Dive the
mage.
Oh! Oh my god!
Shit, 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 shit.
Oh, that's not good.
That's not good, that's not good.
They saved their ults for the...
For the end. Fuck. Shit, shit, come on, fight, 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 fight.
Damn it! Okay, that was...
They
They pulled a fast one on us.
they wombo comboed us. Good job, I guess. Yeah, that was
They hit us with a wombo combo, they just chained.
killed us. We need to be careful about that. Of course.
You're getting Magic Knight.
And Ninja.
They don't want to deal with
The Shadowmancer. Alright. If you don't want to deal with the Shadowmancer, then fine by me.
Like the Berserker. You got a Knight.
Ice Mage. Hmm.
They might be building another dive comp.
So, we'll go like so.
Yep, they're building a dive comp. Or more like a brawler comp.
Right. It's a risk, but you have no choice. Go. Okay, we got a good lead.
The last time this happened, yeah,
They stacked their ults on us and destroyed us at the end. And here come the ults.
okay, recover.
Come on, recover. Okay,
Stabilize.
good job, you stabilized. Nice.
It's a lot harder for them to wombo combo us without.
The Shadow Mage.
Okay, I think I know what you're doing now. We either have to pick the Shadow Mage away from them.
Or ban it ourselves. Yep, Yumi. Your Shield Maiden. Your Shrine Maiden is amazing as always. There it goes. No Shadowmancer for you.
You're going Knight. They might be building a Brawler comp.
Priestess. Magic Knight. Oh yeah, they're definitely building a Brawler comp. Right there.
Definitely a Brawler comp. Pyromancer or Illusionist?
Pyromancer. He always will be good against this.
Alright.
Right.
There we go.
This should do it. Holocom versus AoE. Keep healing, Nami.
You're keeping us alive.
Jackal, keep blasting. Kagu and Makia will try their best to keep the frontline locked down.
Damn. Okay, the Samurai used his ult on a single target. Good.
Very good. You didn't wipe us again. Good job. Now here's a question. Can we still...
Fulfill the sponsorship.
Let me double check.
8 times. We need.
We have 4 more matches.
We have to 2-0.
The remaining matches.
That means no more mistakes.
We want to get the sponsor money. We have to 2-0. The next 4 match.
To the next our opponents were fighting against. It's not good.
No, don't get this yet. Save that for later.
Fighting against the third ranked team.
We trashed them last time, but
We need to make sure we don't make any mistakes if we want to sponsor money.
alright. Your first pick of course.
Oh, they got rid of Ninja.
Your Pyromancer.
They got rid of Shadowmancer.
Okay, that's fine. We will.
In that case, we'll first pick Shrine Maiden. Ah,
Interesting. Knight. Wait, I don't know.
Fighter.
We'll run Illusionist and Shield Bearer. Yes, this is a
Yeah, this is a brawling comp.
called it. So
Wait, yeah.
that's a real player. I think Karlsa is also a real player.
Mage.
Or
I think that should do it.
Akia will be tank.
Kagu will be backup tank.
Okay, go.
Since they are running a
Brawling comp.
Kagu shouldn't get too far away from the
Team. Oh. Hang on, Kar.
Ah, Kagu's dead.
Oh my god. Oh, the assassin tried to die.
Okay.
Stabilize. Good job.
Ah,
Alright. Items. Very good.
you did alright.
A humble Kagu. Don't get too cocky now.
Okay. He banned Ice Mage.
Close. Shadowmancer.
Get rid of it. It's too swingy.
And back to you talking shit, yeah.
Ban Shrine Maiden.
And Knight. Magic Knight.
A barrier mage. We've never seen this before. Bunch of shields and tank and a barrier mage. You know what?
AoE. Run AoE. Oh, come back, Kaga.
About that avatar you worked on.
Oh? Everything okay about?
Hope nothing exploded or anything.
You?
You, Kagu, are a crazy diver.
You love to
And if you see anyone who survived the longest, you
run straight at them, so you're
kind of like a diving bruiser.
almost. Oh, Mimi and Whitejackal try to support you.
Makia is a frontline tanker.
It's very dependable frontline tank.
Oh wow! That thing hard countered Numi's ult.
But that's what the barrier mage is meant for.
Ah,
Interesting.
doesn't seem to be doing much though.
You're kinda still dying.
Kagu's diving! Kagu died.
Oh,
Kagu's going in! Kagu! You died again! Kagu! Stop fucking charging the fucking barrier mage! Oh my god.
you're crazy, Kagu.
Got into FPT and you found like
So many flaws. You got
oh no.
what kind of flaws do you find?
Is this something I can help you with?
If you anyway.
You're actually quite strong.
Your stats. I'm struggling.
We're ranked second.
Not first because
Powerful Pelicans is really, really, really strong.
You're the only team that we've consistently had trouble with.
Every other team we've been able to beat fairly easily.
Some things we would take a step, but we would win in the end.
But yeah, the Pelicans.
It's insane.
Next to some stuff that you really don't want to work on anymore.
I was a bit worried about the clapping stuff, but oh,
Hope.
it's not too difficult to fix. Let's see,
Where are we in the schedule right now? We have
3 more matches.
and we have to 2-0 them in order to meet our
Sponsors. Oh,
let's go.
also because we just transferred it.
Probably just animation stuff.
Animation stuff? Animation stuff like... Oh.
Not entirely sure what you mean.
Alright. Let's go.
Oh shit,
We're fighting Smoothie.
and Helios.
Smoothie and Helios, they're real people. Fuck,
Bit of ghosts. Swordsman.
they're priestess.
Iron Maiden.
How are you doing? Osaka and...
Really like picking Shadowmancer.
Right. Monk. Right. Fighter. Archer,
This is likely going to be, yep,
you're running a roller comp.
a brawler comp with
Shadowmancer.
which means you're going to be on top of us the entire time
We have to play safe.
and grind them.
Down. Let me Archer will be good for that. Go.
Twenty of our ults.
Up at the same time then. Damn. Oh, come on, get back here.
Numi,
Kai, come on, Nui, Kai.
okay,
We're doing it.
okay, stabilize.
Stabilize. Come on.
Okay,
Whew. That was close.
my Jackal's ult was...
Yeah, it was mistimed. Wait, let's get another go next match.
Alright.
Block damage.
With Ghost. We don't want to deal with the
Shadowlands. Okay. Fine. That's fine by me.
Give him Ninja.
Your move. We're gonna go for first.
Fighter first.
In that case.
Shrine Maiden.
And Knight. And next. Magic Knight.
I wonder if this rain will stop one
Berserker.
day. Someone's being
Monk.
all alone.
And Shibari, yeah.
Alright, we'll bring...
AoE. Gotta fight.
Only one road, so I can't get
another brawler comp.
That's fine. Cargo. Well,
I'm hesitant to give you Berserker Cargo because Berserker got nerfed into the ground, but
hopefully you'll be okay with it. I'll have a lot of AoE and heal backing you up though, so good luck.
oh god damn it!
Why? That was an awful ult! We're destroying them though.
Okay, they spammed all the ults together.
Good. Reset.
Oh shit! They...
That might be a problem. Come on. Stabilize.
Okay, good.
Reset. Perfect. Good job.
I'm in center for melee.
Easy peasy, yeah.
For some reason, a lot of
Teams in this league
build warriors. I mean, to be fair, I also build double warriors, but still. The amount of times to build warriors is insane. Shit, why Jackal and Numi have reached their peak. I'm gonna have to replace them. Or is it? Ugh. Two more rounds. Let's go. Yeah, a lot of them like to build brawler comps, and a lot of them like to build comps centered around the Shadow Mage. Which, I mean, to be fair, the Shadow Mage is very swingy. You can easily swing the match for you or against you, depending on how things work out. Time to fight our arch nemesis. And Illusionist? An Illusionist is a strong pick. And Shield Bearer, we're getting rid of Shadowmancer. I have a feeling they're going to pick a Shadowmancer comp. Shrine Maiden and Knight. Let's see what else they do. A Barrier Mage. Still don't know what your comp is going to be. Let's go for Fighter. Fighter is safe. Monk. And okay, so they are going for a brawler comp. In the case, Pyromancer. There we go. Brawler comp with a Barrier Mage for support. I don't know how Barrier Mage functions with brawler comps. Trying to find out. And Kagu is dead already. Oh well. That always happens with Kagu. At least to start when he's using a fighter. Doing quite well. Kagu's going for the Barrier Mage! Oh, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up. Oh, shit. Okay, reset. Reset. Get out there, reset. Kagu! Kagu! You're diving the fucking Barrier Mage again! Oh well, it worked out. No melee comps shit on assassins. You're a fighter though, you're a warrior. I tried to give you the safest way you can charge the backline. In fact, that's probably the tankiest diver you have in this game. Performance top notch. You were kinda wild there, Kagu. Constantly diving the backline, just running straight at the Barrier Mage. There it goes. Ninja. We got rid of Monk. That's not a Shadowmancer comp. Right. A sniper.
Okay, Kaka, I hope you can handle Berserker because
Berserker got nerfed into the ground.
Shrine Maiden.
Ice Mage. That might be a problem for you, Kagu.
But hopefully you'll be fine.
Alright.
Our own version of the Shadow Mage comp. Let's go. Yo, Grandma could play better, not gonna lie. Wow. Wow, really?
Really, you're gonna be like that to our nemesis,
Kaku?
Oh god!
You're learning the ults. Fuck. Fuck. Okay,
Mage is back.
okay.
Okay, we got this.
We got this. Get all the juice.
That went well. The attack actually increases every time someone dies.
Kinda.
Kinda goes opposite to how we fight because we play grinder.
The meat grinder counts rather than
Kill many people combat. Oh well, it works.
it worked out.
Now Milk Guns Boosties is on a great run on the coach, blah 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 blah. You heard it so many times. Blah 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 blah. 5 wins, 0 losses.
Fans are excited.
Yeah. Concrete chair.
Alright,
Let's go. Next match.
last match of the season.
If we can 2-0 this team,
We'll get a huge prize money from our sponsor.
fingers crossed.
We're fighting against a team that...
Follow us up into the Pro League.
Oh, this team is very weak.
This team is super duper weak.
Let's destroy them. We're not going to do anything.
Weird, we're going to go for a standard.
Here it goes.
They don't want to deal with the Shadowmancer, okay, fine by me.
Shrine Maiden.
Shrine Maiden, it's like the core of our comp.
Clown.
Knight, your move.
Monk. I have a feeling they're building a...
Yeah, they're building a roller comp, which means
We can go Magic Knight for Kagu.
and Pyromancer for my checkup.
A Sniper. Oh, that was a surprise.
Hmm.
The Magic Knight will
That would be harder pressed to.
lock down the Sniper, but should still be okay.
Let's go. At least you have more AoE.
A lot more AoE. Oh,
You're going for the sniper. Good job, Kaku.
Oh,
They wasted the sniper assault. Good.
we got this.
There's no way they can come back in time.
Damn it, Kaku, stop sweating at the sniper! Oh well.
We got him anyway. He. The bonus sucks so bad. Oh. That was pretty dull, to be honest.
Yeah, the opponents are noobs. Go back to the fucking Samurai Pro League. Noobs. Fucking noobs. You don't belong in the Pro League. Ha 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 ha. They banned Shrine Maiden. Do I want to risk letting them have
Shadowmancer.
in exchange for picking up,
Priestess.
or they could pick up Priestess and I take Shadowmancer.
A Shadowmancer without a healer is very weak.
There is Baron Mage, but none of us are trained in Baron Mage. No,
Oh, here it is, Shadowmancer.
just swinging. They went for Magic Knight.
Okay, that's fine by me.
Okay,
Priestess and Knight.
Barrier Mage.
Interesting.
We'll go.
Fighter. See what you pick.
Ice Mage and
What is this?
this looks almost standard, but their damage is really, really low.
Alright. Yumi, Spar,
Machaka on Illusionist.
and Kago on Diving Fighter.
Their damage is super low
Maybe the Magic Knight is expected to carry.
because the Ice Mage has low damage.
Oh, Kago go in. Kago.
Ah!
Oh wow, Kago. Kago reamed the Barrier Mage. Oh, Barrier Mage. She never knew what hit it.
Suddenly Kago is
All over her. And she was like, yeah! And Kago was ripping off her clothes.
okay. They clear this, but that's fine.
Reset.
Illusionist surprisingly does a decent chunk of damage, but it's single target.
Oh. You know, really have any other sources of AoE?
Ice Mage is not a fucking AoE mage, it's a CC mage.
So, yeah, Ace Illusionist does more damage than Ice Mage.
Yeah, good job everyone.
We two of them.
Means
Yeah, and
You're in the league. Stop practice. Blah 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 blah. You'll be playing in the semifinals.
you see a reward for.
nice.
We got the reward.
You submit a roster of players who participate in the playoffs.
Yep. That's all player list. Excellent.
We can improve our facility to reduce the renewal fee.
And
We have week to train.
okay, Makia,
You need a trait. Are you serious? It's a random roll? What the fuck? Really? You cannot get a trait? Oh my god, this is so expensive! Maka, you better get a fucking trait.
wait, mage.
That is not the trait we're fucking. Oh god! We just wasted so much money! Makia! Damn it, Makia!
Night champion last week.
Nah, there's a. It's specific to a champion, we don't want that.
Yes,
It doesn't increase.
the cost. What happens if I change all traits?
Oh my god, we can lose traits? Ah! Oh shit! Trade rolling is awful in this game. Fuck! God fucking damn it! Ugh.
Makia,
Stream, you need to earn back some of the fucking money you spent! God damn it! Ugh.
well, now we know.
Now we don't know how to do that anymore.
Mother fucking hell. God fucking damn it.
That's bullshit.
I call fucking bullshit.
Fucking hell.
Chad, why didn't you warn me that you
could lose traits. God.
if I known about that, I wouldn't have
I wouldn't have hired Maki, I would have hired.
hired someone else.
Oh well, now we know. Now we.
Fucking no.
This is gonna be difficult.
Close. Area mage. Ninja.
Berserker Bang.
Shadowmancer. Alright. Fighter.
Okay, the choice has been made first.
Wheelbarrow. and trying
This is a very, very strange calm we're running.
to
Agu, you're gonna be on a...
shield bearer.
It's fine.
You deal with it.
This is our... It's weird as fuck.
Shadow Mage calm.
Okay, we managed to...
It's some of the.
Oh wait, I don't think they've spent on their ults yet.
Oh, keep fighting.
Oh god!
Okay, that's fine.
Oh my god.
Kagu! 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 Kagu!
Damn it.
Okay,
Note to self, do not run
Shadow Mage comps at this level. Too swingy.
Don't blame it on
Fucking luck. Fine, it's fine.
Let's go.
Shrine Maiden.
Okay.
Here it goes.
Monk. No Shadowmancer comp.
Swordsman.
Like we're getting
Priestess and Knight.
Berserker.
It's Swordsman.
Magic Knight.
Next mage.
Yep, they're running a brawler comp now.
Okay, well,
Run our anti-brawler comp.
oh, this time we have a Priestess instead of a Shrine Maiden.
Ban Shrine Maiden.
Oh, should still work.
You have additional damage coming from
Kagu's AoEs. Nice. Hold on a minute. Good job. Got frozen, but it's fine.
Oh shit! I hate that fucking out!
It's insane how much damage that ult does.
Oh,
Oh, Kagu's going for the mage.
Kagu,
Kagu,
okay.
got him.
Oh shit.
Wait, no. Wait, okay, wait, safe.
Okay.
Good job. We came back from that.
This is pretty close.
You can't fight us toe to toe if you're not careful.
And we get careless.
So,
Need to be careful.
here it goes.
Okay, we are not going to let them run a
Shadowmancer comp.
Shadowmancer comps
Are way too swingy. Right. Swordsman.
Right, we're on Berserker Knight.
I made a Pyromancer.
I have a Pyromancer, which I'm a little...
I know, I had the Pyromancer.
Oops. They have Brawler.
This guy, this motherfucker.
He can swing the entire match.
Depending on how his ult hits. Maybe careful of him. Nice.
Oh, okay, yep.
Fucking kill the whole bunch of us. Get out of me. Heal, heal, hurry.
Try to stabilize.
Stabilize, come on.
He kind of altered away from his teammates.
That worked out for us. Okay, good. Very good. One more match. One more match, guys. Not bad, not yet.